Look, I be sublime. You're in the concubines. Act like gents.
Recite these hymns.
Lyrically, I'm Mario Andretti on the Momo.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley, and good God, the New Orleans Saints suck. Good morning, Brian.
They are horrible. You know what? I think it's about time for them to bring back an old school thing. Put some more bags back on y'all heads, brother. Call them the Aints. That's the reason I never cheer for them. And I would have to say, I'm going to say Drew Brees, thank you, because Drew did come in after Hurricane Katrina, and he brought a lot of hope and love to that area, and they got him a Super Bowl. But what I saw last night, I'm going to say, JP, you could be better than Rattler. And Toby and Jeff could block better than some of those offensive linemen.
Shout out to Toby sitting in today. Landfill got a big old dentist appointment.
I'm not trying to say y'all big and just say y'all can block better than them, all right?
There are some O-lineman vibes coming out of the aquarium. My boy, I've told you about my buddy before. He's a doctor. He's a brilliant human. But he recently, I swear to God, this is all facts. He recently took up sports betting. He's like, I don't know. Everybody's talking about it. I figured I'd try it. I was like,
well, that's that. Wait.
I was like, all right, Doc.
He's book smart.
Yes.
Because everybody's talking about it, so I'm going to try it.
You know what his favorite thing is?
You lose money when you try stuff that you don't know what the hell you're doing.
You know what his favorite thing is?
What?
Parlays, of course. So I the junkies have like...
You know what we'll read about?
Right.
In a few hours, in an hour or so?
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you about the parlays.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a reason they advertise the parlays. The junkies have about 1 million steaks out here. They had a steak contest.
Man, ain't no steaks. It's just bones over there. I am not Chick Hernandez. I'm not biting on the bone.
The chick's bone habit is wild. But I went for a steak dinner with a bunch of guys last night. So I literally couldn't be less interested in steak right now. And there's just steak all over the building. But my boy Cisco last night tells me, he's like, you want to hear about my parlay tonight? I was like, sure, dude. He had Spencer Rattler to throw for over 225 last night. I was like, dude, that's a rookie quarterback in his second start against a really good defense.
That's not really good.
25 and 35 for $172.
Let me tell you.
He's 50 yards off. 50 yards off base.
Spencer Rattler looked like he was starting his first game in high school and was nervous.
Yeah, I mean, it was his second start, I think.
I'm just saying, bro.
But just from a viewability of a football game,
it was horrible.
These two teams were Denver, who won the game running away, was 4 of 11 on third down. The Saints were 5 of 17 on third down. It was just, there were 3 turnovers, 9 punts. It was just awful. It was awful football.
Hey,
if you want to, if you're a Broncos fan, they're 4-3.
I pulled the JP last night, y'all. I pulled the JP last night. I went over, I was watching the game with my boy, and the game was so awful. I was like, look, bro, I'm going home early. I left.
Isn't it great?
I mean, no, it wasn't great. It's
great to go home.
The game was horrible. And I got tired of
the baseball was good. At the
I didn't want to drink any more beer.
The Guardians-Yankee game was really good. The Guardians came all the way back.
Actually, when they switched over to that was a little bit more fun because you look at it and the Yankees were cheering like hell. And then all of a sudden, bang!
Yeah.
Homer.
Postseason baseball is so great.
Look at Jeff's face.
Postseason baseball is so much fun to watch because every pitch matters. It's like playoff hockey, playoff baseball. I will confess, I watched the Nats and the O's, and then I watched the Caps. The Caps held on for that win last night, right, Toby? Good Caps win?
Big time win, yes.
Yeah, okay.
3-2.
Because I watched the Caps, but then they switched it to football, so my TV situation got screwed up where I was. Good win for the Caps. They've won 2 in a row, 2 of their first 3. Caps are cruising. But postseason baseball and postseason hockey, I don't watch the Saturday night game of the week if it is Dodgers Mariners or if it is Blackhawks Red Wings. I ain't watching that. Like it's just like I'm a local hockey and baseball fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
But playoffs, I'm watching all of it.
Yeah, playoffs because
to get to watch Shohei right now is
playoffs is when they finally act like they're kids again.
Yeah,
where they do whatever they can, they give all their effort to try and win. The regular season games, sometimes they just go through the damn motions. I'll be honest with you, and it's hard as hell to watch 160 plus games consistently, and think that you're not gonna get bored a little bit. But when they get in the playoffs, and it's the best of 7 and best of 5 and things of that nature, it is unbelievable because all of a sudden, every grown ass man act like they're that little kid again who loved it. Like my whole thing is, I had guys when I was getting older in the thing, man, why you always joking around? I say, joking? I'm having fun. This is a damn game, fool. And they've happened to pay me for it. So I'm going to enjoy this. How many times in the world you have a game you love playing and you grow up a little bit and then they pay you for
it? not many.
No.
Not many.
So I enjoyed it. And that's what I love so much about Jaden. That dude seems like he's having total fun on a football field.
You know what? I really agree with that. And Jeff, we got to play this audio. See if you can pull it off my Instagram page. Terry McLaurin yesterday talking about the second. Did you see the post? I posted this video. Mm-hmm. The second touchdown throw, the 4th down play, where it looked just like a pretty simple out that Jaden threw the perfect pass and Terry caught it, had to dig it out. It was back shoulder. Either Terry's catching that or it's going out of bounds. It was. Yeah. Terry told the story that Jaden, actually Cliff told the story, and then Terry commented on it. And shout out to I should text check. I'm trying to remember the other dude from Channel 9's name. It was a great question. Basically, Jaden said to Terry, he let him pick the route on that play. And Terry's like, listen, it'll depend on his leverage. If when we line up, he's inside, I'll run the out. If he's outside, I'm going to run the slant. Terry said he wanted to run the slant, but realized he was playing inside leverage, so his release point was going to be on the outside of it. And listening to them talk, and particularly like watching him tell the story, and he's smiling and he's gesturing and he's like, kind of like, it was pretty awesome. They got something in that locker room, B. And they got something when Jaden.
The thing of it, like with Jaden for sure, you normally hear quarterbacks in their latter part of their career where they've been with a receiver so long and they can make those adjustments. They can read each other's body language. Hell, they're doing this in 6 games? So it is impressive. And the thing of it, and I'll go back to when we were trying to talk about Ben Johnson or Dan Quinn. Everybody just wanted Ben Johnson because he was the new sexy toy. Keep hearing about how Dan Quinn was this damn leader, this motivator, and I think they made the right damn decision because he's the one that started this whole thing with his coaches, and then the coaches tell everybody in their different positions, and now it's in all of the players. You have to love it.
So let's hear Terry. This is Terry explaining the 4th down, the second receiving touchdown in the game against the Ravens. It's pretty cool.
And what does that say about just the relationship you guys have grown so far?
Yeah, it's definitely growing between him and I. And coming out of the huddle on that play, he just asked me, what route do I want? And I was like, all right. So I kind of thought about it. And right before that, I think we had like a timeout. And the way he was playing, I liked a slant. But coming out of the huddle, I was like, if he's on a heavy inside leverage, we've already talked about this back in camp. But if I don't necessarily like the look, and we give each other a little signal, and coming off that release, he banked heavy inside. So I went to kind of run the slant, but then I saw how heavy he was inside, and the release allowed me to get back outside and create some separation. And I think obviously the pump was him just trying to feel what I was going to do with my body language. And he threw a really great back shoulder. And so when the DB's in scramble mode like that, it just gives me an opportunity to be able to locate the ball quicker than he can. And I think he put it in a spot to where only I could get it. And then I feel like I excel at the catch point. So I just wanted to be able to make that play. And I think it's just another testament for him and I to be able to stay on the same page. And 4th down, 3rd down, got to have situations to keep us in the game. That was a really big play. And the O-line did a great job of just giving them enough time because they definitely came with a little bit of pressure. But I think Jaden does a great job of knowing where he wants to go when he's hot or just taking the matchups. And I think it's exciting for him and I to –
Yep. But
pretty cool, right?
But see, and I know people hear that, run a slant. It's not as easy as he's saying it because let's be real. Just like we talk about referees normally like trying to predict what's going to happen, you might look at something and just like he said, when he wanted to run the slant, but the guy jumped heavy inside, so then he just turned that into an out. What if Jaden saw that the guy was set up kind of right on him and threw the slant early? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's a lot of like being patient and stuff that goes into that. So I'm loving it, man. Listen, about time I can be excited about people talking real football around this joint and talking about all that BS we had to talk about.
It's funny too because it was a really good question to follow up with him. And Terry, you can see it. I put it on YouTube. Actually, Jeff, it's on my TikTok page because I'm out here talking in these streets. But Nikki followed up. Nikki Jabala from the Post followed up. Have you ever had a quarterback let you pick the route? And Terry just laughed. He's like, not since like high school. Like that stuff doesn't really happen. And it makes me circle back to when the Giants had the Hard Knocks from the offseason, right? And Brian Daboll, their head coach, I don't think with malice. I think he was just kind of messing around and putting a young man to the test. But he tried to like create a scenario that was really difficult for Jaden to figure out what the right move was. Mm-hmm. And Jaden's response was, I just throw a touchdown. Like the vernacular and the jargon and the analytics and Pro Football Focus and Twitter screen grabs, like all of these things are designed to make it seem like football's so incredibly complex that you have to be some level of extreme expert that grinds the all 22 every week that most people are full of it about. But like that hey, everything is so overly complicated that you simple peasant peon can never even contemplate. It's pitching and catching. Yeah. It's a good quarterback and a good receiver seeing where the corner is and going the other way.
Having a feel. And I think that's the ultimate thing. Like, you know, the angles. If a quarterback, there's a quarterback might look out there and see something that the other quarterback won't see and throw the ball too soon. You get what I'm saying? So it comes down to the feel, and you know how if you watch a guy every day in practice, you know what type of routes they run. That is why I've been so baffled by so many times. Remember, for years, the quarterbacks here were not allowed to check plays. A lot of coaches wouldn't allow it. I did it in high school. So
it's just a control thing. Control freaks.
So when at the pro level, receivers and quarterbacks should be doing this on a regular basis. Because once that game starts, this guy may not play the same damn look he played all week. We've been watching film. He's been doing this, and then he get in the game, he does something completely different. I want to have my guys that are savvy enough to say, hey, he's not doing what he was doing. He's trying something else. Let's switch it up.
It's pretty remarkable what I mean. Even last night there was a rookie quarterback there were two rookie quarterbacks.
Yeah.
One of the offenses was able to score 30. One of the teams was able to score 33 points. But like, there's no way the people in Denver are talking about Bo Nix. Like the people in Washington are talking about Bo Nix
did last night. Bo Nix started to run. Bo Nix said, "Look, I'm not throwing it well, but I'm gonna run this damn thing."
16 to 26 for $164, no touchdowns, no picks. 10 for 75.
Hey,
that's the path, Bo.
Hell yeah,
that is the path.
Don't force feed it. And then his running back was taking care of him.
All right, here's what we're gonna do. Maryland Governor Wes Moore is red hot. I gotta confirm it. I think he's 16-10 on the season. I think he's +6. Maryland Governor Wes Moore joins us next, making football picks for the weekend. We're waiting on Maryland Governor Wes Moore to join us here in just a few minutes. I just pulled it up. Shout out to Carter. Carter Elliott is Wes Moore's PR chief, would be my guess at what his title is. Carter's our guy, and Carter's a huge Commanders fan. And Carter finally gave up on me keeping track of how the governor's bets are going. And Carter set up a spreadsheet, which is something I really don't know how to do, but I can at least look at it and acknowledge this. You ready for this, B?
Mm-hmm.
After week 3, the Gov was 8-8.
Uh-huh.
The Gov's gone 4-1 the last 3 weeks and is now 20-11.
Man, it's rolling.
That is good, dude.
He's rolling, man.
I mean, that is really good. That is kind of the
maybe
opposite.
You should listen to the governor more instead of yourself.
Should.
Because you've been killing yourself.
I did win a bet last night. Where's the sounder, Jeff? I actually won a bet. I picked up a full unit last night, and I'm going to shout him out. Bang, there it is. I made $45 last night.
Still in the hole.
No, I'm up, but not much.
If you haven't won bets over the last 2 weeks, how you still up? What you been betting, a penny?
My standard unit is $50.
Okay, you won $45, and you haven't won bets you said from a few weeks.
I was up big, and I leave it in there. I don't always pull it out. I like to maintain
you
a
might
positive.
Need to pull it out, man. You don't need no more kids.
That's why I went to V-Town, B. No more kids showing up. Shout out to Pete Haley. Gave me a winner last night. B's been giving me winners.
Pete Haley?
Pete Haley gave me a winner last night. You know what it was? You ever heard of this dude? What's my man's name? Audric Estime.
Nope, never heard of him.
At Esteem. I don't Estime. How you saying that? Estime. Shout out to Audric Estime. We got the governor.
What did he do?
He went over his rushing total. That's what he did. Right now, we are joined by Maryland Governor Wes Moore. Gov, you are on fire.
Smoking.
Woo, let me tell you, man. I'm telling people just bet with the Gov, man. You're going to be okay.
I'd be a lot better off if I did, sir. I'll be honest with you. We got to see you last weekend, and obviously we got to make our picks going forward here. But what'd you think of that atmosphere and then the ball game that followed in Baltimore last week for Ravens Commanders?
So first, I got to tell you, I mean, the atmosphere is bananas, and you know what was really wild was that, I mean, listen, it was in Baltimore, so it was a home game for the Ravens, but there were really moments in the game that you couldn't have told that it was a home game for the Ravens.
Yep.
And it just shows that the fan base is back for the Commanders, and it's not just the fan base is back. The team is back because, you know, even though the Ravens showed why they are the most high-powered offense in the NFL, and honestly, I don't know what NFL team is going to have an answer for the kind of offense that the Ravens have pulled together. The thing that you do know is, even with a loss, that was a game that showed that the Commanders are for real. Jaden Daniels is for real, and how the offense is actually developing around him is for real. And so it's really interesting seeing what's happening right now. I don't think there's any question at all about who is the best team in the at least in the division in the NFC East. And you know, we're talking about a team now with the Commanders. They are absolutely going to be playoff bound. I mean, this team is legit.
They really are, and getting to watch Jaden Daniels and Lamar Jackson in that atmosphere and kind of trading punches. I never thought the Ravens were really in danger of losing. Right? I don't know if you felt the same. Like, they were kind of controlling the game, but yeah. Jaden had no fear in there was nothing. The moment was not even close to too big for him.
Correct. That's exactly right. And listen, I mean, like, you know, it shows that there's still holes for the Commanders. I mean, you can't give up 30 points and think that's going to be okay. That even if with a high-powered offense, your defense has got to do better than giving up 30 points. But the thing that we saw was that even when the Ravens scored, the Commanders had the ability to respond. And that's what you look for in your offense, is never let your team, even if your defense is weaker, never let your team get too far behind. and the offense was good enough in order to make that happen against the Baltimore defense that, frankly isn't top of the league, but is not at the bottom of the league either. I mean, the Baltimore defense is still a really good defense. And so it was a good game. But again, I think it really showed that, that for the Ravens, the entire AFC really has a problem on their hands trying to deal with these Ravens who are now on a, 4-game winning streak, and the offense is just absolutely clicking.
Yeah. I mean, now that they've got it kind of cooking with Henry too, that's
loaded.
A team that's going to be only team that's going to give them problems if they got 4 great down linemen. I think they can affect them. If you don't have 4 great down linemen, you got problems.
Yeah. Because if you got to commit backers to the line scrimmage, I'm with you there. All right,
I think that's exactly right.
You are red hot, sir. Do you want to get to the picks?
Let's do it.
20-11 on the season, 3 straight weeks at 4-1. Gov, do you feel a 5-0 week coming?
Hey, JP, can you say that again?
3 straight weeks at 4-1. I mean,
oh yeah. Can you say it a little louder?
If folks are betting,
I heard you. I want everybody else to hear you.
There is cash to be made here. Let's start with honestly, like a loser leaves town match. Eagles Giants, where I wonder. I feel like a coach could be fired by Tuesday.
Especially if Saquon has over 100.
I'm not even sure if the coaching staff is going to be the same by the I say so. So one, I think the Eagles are going to win. But here's the thing: no one is looking forward to watching this game because these are not good teams. They're not teams that are. They're both 2 teams that are just playing down. And frankly, and I think the challenge that you have for the Eagles, and again, I know it sounds like a broken record. I'm going to say it again. As long as they have this coaching staff on board, the Eagles will not be successful. They actually have a roster that's decent on paper, but the players are not playing for the coaches right now. So I mean, so the benefit that the Eagles have going into this game is kind of it's twofold. One, you got Saquon, and I think Saquon has a personal bone to pick.
Yeah.
And I think Saquon is looking forward to this game. He's had this game circled on his calendar for a long time. And the second thing that is going for the Eagles is they're playing the Giants. And I think that is going to be very helpful for the Eagles. So I think this is going to be an ugly game. I don't think this is going to be a really appealing game to watch. But I do think the Eagles end up pulling it off.
Hey, Gov, can I ask you? You've been in, I imagine, a lot of difficult press conference settings, just in the political realm. I don't know if you saw, but the Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni brought his kids into the press conference last week. I just thought that was such a cowardly act. Apparently he's done it before and there's some standard for it. But did you notice that? What did you make of that?
It's funny. I didn't watch. I heard about it. I mean, I think the idea was that people are going to be a little easier if your kids are there, which might be true. But also the thing I heard about it was they weren't that easy on them either. So,
right.
I'm not sure if they still grilled them. And they should. Listen, these are high-pressure jobs. And these are jobs where the bar and the expectation is very high, especially when you're coaching in a place like Philadelphia. It's like, listen, these are folks who throw batteries at you if your team doesn't play well. So it's like, there's a very high bar, for what people want and what people expect. And so I didn't see the press conference. I did hear about what happened with his kids, but I also heard they didn't cut him much slack either.
That's true. All right,
They shouldn't.
It's an awesome weekend in the NFL games wise.
It is.
We got a Super Bowl rematch, Niners Chiefs.
I tell you what, man. I mean, this is, and you're right. This is going to be a great week of football, with the exception of the Eagles Giants. But this one is going to be a real showdown. Now, the thing that is really fascinating to me about this is the Chiefs are still undefeated, but they're the underdogs, which is fascinating to me because I just feel like the Chiefs are not getting the respect that they deserve and the respect that their play is actually showing. And so the Niners just haven't shown me anything to prove that, that they are the team that everyone should be looking out for, or a team that frankly can beat the Chiefs, who still, again, are undefeated. So the fact that McCaffrey is still out, I think is a very big deal, especially in this game, because McCaffrey's always the X factor in this. And as long as he's out, I always think that that's going to be a huge bump against the Niners. So I go with the underdogs. I go with the Chiefs, and I think the Chiefs remain undefeated. And I think that people continue blowing them off and saying that, oh, they're not the same until, until we'll see what happens, who makes the Super Bowl this year.
They're back-to-back Super Bowl champions.
Yeah.
And the same scenario just happened where the Niners were favored in the Super Bowl. And here
Correct.
we are
And
again.
they lost.
and
they had
and lost.
people.
And by the way,
everybody
and
was
McCaffrey's
healthy.
still out.
Everybody else was healthy. Yes.
Exactly. And so I don't get it. Like the level of disrespect that people continue to give to the Chiefs is wild. But you know what? Hey, it is what it is. And the Chiefs don't care.
Right.
I'm telling you, man, I remember in the AFC Championship game, because I was there when they were playing the Ravens, and the Ravens came out just like hyped and excited, and the warm-ups were just like, electric. And the Chiefs came out so calm. The Chiefs came out so just like relaxed. Like, we've been here before, y'all. And I remember watching them warm up and thinking to myself, damn it, we're going to lose this game. Because they're not phased.
Yeah.
And so I do love the fact that they are not phased.
Yeah, it's crazy. Let's keep it going. Another big one. You've got the only other undefeated team in the NFL in the Minnesota Vikings, just like we all expected, playing the Lions, surging Detroit Lions.
Yes. This one, and I tell you, with the exception of the Ravens game, this is the one I'm actually most excited about watching this weekend, because I just think these are two legit good teams. And I don't think this is the last time these teams are going to see each other, because I think that they've got to, and I should say, because they'll probably see each other in the playoffs as well. And they're both playing really, really good football right now. I just think right now that the Vikings are just showing a level of consistency and just showing also just a level of grit that I think is just incredibly important. And the other thing is too, is no one has figured out an answer for Justin Jefferson at this point. I'm pretty sure he scored a touchdown in every single game this year so far, at least one touchdown, which is wild. And that you have all the game tape, you have all the schemes, you have all the strategy, and you still cannot keep him out of the end zone. And so I think that the Lions are a really good team. I think their run game, especially when you're looking at what's happened with Montgomery and Gibbs, has been unbelievable, what you've been able to see. And I do think this can be a close game, but I think the Vikings pull this one off.
It's going to be fat. If they get to 6-0, at some point, people got to talk about Sam Darnold in a very different light.
And I think it actually has to happen already. I mean, honestly, I think he has done it. First of all, he has enough of a body of work, and I know it's been sporadic, but I think he has enough of a body of work even going into this year to show that he's a legit QB. And then I think when you look at what he's done this year, and again, you don't get to 6-0 just because.
Right.
It's pretty rare air when you get into teams like that. And so I agree with you. I think there's going to be a different kind of conversation around it. And by not to mention the fact they're at home.
For sure. Heck of a matchup for your boys this weekend. Ravens, Bucks. Yeah. The Bucks are good. They got Vita Vea on the D line is a horse, and then they got receivers. Baker's playing well. What do you think in this one?
The Bucks are good, and I think they're playing well. And I think you're also seeing where Baker's actually, he's more consistent than I thought. I mean, I remember the first couple of weeks when he was just putting up like silly numbers, MVP numbers, and I was like, yeah, that comment is gonna come back down, come down pretty quick. And he's definitely cooled off a little bit, but he's still been pretty hot, which is a big deal. I also just think that the Ravens are just on top of the football world right now. And I just do not think that there is an answer. Now, one thing that I am concerned about is the defense is just not stopping enough. And particularly when it comes to our secondary. And I think that's the kind of game that Baker Mayfield likes. I think that's the kind of game that the Bucks like, and where the Bucks have been able to exploit other teams has been when you just, they have not been able to stop the air game of the Bucks. So I think that's real. At the same time, though, the Bucks have not shown that they have the capacity to stop the kind of running game that the Ravens are going to come with, and we just have too many weapons that you can play around with when you're the Ravens. So I think the Ravens go down to Tampa Bay, and I think the Ravens come back with a win.
That'd be a big one, man. Get to 5-2, really assert yourself, kind of. Maybe not the top dog because there's KC still floating around, but you go down to Tampa, get that win on Monday Night Football. I imagine that place will be buzzing. Obviously, they've dealt with a lot of natural disasters over the last month or so. That's going to be a really good game.
It is.
Gov,
It is me a good game.
I don't think this was going to take you too long. Commanders versus Panthers.
Commanders. We don't need to spend no time on this one. I mean, the Panthers. I mean, this is actually. I'm embarrassed for them. I'm embarrassed. For what they're pulling together. I think that the locker room is chaos. I think that they really thought they had their QB and now realize that they didn't. And that's actually, I mean, that's really hard for an NFL team when you go all in on somebody who you think is going to be the franchise. And this early on, you basically say, like, my bad. We got it wrong. It's just hard. I think the Panthers are about to hit a really difficult drought. And I think the Commanders are showing that, that this is not a fluke and this is not a game for them. They're really playing good football right now.
All right, Governor, I got you taking the Eagles, the Chiefs, the Vikes, the Ravens, and the Commanders.
That's it. That's it. We gonna stay on a roll on this one.
Now, Gov, you've only run. You told me this the other day. You've only run for an election once, and you won it. And right now, you're 4-1, 3 weeks in a row, 20-11 through 6 weeks. The only thing left is to go 5-0, sir.
I know. Well, but you know what though? I have to say, I'm very happy with our performance so far this year. We're not going to get too overconfident because it is still only about halfway.
You don't want to peak too early.
But you don't want to peak too early. But damn. I mean, damn. Look at those numbers.
Thank you, Governor. Have a great weekend.
Man, appreciate you.
Appreciate y'all, guys.
Gotcha.
Maryland Governor Wes Moore on
good.
Fire with the picks. Absolutely on fire with the picks. Brian and I got to talk to Daryl Green yesterday. Shout out to B for making that happen. You'll hear from Daryl Green at high noon. We back. B. Mitch and Finley. Cam Newton on my television. Quite a hat. The dude actually dresses like the Mad Hatter from Alice in Wonderland. That's his look. God bless you, buddy. Toby's with us today. I haven't said good morning to Toby. Good morning, Toby.
Morning.
Jeff's with us. He's on the phone. He's DJing or cutting a deal, doing something. The chat's ripping and rolling. Commander Tequila, Lord knows what he's up to. Good morning to all the people in the chat. Getting ready for this Commanders game this weekend. It's funny, Deron Payne, I was talking to him outside of the locker room yesterday, and Big Payne is not he never is going to give you a long soundbite, but he's very honest and just super chill and cool to talk to. And we asked him, what do you think about the buzz around this team right now? He's like, man, we're winning. Fans are happy. It's really that simple. A wild thing unfolded in the aquarium a few minutes ago where Toby wants to go to the Maryland game this weekend, where every gambling instinct in my life says take the Terps. But I've also watched them enough that I don't know that I can do it.
What's the point spread?
They're getting, I think it's 7 and a hook, more than a touchdown. USC could score, though, dog. Every game.
Is there enough defensively at Maryland?
I think it's a don't touch it for me. But every gambling instinct in my life tells me to take Maryland. But Toby's like, man, I was all excited. I was going to go to the Terps game and watch USC, but Toby hosts on the weekend, so he's got to work, which I respect. I'm like, sorry, buddy. If you want to go to another Terps game, let me know. I'll see if I can get you tickets. To which point,
he wanted to see this game.
To which point, Jeff says, Toby, I might have a size for a ticket for the Washington game. Maybe. Big maybe. I'm trying to squirm for you, Jeffrey. And Toby's like, I didn't understand his reaction. He said, I'm so used to wanting to watch all of the games and not go to the stadium, but now I kind of just want to watch that game.
What game?
I just don't care about what's going on around the NFL. Usually I'm so dialed in, not to say that I'm not. I still know what's going on, but usually I need to know what's going on with the Thursday night game, got to watch the Monday game, just everything going on with the league. Right now I only care about what's going on with the guys in burgundy and gold. And that's not usually the case because, it's only week 7, but usually by this time frame, we kind of understand that we're looking ahead to the draft. We're looking ahead to all these different things.
You should be in the stadium watching it, Toby.
I've been to the last 2 games.
You need to keep going.
How'd you get tickets? Jeff Seiss?
My cousin got tickets to the Browns game, so shout out my cousin Marla.
What's up, Marla?
She's a Browns fan, though, so I appreciate her getting tickets, though. And me and a couple of buddies who were Ravens fans, we bought tickets before the season.
Oh, you were up there for that?
Yeah, we would
Those
not
tickets were crazy expensive.
We would not have been able to afford it if we waited until last week sometime.
Wow. Jeff, did you go to the Ravens game?
I would advise you to go to this game because these tickets are about to get a little too expensive too.
Yeah.
Because
it ain't going away.
I looked at the prices for next week and the prices for the Steelers far different.
Oh, yeah, the Steelers prices are going to be nuts. The Steelers prices are going to be crazy, and then you get into those.
I already got 17.
The NFC East games are going to be crazy.
Yeah.
The Bears game just got flexed to 4:30. That's going to be crazy. Jeff, is that the one you're DJing for?
Yep.
In the solar panel lot, right?
Yep.
DJ Jeff. Everybody make sure you check him out if you're going to that Bears game. Brian, you are so right. So Panthers suck.
I pulled it up last night. It was $82. Was starting at $82 for the Panthers game.
Your next chance at
I switched it over to the Steelers, and it was starting at $190.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, and I've learned.
And that's
Brian,
about to go up again.
Life's about learning. I've learned that these are per ticket prices, not for a pair. Even if you put in 2, still just pricing for one.
But it says it's a per ticket.
You can get nosebleeds for like $65, $60 in the end zone
this week.
Yeah. Yo, it's not going to be cheap again for a while.
Yeah,
because Steelers fans are everywhere.
And if you get the $60 ticket, when you get up there, your nose will start bleeding.
Well, and I'm going to say this now. When the Steelers fans show up to Northwest, that's not an invasion. Those bleepers are everywhere.
They buy.
So, like, I'm not even going to be mad about that. But you're not going to get another chance at a cheap ticket, relatively cheap. Everything's relative. The Bears is going to be through the roof. It's getting flexed. There's a million Chicago fans. Caleb versus Jaden. On the road, New York. Pittsburgh is going to be packed. At Philly. The Dallas game, packed. Your next chance at a cheap ticket's Tennessee. First weekend in December.
If they keep playing how they've been playing, that's not going to be cheap.
And who the hell knows what the weather's going to be like on December 1st.
Your boy will be here next week.
Who's that?
Gil Walker.
Oh, boy. If you know Gil, that's a oh, boy. How did the Commanders beat down the Panthers? We'll tell you next. B. Mitch and Finley, 11 a.m. in these streets. All right, Brian, we were talking about this in the break here. If you want to go to the Commanders game this week, say you don't want to spend $1 billion, you better go this week. Because if you want to take the kids, take the family, take your girlfriend, whoever it is, to a Commanders game, I'm on SeatGeek.com right now. They say you can get into the Commanders game. So they're just showing the cheapest possible ticket, right?
Is that the stand-in little thing area they do?
I don't know, but I'm just going to go with it because it gives me a baseline, right? It's probably, it ain't a great seat. But you can get in the building for $50 this weekend.
Yep.
Next week, Caleb Williams comes to town. Bears Commanders. Going to be a lot of Bears fans. Going to be a lot of people wearing that Gonzaga purple, too. That goes up to $95.
And that's what it is right now.
Right.
If both of them win this weekend, it probably goes up to 120.
Totally. And this is for the cheaps.
Yeah.
November 10th will be the next home game. So they got back-to-back home games, Panthers, Bears, then at the Giants, then they're back to face the Steelers.
Steelers.
Right now, that's $160. So
yeah, I expect you might want to jump on those.
So I mean, just think about it. This week's $50. Next week is double. The next home game after that is triple. Then the next home game, so they play the Steelers. Then they got the Thursday nighter in Philly. They're back home.
Dallas.
And
we know those tickets are always
that's 4X. They're saying 193 to get in. You want to go, this is the weekend to go.
Lock them in now.
And that's not even including parking, buying a hot dog, whatever it is you're looking for.
Lock them in.
If you want to go this weekend. I get that the Panthers might not be the coolest draw, but you're going to watch Jaden anyway. That's what this thing is about. Brian, I'm going to read the question. I'm going to read the statement from the show sheet, and then you're going to answer, okay? What are the Commanders' keys to victory this Sunday?
Keys to victory this Sunday is run the football, protect the football, and defense don't allow big plays. And what I always say, my last one, don't shoot yourself in the foot. Can't have too many penalties. Do those things, you win the game easily.
Do you think, and this will sound ridiculous, but you're completely right. If they play a clean game, if the sheet is clean this weekend, they should win.
Yep.
They're the better team. Do you think, what is more likely to you? Marcus Mariota finishes this game, or it goes down to the wire?
These type of games bother me, so I'm gonna go down the wire. I think they'll always be comfortable, but it'll be a point as which you're like, okay, we gotta. I think we'll be ahead, but it's very similar to how it was last week with the Ravens, where they kept that 2-score thing, but it seemed close, but they kept the 2-score thing ahead, something like that.
I see that, because that game last week with the Ravens were never really in danger of losing, but it was a good game throughout, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I could see that. And that's kind of how Vegas sees it, I think. They've got this as an 8-point line. Has that moved at all? Is it still sitting at 8? Did it go to 8.5 or 7.5 or anything? I'll pull it up. Yeah, I still see it at 8. So keep it within a 1-score game, most likely. There's not a lot about Carolina that's particularly concerning, frankly, but they run the ball well.
They run the ball
and
well.
when you run the ball well, you got a chance.
Run the ball well. If you happen to get a great drive running the football, it takes 5, 6, 7 minutes off of it, get a touchdown. The other side normally has to react to that. And I've seen a lot of football in my life, and I've seen some great play callers. I've seen some mediocre play callers. You know what they normally do? After somebody do something like that, they come out tossing it. Instead of coming out and run it. You know what I'm saying? They come out tossing. So it changes your game plan. So ultimately, this is a game where we need to get up.
Yeah, I mean, Washington is second best in the league on third down, staying on the field, converting first downs. They're the best in the league on fourth down. They're 9 of 9 on fourth down all season. They're not always converting in the red zone. They're about middle of the pack red zone wise as far as scoring. Panthers, though, dude, 26th in the NFL converting on third down. 22 out of 71.
That's why if they handle those things I said earlier, they win the game.
Well,
easily.
Not to diminish what you said, right? But the path you laid out is pretty simple. You're the better team. Don't turn it over. Run the ball.
Yeah.
Get out of here with a dub.
Because what
you know what I mean? Like sometimes there's a business of complicating football to get subscribers. This one ain't that complicated.
Why has this team been in all the games mostly this year? Because they're not turning it over.
Protect the ball.
So you give yourself a chance.
Totally. I got a stat for you. Tressway has punted 11 times this year.
Mm-hmm. He did that in one game one time, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. He's definitely had double digits. Tressway's punted 11 times this season. Johnny Hecker is the Panthers punter. He's a former All-Pro. Hecker can play.
30?
You're guessing 30?
35.
How many punts for Hecker in 6 weeks, Jeffrey?
6 weeks. Ooh, I'm going 30. I'm going 40.
That's a lot, man.
Yeah, because I'm thinking six a week. And maybe one we go 7, 8 weeks. Okay, well, 36 then, JP. I'll drop it.
Yeah, I was thinking about 30.
What is it?
25. More than double Tress. That's honestly a little lower than I would expect.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When you say it, I thought it was going to be super high because they're bad.
It's still pretty high. I mean, it's 4 a week.
Yeah. Not terrible. When you start getting 6 and 7 and higher, that's terrible.
Think about this. Seibert has only been here 5 weeks, right? Because they started with York. Yeah, because week 2, he kicked the 7.
Mm-hmm.
In 5 games, Seibert has 16 field goal attempts and 15 extra points. Perfect on extra points.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 30, 31, 32 kicks.
Mm-hmm.
32,
31.
31. Pinero is the Panthers kicker. 10 field goals, 10 extra points.
Yeah, not scoring a lot, not getting in position.
Right. You know what's also interesting is that their offense has been way better since Andy Dalton took over. Not calling it good, but much, much better.
They didn't have to do much to be better, Jay.
Yeah, dude,
when you
were right about Bryce Young.
What they were doing, they didn't have to do much to get it better.
Jeff, what's the key to victory this weekend?
I don't want to sound cocky and say I know we're going to score points. I know we're going to score points, but we just really need to score points and play defense. I think we need to force at least 2 turnovers.
Well, you got the right team for that, Jeff.
Yeah, like this is the time that, we could assert our dominance and really play aggressive. So I'm looking for at least 2 turnovers. If we at least hold them to at least 2 3 and outs, I think we beat them by 2 3 touchdowns easily.
Coming into this game, the Panthers have lost 10 turnovers.
That's that syndrome, boy. That syndrome good, but he got some confidence with it. I like
it. In 6 games, they've lost 10 turnovers.
See, what he said, but the difference between what Jeff used to sound like and what he sounds like now, when he used to say it, he was like, it sounds very hopeful. Now it's like, we got this.
Bro, let's
have more confidence now.
I think we could do this off the top of our head. I think I could do it, frankly, but we could do it. We can make it a team effort. Let's count the Commanders' turnovers this year. There's been so few, we could probably just name them.
2 interceptions.
He threw one at the goal line against Cleveland, and the first one came
Terry. The one he threw over the middle of the field, Cincinnati to Terry, that was kind of sailed on him a little bit.
Yeah, Cincinnati. I got the fumble.
All right.
McLaurin had the fumble.
3.
I think that's it.
Eckler
had the fumble, but OZ recovered it.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden, I think, had a fumble that got recovered. I think it was a lineman, right?
I think it's only been 3. That's damn good, brother.
Yo, how many turnovers do we think they had through 6 weeks last year?
Ooh. I would go over 3. I would damn sure say it's over
Sam
3.
threw 4 in week 3 last year
Against the Bills.
So I
They
think
had 5 turnovers against the Bills in week 3 last year when they lost 37-3 at home.
Okay, so let's find out how many. How many you think?
Through
Total.
6 weeks last year, they had 5 in one game. They had 3 in the opener.
8.
And another 2 in that Thursday nighter
10.
against the Bears where they got debacled. So that's 10. A freaking 10.
In 3 weeks?
Through 6 weeks last year, they had 10 turnovers.
That's all. And the other
Through
ones didn't
6
have
weeks
any
this
at
year,
all?
they have 3.
Yeah.
That could be the difference.
Very much so. Very much
Tobo,
so.
what's your key to winning this thing?
honestly, for me, I don't want to sound like I'm too overconfident, but you're the better football team. Take care of business. Don't have a
Is
letdown.
Jeff rubbing off on Toby?
Well, I mean,
They said the same thing. I don't want to sound too overconfident.
but just take care of business. If you go out there and play well, which everything so far they've played decently good football. They went up to Baltimore. They had some jitters early, and then they settled in and played well. Just go out there and play your game, and you should win the football game unless something crazy happens and Andy Dalton turns the clock back. I don't see that happening. So
Yeah.
just go out there and play a good game, and you should find a way to win.
What I think is the thing that they do is they don't worry about the other squad. They worry about making sure that they correct their things and play up to their ability. If they do that, they're going to be okay.
Yeah, they don't strike me as a group. You can't let down when you never get too high. And you're coming off a loss. Like the one thing I think we have to separate as fans or analysts or whatever the hell is they still lost last week.
Yeah, they lost.
And it's the Ravens. They're a good team,
that's
but
the thing about it.
you can't you can't have a letdown after a loss.
Yeah, but the people like talking about trap games and stuff like that, that doesn't fit in this situation. You know, normally a trap game, you go out there, you got a conference game or division rival coming after a team that just fits in that's supposed to be real good. And I don't think that I don't think this team thinks like that.
It better not. It's you know.
Yeah. I don't think they think like that. I think they're always trying to improve. And, you know, whether he's a rookie or not, that quarterback, people look towards him, especially when you got one that has a lot of confidence. And if they see how he's working and what he's saying and what he's thinking, they follow suit. So if they follow what he's saying, everybody's trying to get better at their craft. And if they get better, then they're going to beat the team that's coming in. If they were just worried about the team coming in, then they say, oh, we won't have to work too hard for that. And that's when you get your ass kicked.
Listen, I mean, the numbers through 6 weeks, you can start to trust. They're starting to tell you a story. This isn't that small of a sample size anymore. Carolina comes in 28th in points scored. There's how many teams are there in the league? Just somebody refresh my memory. I believe there's 32. They're 28th in points scored, 25th in yards gained. Defensively, they're dead last in points surrendered. They have a minus 100 point differential. They're 29th in yards allowed. They're in 6 games, the total score has been 203 to 103. In 6 games, Washington has scored 329.
What?
That can't be right.
That ain't possible at all, dude.
That was
You know what?
I got the wrong page.
Oh, I forgot his math. Yeah,
I had the wrong page up.
I'm texting Jeff. Greg, who can't read.
In 6 games.
And then I'm listening to you, who damn sure can't add.
I had last year's page up. In 6,
They didn't score 300 in 6 games last year.
I had the full season page.
Oh,
In 6 games, they've scored 178 points.
okay. That sounds better.
Yo, last year in 17 games, they scored 329.
They're on their way to doing something magnificent.
I mean, what's 178 times 3.
178 times
520-ish?
324. Carry it. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, 5 something.
Listen, I'm not trying to get ahead of my skis. I will quote the governor of the great state of Maryland, though, who said the Commanders are a playoff team. Should they be a playoff team means they're playing 18 games. Right? 17 regular season. If you're a playoff team, you at least get 1.
Yeah, at least get 1.
So whatever 178 times 3 is, if you just extrapolate a little, that could be their 18-game point total. That's a lot of points, Tobo. You look around football, not just the NFL, but college football especially. They've changed the rules so that offense matters more. That's just the facts. You can try to disrupt that if you want, but they've changed the rules so offense matters more. If you can outscore everybody, you got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean nothing. If you outscore everybody, but if you can't stop nobody, that's the problem. So what has to happen is we keep scoring a lot. What did the man say yesterday? If they score 20, we win the game. Did Joe Witt say that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We got to stop them from scoring over 20.
It's going to be interesting to see. These are not good defenses on the field, but the Panthers are really bad. Dead last in the league in points allowed. Washington, 22nd in the league, points allowed, yards allowed. I did want to have a conversation with you, Brian, about UVA, about Tony Bennett, about why now, about what this says about college sports. Let's do that next. Before we go, though, got to tell you about the great folks over at Oarsman Automotive of Virginia. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. I had to pull this up real quick, B. You know who we'll see this weekend?
Ooh.
D. Hall.
Oh, that's right.
He's on the
D-Hall
Panthers
coach with
coaches
them.
staff.
I'm going to go down to the field.
Yeah.
Get there early enough.
Assistant DB's coach,
Yeah.
D'Angelo Hall. That'll be cool to see him. I didn't think about that.
And I'm thinking about next week now. You thinking about people. Brad Biggs next week.
On the Bears staff?
Shot-town.
Oh, we've had him on the show before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also want to shout out Dom Capers. Can I show you a picture here, Brian?
Why you want to shout out Dom Capers?
This is one of the more impressive. Listen, I don't want to cast aspersions here. I don't know if that's a toupee or he just dyes the ever-loving bleep out of his hair. But check out my man Dom Capers' look.
Yeah, that's a combination of both.
I mean, shout out to Dom Capers. I'm tweeting this out.
How old is Dom Capers now?
I mean, he coached the Panthers when they first came in the league, right?
I guess.
He's born in 1950, 74 years old. He's
and he has no gray.
None.
Yeah, okay.
Not a spot of
Sure, Dom. Sure.
Shout out to Dom Capers. Yeah, he was the Panthers' first head coach when they opened the doors in '95. Brian, I do. Obviously, we talk football, but this Tony Bennett thing is pretty remarkable. I think he kind of just wrapped up his press conference announcing his retirement, and there was some speculation that maybe there's a medical thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought immediately when I saw it, because season is just starting, right? I hadn't even started yet.
I think it starts within the next 2 weeks.
And if he's going to go out now, it has to be a medical thing. I can't see anything else.
Dude, at least he just did it.
And what he said?
Tony Bennett.
He just signed an extension this offseason, didn't he?
Tony Bennett. This is a direct quote from people in Charlottesville that were at the press conference. I looked at myself and I realized I'm no longer the best coach to lead this program in this current environment. If you're going to do it, you've got to be all in. If you do it half-hearted, it's not fair to the university and those young men. That's what made me step down.
Okay, I did someone have a conversation with him like, look, bro, we need you to score some more points because the brand of basketball you're playing is boring as hell. It's putting everybody to sleep. And you seem like you're going to sleep with it. So I think it's either somebody egged them on or it's a medical thing. They're going to say what they want to say.
I don't think it's either, dude. I think he's telling the truth. I don't think
coaches just do that, JP.
I think he doesn't want to coach, live, work in the NIL transfer portal environment.
Well, okay, so that means he's a coward then. I mean, we can sit up here and say what we want to say, and we can take it like we want to take it. All these coaches that had control all this damn time when they can just get what they wanted to get. Now, kids have a little bit of power now, and you want to run away from it. You told your kid to overcome obstacles. Why the hell you can't?
55 years old, has probably made a fortune. I imagine they're paying him quite well in Charlottesville. There's some people with some deep, deep pockets down there in Wahoo land.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man, this is America. Everybody's entitled to do whatever they want to do. I'm a firm believer in that, right? He's allowed to do whatever he wants. And I'm not going to knock him if he doesn't want to deal with the new college sports environment.
I will.
But damn, why are you doing it now?
I mean,
that
you cannot want to knock him. I
have to do whatever you want.
I have a problem with coaches that sit up here and when they just got like the little saying, "Ain't no fun when the rabbit got the gun." Okay, you sit up here and you want to do everything. You pump your chest out, but all of a sudden now it switches a little bit, and you can't do the same thing you've been telling your players to do your whole time. That's straight BS in my book.
That's fair. Now, maybe he wanted to make sure his assistant got the job, and that is who's taking over the program for him. I'm getting this from Jeff Borzello on Twitter, and what's the dude's name? I think it's Ron, something like that. I just think I asked this question, and people I think took it the total wrong way. I did a Twitter poll on this yesterday. What is Tony Bennett's biggest legacy? Because there are two incredible events that happened while he was at Virginia. They won their first ever national championship.
Mhm.
That 2019 run that team had was unbelievable. I mean, those the Elite Eight, the Final Four, and the championship game were all just incredible. Down to the wire, buzzer beaters, all of it. And they were also the first 1 seed to lose to a 16 seed.
Yeah.
They got boat raced by UMBC.
Mhm.
What to you is like hell?
People gonna remember the winning the championship more than they're gonna remember the losing on that what's called, because like people forget those things quickly. If he had come back the next year and won another championship, they would never ever discuss that. So I think the championship is gonna be there. That's gonna last.
Like I'm almost curious. I bet if I had to guess, Gene Wong's down in Charlottesville for this UVA presser, and he'll cover it. Like in the article about Tony Bennett retiring, Tony Bennett, probably Virginia's winningest coach ever, announces his surprise retirement on the eve of the season. Period. Graph.
See, that throws me right there. The eve of the season. If you done it earlier and then you allow that coach, whoever's taking over, yes, the coach has been there, but everybody has a different way of doing things, and you wait until now to do it. There's some players that are thrown.
So it's
right
a
now.
couple weeks out. Their first game is November 6th. So maybe not the eve of the season, but I mean, it's October
18
18th.
days.
Yeah. I think you're writing the story of Tony Bennett. Tony Bennett, Virginia's winningest all-time basketball coach, announces his surprise retirement 2 weeks before the start of the season. Graph.
Mhm.
Bennett led the Cavaliers to the 2019 NCAA Men's Championship, the first in school history.
Yep.
Graph. Bennett was also the head coach for the first ever 1 seed to lose to a 16 seed in NCAA tournament history. That's how that goes, right? But I think what's most
They'll put it
important,
in it, but it's just like when you write a story, and that story is written to where the negative thing is put in a point where it's a gloss over. You don't really, it's not there to where it has a lot of flair. So they'll find a way to write it. It'll be thrown into the story, but it's going to be somewhere where you're going to miss it in a sense.
I think the great people, probably in all of business and art and music, but certainly in sports, like overcoming adversity matters so much.
Mhm.
I think that's what makes that story that much better. Is
That he overcame.
they lost to a 16 seed, and next year they won the damn tourney. Like I think it cements kind of the greatness. You know, that's just me though. Tragedy into triumph. Jeff, what do you make of Bennett quitting October 18th?
See, when you put it like that, that makes it even worse. He quit. One thing you don't want your players to do, quit.
Bro, I know Mark Turgeon personally. He's an awesome dude, but it still bugs me that he quit on the Terps in the middle of the season.
And Tony Bennett bugs me because he's quitting on that team too.
We never know what's going on behind. It could have been something that's
Sure.
just festering
That's
up,
fair.
and
If it's something
just took him over
medical
the
wise,
top.
I understand. But if he's just leaving because he don't want to deal with something, I don't understand that.
yeah, I get you on that.
Toby?
Yeah, I mean, it's not shocking that he retired, I don't think. It's just shocking the timing of it. And I heard someone on with Grant and Danny yesterday say that Dean Smith retired on a similar timeline back in whenever he retired in October, whenever year that was. And he was basically saying that you kind of go through the course of things. And if you feel like you get to this point in the year and you're not going to be up for it, then that's the time to retire. But to me, you've got to make this decision a couple of months sooner to help out your basketball team. This is just a couple of weeks before the season, and all of a sudden the headman's gone. It's peculiar to me.
So
See, this is what I mean by how we talked about this yesterday about coaches and like we talked about Nick Sirianni. When players do it at the last second, they get destroyed. Why is it so cool for the coach to do it? It should be held across the board. If he's the guy that's held to a higher standard, he should do better. So I see if he just left because he don't want to deal with something, coward. If he left because of medical stuff, I understand totally. But if it's just I'm leaving, quitting now, coward.
It sure seems like that's what it is. And somebody pointed this out to me last night. His father, Dick Bennett, is a coaching legend, right? Coached at Wisconsin, coached at Washington State. When he was at Wisconsin, Bennett, his father, quit 3 games into the year. So there's like kind of a track record of it. And I almost think this is worse for Dick Bennett. Dick Bennett quit 3 games into the 2000 season, citing burnout. 3 years later, he took the Washington State job.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, I don't know who's coaching Wisconsin now, but I believe Tony Bennett played for his father at Wisconsin, right? Look up the Wisconsin coach for me, Toby.
Greg Gard.
Greg Gard?
Greg Gard, yes.
Greg Gar?
Gard.
Better watch your neck. Because this dude just quit and is tired and doesn't like NIL or whatever it is. He's from Wisconsin.
Are they playing well right now?
I don't know a damn thing about
them. Supposed to be. What was their record last year?
I'll tell you from my time up there, it's wishy-washy with Gard and all their coaches. So
would you be at all shocked if 3 years from now he's refreshed, he's revitalized,
and he goes
they got a hell of an NIL program?
It'll be quicker than 3 years if that's what he's doing.
I don't think that's what he's doing.
I'm saying if that's what he's doing, and I'm going to have the same mindset I have right now. If it's not medical, coward.
B, you're going to hate this if this is factual. Aiden Dollins on Twitter just tweeted me. Tony Bennett waited until now so that the kids can't actually do anything with their 30-day transfer window.
Straight coward.
If that's accurate, that is lame AF.
That's that bitch asses right now. Yeah, that's what that is.
Jeff Walker got a new song. Next.
He's going to be well-rounded for the rest of the world, man. We getting him right.
There are
other people might leave him short of some things. We filling in the blanks.
It's true. It's true. Different mindset.
Yeah,
here.
Toby.
You enjoy doing our show, Tobo?
Absolutely.
Do you hear weird stuff that you're not accustomed to during the commercial break?
Hey, listen, man, I can do anything. I owe my entire career here to you, JP. So whatever you
Cut
need.
it out. All right, we got real news here. In about 10 minutes, you guys get to hear from Daryl Green. Brian and I got to talk to Daryl. Not only is he getting his jersey retired this weekend, which is so damn cool, he's getting a key to the city.
Yeah.
Are you speaking at that event or just attending?
Yeah, speaking.
Okay, because you were on the press release. I don't know if
you be scared.
That's very cool.
I was on the press release.
Yeah.
Oh, I was.
Tomorrow at Franklin Park. If anybody's interested, go check it out. It should be really cool. The mayor's going to be there. It's going to be very cool.
Yes, it will be.
Speaking of announcements, perhaps not as big of a deal, Jeff just announced to Toby that at high noon they're doing sex aerobics in the aquarium.
Yeah, man, I'm about to teach Toby how to open his hips so he can have the blood flow and circulation.
I'm not really sure where the plural came from because I'm not participating.
Yo.
Oh no.
I could actually use some hip opening.
We got to stop some of this talk, y'all.
Nah,
y'all getting a little too.
See, no, I'm talking exercise. Like,
yeah, but you know,
you call it sex aerobics.
You are the one that say pause all day, and there are a lot of people pausing right now on this one.
It's called sex aerobics because it's for men and women. It's opening up your body. Yeah. Y'all gotta get y'all minds out the gutter, man.
You the main one.
Y'all gotta get y'all minds out the gutter.
And all that stretching you're doing, you still stiff as a damn board.
Actually,
you are.
Jeff, let's get to an area where you excel.
Okay.
Every week you make a hype song.
Yeah, do that.
You are 4-2 in hype songs made this year. We're not gonna go back to last year because nobody did very well. You got a little grief last week about using a Baltimore beat for that song. I like that song.
Hey, I liked it too. It's just we got to do something different, you know? Every now and then we got to switch it up. We can't just have the same sound every week.
So, but here's my concern, Brian. Before you took the field, did you always have this feeling of we're going to kick their ass?
Yeah.
And it was a mindset, and you wore that, right? And I said, Jeff, you got a banger for us this week? He's like, man, it's all right. That's how it went down, Jeff.
Yeah, that's a little, I don't know. He must have.
Are you nervous?
He must be nervous. He didn't really put his best in.
All right, so I ain't gonna lie. For the past couple of weeks, I've been nervous about my songs. Like I don't even say it. Like when I tell my friends, like,
you know what, you good. I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you're not nervous, then it's not no good anyway.
Yeah, because like each song get better, and like for the last couple of weeks, everyone been like, "This is my favorite song. This is my favorite song." So now it's like when I'm going in the studio, like yesterday, I'm like, "Dang, how can I beat last week?"
Yeah.
But I think it's good. I think it's a good song.
After Thriller, Mike had to go make another album.
You know who? I love that he openly admits this. There's no false bravado. You know who's nervous every time he goes on the football field?
Who?
Jaden Daniels. He says he gets butterflies.
Yeah.
All right, Jeff, do it to him.
All right, so
Mike is yours.
You know, last week, I don't care how Ashburn syndrome-ish it sounds, we could have won that game. We just needed to make a play, and that's the inspiration for this week.
We could have won that game
for this week.
Last week, but we didn't make a play when we needed to make a play. Now my question this week is, who gonna make a play? Who gonna make a play this week? I need the offense and defense take advantage of their weakness. I say who turning up in the bed this week? The lower bowl or the suites, club level nosebleeds. Who gonna make a play this week? I need the O and the D to play OD. It's been a long week since we lost that M&T. Yeah, we took the L, but it ain't feel like defeat. We went toe-to-toe with an elite of the league. Now we about to smash the Panthers. Yank out all they teeth. I need Terry up the sideline. Diami on the bomb. Jaden with the defenders going.
What going on, Jeff?
Now we know why he was nervous.
No, that was
Jeff
the
recorded
computer
half a
fault.
song.
Nah, the computer like put this update thing up and it just stopped it.
I had to hit you with a pause during the song.
No, I said pause in the song. I said it as an ad lib. But
Well, get that thing playing again.
yeah, we gonna
Jeff
run that back.
All right, we're gonna run it back. Coming
Yeah.
up, 12:45. That was a little teaser for you. Daryl
Yeah,
Green.
that's it, a teaser.
Daryl Green next. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Let's not front on how this happened. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Let's not front on how this happened. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Mitch and Finley, high noon in the District of Columbia. Some technical difficulties there. Shout out to Lampville. He had a dentist appointment. Jeff running the board. We're getting through it together. I think we're having legit tech computer issues.
Yep.
You heard a little preview there that we do have an interview with Darrell Green that Brian was able to set up because he's known, worked with, been friends with Darrell for a long time. We're going to get to it. That's the plan, is we're going to get to our Darrell Green interview at some point. Drab's here. Go get Drab, Toby. But in the meantime, we're just going to kind of keep doing our thing.
Yeah.
Did you see John Gruden had this video yesterday talking about the Commanders' O-line and specifically how impressed with Brandon Coleman he's been?
Yes.
What do you think of Coleman?
I think he's played great. And, I like the fact he has a nastiness about him. The guy has damn good feet. And, all you can expect is he gets better and better the more time he plays.
Totally. Commanders just announced their captains for the week. They do weekly captains. I think this is pretty cool. You got Cosme, Nick Bellor, the linebacker special teams specialist, and then Frankie Louvu going against his old team. Louvu had some really, really good comments, I think. He's not mad at Carolina. He's like, I really liked it down there.
They wanted to keep him.
Right.
But he found he can go somewhere else better and have a better opportunity.
All right, so here's the plan. Yesterday, we have an interview with Darrell Green. It's really good, and we're going to play it now, I think. B-Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Let's not front on how this happened. Brian has a close relationship with Darrell Green dating back to their years playing together, winning Super Bowls together. And Darrell is incredibly busy and made time to talk to B-Mitch. I just happened to be in the same room. Here's our interview with Hall of Famer Darrell Green. We are honored to bring in Mr. Darrell Green to the program. Darrell, congratulations, man. Your jersey going up forever. 28 gets retired. How you been, man? This has got to be so cool.
More than cool. It's unexplainable. It's different. As the word I used to tell you, it's different. This is not, I got the Hall of Fame, greatest 100. This is different. Can almost can explain it, but just special, really beyond that. I don't know. I don't know what the word to use. Yeah, another level.
Many people couldn't believe that your number hadn't already been retired. Look, I played with you. I know you well, and I think this is something that's long overdue. I know you are a man of God and you believe that, your life is bigger than this, but how good did this make you feel when you found out that Josh Harris and Mitchell Rails were going to put your number up in the rafters?
And that's very important because I've had to tell myself, man, dude, this is crazy. This is fun. Let go and just enjoy it. And I really have done that. I really have enjoyed it. I've enjoyed every bit of it. And I've just, certainly appreciate these guys, man, they're next level. I mean, unfortunately, we've never seen this. We've never seen this here. Yep. Never been treated this way. And, so it's just, and I'm the guy that's, leading it off, but I'm representing Ken Coffey, called me one of old teammates and said, hey, man, gosh, man, I'm so happy for us. And I'm like, man, that's it. That's it. That's so this is us. There's an us in this, in that, what this represents as the team, as now who they are, and what we are hoping to become again afresh to our city and our region, our community. So, yeah, I'm not just owning this and that. Oh, man, I'm just happy. No, it's bigger. That's why I said, man, this is bigger than it's ever been to me. My own opinion.
I was sitting there with Santana one day, and Josh came by, Mitchell came by, and he was like, man, they must have watched you play. They look at you a different way. If they look at me that way, I know how they look at you. When you listen to them, do you know that these guys genuinely were like fans and cared about you?
Yeah, Josh, I'm closer to Mitch Rails just personally. We go to dinner with our wives and so forth. I normally just kick it with Josh and Marjorie in the suite. But matter of fact, that Giants game, I felt like wow, man, I got to know this guy even more. The more I'm around him, of course, I've known Mark Imes my whole time here, and Magic, I've known Magic over 30, 40 years, whatever. So all of these guys, man, are real humans. They're not these gazillionaire untouchables up there in the box and, inside of a bubble. They're real people. And that's refreshing. And I think I know that they're sincere, and I really appreciate them. But you're exactly right, man. They're just what the doctor ordered. And we were very critical, almost on oxygen, as a team in our region. The timing couldn't have been better. We were hemorrhaging, and when I say that, I mean what we were. And of course, you were there this Saturday out at the Greenleaf. We have to, me and you, and then these other guys that play. We got to get back out there. This is our city, our community. Whether it's corporate, whether it's just kids on the playground, wherever it is. But that's a part. We have to do that. Our community needs it. And these guys are the leads. They're the lead dogs, and they're the power brokers, and they give the freedom for us to go and love our community and serve our community and utilize their resources to do that. And then on top of that, they got to win football games. That's the part people need. Got to get that done. But I'm not on that side, But yeah, this is another level, y'all. And I think I'm talking every person that listening here. Every that, man, my grandfather, man, my grandmother, man, my mama, man, when I was a kid. I'm talking every one of them we's. And even me, I'm 21, I've never seen nothing. But my grandfather told me, yeah, him too and her too. All of us, all these people, we came from Texas and Louisiana, but we came into this. We didn't bring it, but we love it and appreciate it. And this is a spectacular community. But this team, I think, has a vital role to play for the sustainability of our community as it relates to social relationships and people and fun and fellowshipping and that human part. So it's big. It's big, man. Big, big, big.
Well, Daryl, to that point, talking about the community and the city and coming together, obviously getting your jersey retired by an organization that largely doesn't do that is really reflective of just the incredible career you had and the longevity your career had. But you're also getting the key to the city from the mayor. I mean, that is bigger than football. I mean, congratulations. How did that come about? How exciting is that?
Yeah, to me, in much part, the football is the jersey. The key is the man, and it's not exclusive because they interchange. But I think I've made my commitment to this city, man, my whole adult life. I was on the strike for free agency, never participated in that. God's direction on that. That to me is, man, they're both just, as I said, that in a million years, will that ever happen again, where a player gets his jersey retired and he gets to Kansas City in the same day. So that is just like, man, I'm up on cloud 9 in this. It's really incredible. But there's I'm a kind of a sober kind of guy, but I'm going to be goofy, man. Excited. I'm goofy, excited, man. But that's a crazy, weird balance, man, between just, the soberness to it, and then just like, golly, man, that's crazy. So it's that combination that is just weird, man. We're good. We're good. Yeah.
So there, when you first found out about the jersey, they got you because you normally know everything, but they got you.
Oh my God.
And listen, you had a tear, and I had a tear because you play with somebody, you become close to them. And I'll tell you this: like everybody asks me, how did you know how to do stuff when you were young? I said, well, I watched the brothers and sisters that my mom smiled and they bragged about. So I got here to Washington, and I came in as a little renegade, little wild, rough guy. And I watched you. I watched Tim. I watched Ernest. I said, okay, that's the guys I'll try to follow. And I watch how y'all worked in the community as much as you did on the field, and I tried to become that. So I want to say thank you, because I think the things I've done and accomplished here is come in part because of watching you do it at a high level.
You know, man, and it's not taken away from anybody else. But you and Santana Moss, y'all are the next up Darryl Greens, you know, if I can say that. And you're exactly right. And he, you know, he's been close to you, you know, even in, I don't think you didn't cross careers, but y'all made personal friendships. And that was obviously a camaraderie when you play football. So it doesn't take a lot to get to become family. But no, I watch y'all. I watch y'all even in my retirement. But, you know, yeah, you do. I mean, you and I, we're family. We're actually family. So I call you anytime, any night, any day. I know what I'm going to get. I'm going to get a response back. And so I'm very proud of that. I'm very proud of that because I think, you know, and of course, I've got my son. But if you don't have, you know, you talk about legacy, you know, legacy is the next person and how you affect the next human. You know, it's not the buildings that man, I own that building and that building. Well, that's cool. I own that land. That's cool. I left them 5 cars. That's cool. No, it's not that. It's what you just said. It's what you just said. People who can trust you, even if you're not blood. But I trust you. Your opinion means something to me. That's huge. That's really huge. And there's a lot of us, Rick Walker included, and different ones who have affected. We've affected each other in a positive way, in an unselfish way. And that's what I want the people to understand as they see this, that it's bigger. It's bigger than chasing down Tony Dorsett. And I believe that Josh and them, when they think about it, they're thinking out beyond that. The Chicago punt return and the fact that me and B. Mitch sit down and talk about being men. Those are the same things. Mm-hmm. So, and the influence with the children and community. So it's all of that. And that, to me, is a special part of sports when we do it right. And unfortunately, the numbers are too small for those who get this, you know, for the percentage of guys that do it and understand it. And right now, we're in a deficit with the present team. There's some great kids that I've met some of them, and I see it, but they're missing this part of, you know, get your butt up, get in your car. We're not going to send a bus for you. And like you came over there the other day. I ain't send no bus for you. Hey, man, here's the address. I'll see you over there. I see you over there on Saturday morning, you know, up early. So that's the part that we are going to have to, and I want us to get, you know, for whatever level we can, get these young men to embrace our community and bring and let the value that they bring be exploited by the young people in our community.
Talking with Hall of Famer, 2-time Super Bowl champion, the 1996 Walter Payton Man of the Year, Darryl Green, getting his jersey retired this weekend, getting the key to the city this weekend from Mayor Muriel Bowser. And Darryl, all your accomplishments, there's one thing that people still want to know. How fast are you now?
Well, you know, I always run sprints and stuff. And I've said this for years. Man, I'm going to run me a real 40, make it public. But I tell you what, man, I feel pretty good. You know, I feel pretty good, you know, in terms of my legs. Me, Mitch, I don't know if you were there at the end. I ran all those kids. Now, of course, they were only.
I watched you run a little kid early. He was talking a lot of trash to you. You shut him down.
Yeah. It was, you know, they were kids. I'm just working my way up. I'm fighting those low weight, you know, fights before I get to the championship. I'm taking all elementary and middle schoolers. I don't care who they are. Yeah. So right now I'm fighting at the lower level, middle school and elementary, and 75 and older. Those are the guys I'm taking. And then I'm gonna work my way down. I'm gonna work my way up to high school and 60 and over. So I'm in training. I'm in training right now. I'm running in the preseason type, you know, preliminary races. We're not in the conference. We're not in conference yet. We're not in the conference yet, man. Ain't no conference meets. We run them little fake meets.
Daryl,
elementary
we know how.
Hey, all y'all fans out there, if you have an elementary or middle school kid, I want him. I want him or her. Or if you're 75 or older, male or female, I'll take you.
The challenge is out there.
Long now. This ain't gonna be long though, because I'm gonna win this division quick, and then I'm gonna move up. Move up to welterweight. I'm gonna move up to welterweight. Then I'm gonna go. What is it? Featherweight, welterweight,
cruiser.
A cruiser. I'm gonna work my way up. Yeah, that's a good answer for you on that. Yeah.
It's perfect.
Daryl, I'm probably gonna get some calls from somebody about their elementary school. My boy Johnny can beat you. Johnny gonna be going home crying, and then he gonna be need to talk to somebody.
Daryl, this has been absolutely fantastic. I know you're a busy man, and it's really kind of you to take time to talk with us in advance of what is an incredible weekend for you.
100%, man. Appreciate you guys, and it's gonna be a great weekend, man, and looking forward to it. See you guys.
Thank you,
All right,
Daryl.
man. Take care, D. Be cool, brother.
Thank you, Daryl.
Peace. All right, babe. Take care.
Thanks.
What in it? I mean, that just is so hysterical for DG28 to be walking around challenging middle schoolers.
Anybody under 10, over 75. Let's go.
I loved that because I feel like we got to see the person of Daryl.
That's it. You know, I tell people all the time, you know, when you play with somebody, you in the locker room with them, they are different with you than they are with other people.
Sure.
So a lot of times I tell people, even in our industry, I can get more out of somebody than you can.
Nobody's getting him to laugh and joke like that.
Yeah, it happens. But you know what? The dude still runs. That's one thing he does. He still runs.
He can scoot. You think he would still be in like the 4.7s?
Easily. Easily.
That's so wild. Well, thank you for getting that interview on the books. I hope everyone enjoyed it. I don't know how you couldn't, frankly. We will be right back. Let's get some shout outs going. Shout out to B for lunch and getting Daryl Green. Shout out to Leon Harris, who's listening to the programs.
Leon, what's up, brother?
Said he loved the interview with Daryl. He said, quote of the day, you got a middle schooler? I'm taking them on. Shout out to Dom Capers for just the best looking head of hair in the NFL.
Yeah, it's a little dye. Some dye in that
It's
thing.
like, you remember what Carlos Boozer did that time where he just like drew hair on his head? Kind of reminds me of that. And earlier I mentioned.
I don't think Dom Caper hair was ever that black.
Earlier I mentioned the gentleman that asked Terry McLaurin the question about the play call. I really enjoyed that. John Doran did a good job with that. Shout out to John.
Good job.
Brian, you were just looking at the props for this game.
Yeah.
Which one of them stood out to you? Chuba? Chuba?
The one that stood out to me is that in the rushing, they didn't have my man Brian up in there. Or Austin for the rushing yard.
Well, until they know about Brian, they can't set it for Austin.
Yeah. So they had both of them off. So it kind of made me say, okay, what's going on here? But I think Brian will be playing. Also, when I look at the receiving yards, I think they're right on point where they put it at for all the guys, but we will see.
So last week, I did not think B-Rob was going to play, and sure enough, he didn't. This week, I feel different, but it does stand out a little bit that it's still a game-time decision.
He practiced yesterday, did he not?
Yep, and Wednesday.
And Wednesday. So I don't think he practices the whole week and then don't play. I think he's going to play this week.
Dorrance Armstrong, I mean, he hasn't practiced, so this isn't a surprise, but he is out for Sunday's game.
I can see that.
There's not a ton of injuries on, but there are some fairly critical ones. No Allen, no JJB, no Armstrong. I mean, what does that lineup look like? Payne, Newton.
Whitcomb's still not there, right?
Farrell
not there still. Or is he playing?
I got to pull that up.
You got some of the young guys may get opportunity.
Some of the old guys.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Obata, Fowler.
Fowler. I know they take Andre Jones all the time. So, but he's
on practice squad, but they can elevate him.
They can elevate him if he decided to. Inside, you got Newton, Darian.
Yeah.
Obata can drop down in there. You already got
maybe it's
Duran.
Jamin.
Jamin may get an opportunity this week. For all the folks who've been asking for him, he may get an opportunity. And if I'm him, I'm going haywire if I can.
And if you get a chance, dude,
yeah.
For sure. They could elevate Carl Davis, the dude they just signed.
Yeah, they got
to the practice squad.
A few guys that then what's the other guy they brought over from practice squad that they signed to the
Day Sheldon.
Yeah,
Day.
Sheldon.
He's probably playing, honestly.
Yeah, there'll be another one out there.
Not ideal.
It's not, but
runs the ball well. Carolina does have a good O-line. They run the ball pretty well. They just turn it over a ton.
Things happen sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, it's football, dude. Like, guys get hurt. It's a game of attrition, frankly.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pulling this up. Farrell, I don't believe. Okay, so in the Ravens game, Farrell played 36 snaps. So you can probably count on that this week. I mean, who knows a starting lineup because they play so many sub packages anyway.
Yeah.
But I think you're looking at Fowler and Farrell as your edges that play the most this week.
Probably so.
Does that sound right?
Yeah. That sounds 100% right.
Because if you look at who's going to be on the field for you every snap? Wagner, Luvu. The guys over 90% from last week, 90% of defensive snaps. Wagner and Luvu played 100% of them. BSJ was at 95. Quan was at 93. You can kind of count on that.
They believe in Quan, bro.
Quan's good.
Yes.
And he does all, Quan has a presence and is like a leader, he has like a natural charismatic leadership to him. Which honestly, if you're gonna be named Quan, you better be pretty cool. Like you can't have the name of Quan and be just like a kind of scared to speak nerd. That's a tough name to not live up to. Like Jeff could pull off Quan. Jeff, you should start going by Quan.
Nah, I stick to Jeff.
Okay.
Jeffrey.
Obata last week played 32% of snaps. But if you're looking straight edge, guys, I think it's going to be Fowler and Farrell. And with Armstrong inactive, I don't really see a path. What's a fair, polite way to say this? If Jamin Davis isn't active this week, at some point you wonder why he's on the roster. Because
Not necessarily.
you're
because
down.
They've already told you how they work stuff. They do all of this. Want to have this package, that package.
Totally, B.
Yeah.
But you're now down 3 DNs.
Yeah.
Like, you got to have them active this week, just from the injury personnel standpoint. I don't know that
maybe. Maybe not.
Shout out to Commander Danny. We got 2 commanders in the chat now, Jeff. There's a Commander Danny. Oh,
And a commander.
We're all commanders.
Commander Tequila is no longer.
Commander
He's
Tequila.
Commandant.
Commandant Tequila.
Commandant. That's how you say it. Commandant.
Would it not be Commandante for Commander Tequila?
I don't know. Let's ask him so we can make sure we right on that.
You ask. You text Commander Tequila?
Nah, we
They
give him
talk
a
all the
call in.
time.
I would say
I'm confident he'll call. We're going to do the
for
phones of
sure.
one, right?
For sure.
He will be called.
But like Commander Danny is in the chat right now on the YouTube stream. Check it out on YouTube 1067. What's the YouTube page, Toby? YouTube/1067.
1067 The Fan.
There you go. In all caps, my man wrote, "Give Jamin a chance," with 5 exclamation points.
Oh boy.
Toby, we don't get to hear your voice all that often. You're currently wearing a Commander's vest, a Redskins sleeve shirt under it, and a Washington hat. I would say you got the syndrome, sir. Help me understand why everyone is so convinced that Jamin Davis is this force to be reckoned with and that the coaches are wrong to not have him on the field.
I can't make sense of it, JP. I don't understand it. To me, the reason he made the roster is so you could keep one less linebacker and one less DN, and he works as both of them. And if you need to, in worst case scenario, he can play one of those. They haven't needed him. So I personally didn't understand why he was on the roster because, you know, if he had a couple of years left on his contract and you wanted to work as a project with him at DN, that would have made sense. But on the last year of his deal to try and now decide that you're going to change positions, I don't know. That one didn't make sense to me, but you know, he's a talented player. At least he's got a lot of skills, but I don't know that it works for this football team right now.
I think ultimately, you know, they are trying to see if they can salvage something. And I think he played well enough to make the team. Now he got to find a way to make himself to a point where they have to put him in. So if he gets a chance, he better make some plays. Because you already see, you don't normally get out there unless somebody gets hurt.
Well, and he made some plays earlier this season, and he's still not getting activated.
Yeah. But like they said, and I think Joe Witt said it early, and I don't think many people believe him, we're going to play you if we think you help us win the game. If you don't, you won't be playing. And it may be different per week. And that's what they do, man.
Did I tell you that I found out whose truck it is with the boots?
Found what?
You know the truck with the boots hanging off them?
Yeah, who is it?
I'll tell you off air. Jeff, I have a question for you. And I mean this seriously. Are you prepared to play your song from start to finish?
Oh, I thought she was about to say, are you prepared to walk out and see your car with a boot on it?
Wait, why would you go there, Jeff?
Because he started talking about boots, and every time we talk
I'm
about
talking about
parking,
actual like hunting boots, like footwear.
Oh, I thought you was talking about like the shiny orange boots that the city give you.
Let's pull this thread of hair then. How many parking tickets you currently sitting on that you're worried about getting
How
a
many
boot?
boots have you had?
He's gotten at least 2 boots since we've all been doing the show together.
No.
Yes.
No. I have no jinx. I have not been booted. I have caught them in the act, and they was like, "Bro, we got you." Cool. But the thing is, I'm not sitting on that many tickets. But
Not this time.
But it bleak parking, bleak parking enforcement, because the daggone kiosk wasn't even working outside. And how they know I got a cell phone to get the app? How they know my app? How they know my phone got enough space to get the app for parking?
Believe me, they know you got one.
It's crazy.
You know
man.
what? They probably
how many
they probably
tickets?
sent the ticket or the collection thing to your phone. They know you got a phone. Believe
How many
me.
tickets you sitting on right now? Over under 3.5.
Oh, that's over there.
Oh, definitely over. Definitely over. But I am actively paying them down. And it's not, the crazy thing is they're not even speeding tickets, red light tickets. They're legit parking tickets that just keep doubling.
Yeah, I mean, pay them.
There's a way to stop them from doubling.
Yeah, dude, it's just like she just always come. Like she always
Pause.
When you about to get your
Pause, dog. Pause.
Like I'm sorry. It's like I know it's insanity that I haven't like just tried a different but like I'll be fine until like the last 30 minutes of work, right? But then I'll do that. And then she'll come on the day I pay at the last 30 minutes of work. She'll already have came during the day. And we can't just park more than 2 hours. If I was to pay the 2 hours from the start of work, I would have to go outside, move my car. It's just a lot, man. I'm about to start taking the metro.
You normally take a lot of walks.
You were doing good taking the metro there for a while. You said you were meeting women and stuff.
Yeah, but the thing is, JP, like
didn't the man tell you don't say that type of stuff on air?
Yeah,
you're doing bits.
No, boy, diarrhea of the mouth.
When we come back, Jeff Walker's got a song and maybe a parking ticket. Roost in the building. You got 3 drinks over there. Got a cup of coffee, a cup full of red liquid.
Why is everything so big, though, Roos? Why don't you get a small cup or something?
Hey, Mitch, do I look like a guy who needs a small drink?
Yes.
Touche.
It is a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday.
Oh, man.
We're going to open those phone lines up
Bruce,
in
you left yourself open. I had to take that shot, dog.
10 minutes. Bruce, how are you, dude?
Doing good. How are you guys?
You got a Hokie shirt on. Big win for the Hokies last night.
Yeah. Star running back, star defensive end. I don't know any of their names, but,
Yeah, I mean, BC came out like a bolt of lightning in the second half,
Yeah,
though.
they
Didn't
did.
they score 3 straight touchdowns?
Well, it was like 28-0, and then I'm bouncing around, like last night there was just a ton of stuff on between the Mets game, the Yankee game, the hockey game.
God-awful football game.
The NFL game.
awful.
I mean, just a waste of time. But yeah, it was 28-0, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And then it was the next thing I know,
it was
like
definitely
28-21.
28-7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Virginia Tech finishes it off. That kid can, I mean, you want to talk about somebody who is right up the draft boards because, I mean, you put on a performance like that when everybody can see it. Granted, it's against Boston College. Boston College is plucky. Bill O'Brien's got them playing good. So that's good for him. I saw him in person a couple of weeks ago against Rutgers, and he sure as hell didn't look that good, but he was impressive that day too. They should have won that game. That's a thing for Virginia Tech. They should have, probably 2 more wins. And if they had 2 more wins,
That Miami
they might still be
game.
in contention. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
That's the right call, though.
That Miami game is just brutal loss. for
That's
them
the right
Hokies.
call at the end, though.
I didn't have a problem with that call, so I'm with you, and
Anybody that think it wasn't the right call, they just wanted,
Virginia Tech
they were
screwed
putting for one team.
themselves before. in
You
that
got to
game.
score when the kid has the almost pick 6.
Yeah.
And then the offense, what they have, first and 10 from the 15.
Yeah.
You got to score there.
Yeah.
I don't even remember the call. Virginia Tech just didn't. They blew the game.
Well, in that Miami game, they ran a fake field goal.
Oh,
when
that's when they didn't score on the pick 6.
Right.
Was that the Hail Mary thing at the end? That's what.
Yeah,
that's
the
the
Hail
call.
Mary
Yeah.
thing at the end is what B was talking about. But there were spots earlier. There was a questionable holding call, but that wiped out like a long 65-yard touchdown. By the running back. Why am I not remembering his name? And I'm just calling him the running back. You know who I'm talking about? The kid that just dominated everybody last.
That
night.
works.
Yeah.
What do you think for this weekend, Bruce?
I think it's going to be closer than probably most people think. I'm not saying no people, but most people. I'm thinking the Commanders win, but I think it's going to be a little hairy, a little helter-skelter, a little bit more too close, too tight, whatever the hell I'm trying to say. Too close for comfort. Yeah, there you go. Thanks, B. Appreciate it. I'm not exactly an English major, nor am I a vocabulary, nor am I a radio
right
host.
there, dog.
Yeah.
What
Good job by you guys on the Darryl Green interview. I was fascinated. I was wondering, it was interesting listening to it because I didn't know what you guys asked and what you were going to ask. If you were going to ask about, the current team and Jaden Daniels and Benjamin St-Juste and all. I love the fact that it was just a peel back. And I think you guys made mention of it at the end, a peel back into, what makes DG, and I don't know him very well. I've just met him a couple of times, what makes him the kind of person that he is.
Mhm.
And still, I mean, when you can be probably an egomaniac, if you wanted to be, he seems very much the opposite.
Yeah.
So I like the fact that you guys are just like, I don't know if that was
Lighten
the
it up
plan
a
or
little
not,
bit.
but yeah,
Try to make it fun.
I figure we'll go the fun route.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Cool.
we try to give you 4 hours of fun.
Yeah.
Now,
And that's
every
what
day-
this show is all
Every
about.
day, Bruce. Every
Yeah,
damn day.
That's what this show is all about.
4
4 hours of fun bags.
dog.
Whoa.
Fun bags are something else entirely.
Whoa. Where you going with that?
Roost, do you want the honor of introducing Jeff Walker's Week 7 hype song?
Sure.
This is like being the celebrity guest picker on game day.
I love it.
All right,
I
you're
love
up.
it. Right now?
Yeah.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, the Week 7 Jeff Funny Walker hype song.
We could have won that game last week, but we didn't make a play when we needed to make a play. Now my question this week is, who gonna make a play? Who gonna make a play Who turning up in the Fed this week? The lower bowl or the suite? Club level nosebleeds. Who gon' make a play this week? I need the O and the D to play OD. It's been a long week since we lost that M&T. Yeah, we took the L, but it ain't feel like defeat. We went toe-to-toe within the elite of the league. Now we about to smash the Panthers. Yank out all they teeth. I need Terry up the sideline. Diami on the bomb. Jaden with the defenders gonna fall. B-Rob up the middle or Eckler attack. Noah open on the slant in the middle inside. My defense ain't worried about no cats on the tack. Cause Bobby the control and Lulu the vet. We gon' tranquilize anything we think is a threat. D claw the Panthers and then the Bears next. Who gon' make a play this week? I need the offense and defense. Take advantage of their weakness. I said who?
Who gonna make a play this week? That's week 7 song, baby.
Jeffrey, I like it.
Good shot, boy.
I liked the
Way to go, Geoff.
like the Jaden line, how you like broke the music up right there. It was kind of hot. It was a little different.
Yeah, shout out to my engineer on that. My boy LB thought, he was like, yo, you gotta break that up. That's fire. And shout out to my dog Sean Minotti, man. We've been coming with the bangers, and we just gonna keep coming with the bangers.
There you go.
There you go.
And how can they get that, Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff.
And make sure you always say that, brother.
Yep, it's dropping out on SoundCloud today, and week 1 through week 7 should be on all DSPs. That's distribution services by next week.
And I played the Jaden song for guys on Apple Music the other day. They were like, "Man, who is that?" I say, one of my producers say, "Man, why is he on the radio working with y'all?"
Tell them sign me, and then we gonna bring D-Mitch and Finley.
I don't think they could do that.
Because we play your song, I don't know. I've been approached by more people trying to get me to play their music lately, and I don't have that ability.
We don't do that.
Just so everybody knows, it's not up to me. There's a lot of laws, and as much as I may pretend to play it loose with some of these regulations, some of them you can't play it loose with.
You may play it loose. You play all the looseness.
Hey, look, my advice to those people: just keep grinding. Somebody will play it one day.
Yeah.
What about when Rooster called him Jeff Funny Walker?
Funny Walker, not Jeff Too Funny. Not Jeff Too Funny. Jeff Funny.
Rooster was good at the intro though. Outside of the calling you funny,
I need to get him I need to get him either on the intro or picture Rooster dropping bars.
That right? If you get that done, we got something going.
Dude,
matter of fact, we gonna get that.
I want to see that.
Get Rooster to guest on a song.
It's done.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
Oh, bro.
Phone lines
That would
open.
be
Press the
funny.
button. Open these things up.
How you gonna get him to the studio?
You got a car?
Man, I don't think he can drive where you drive. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Ask me, Mitch, anything.
Let's do it.
B, I got to cook 100 hamburgers tonight. You want to come through?
Nope. Have fun, dog.
Shout out to Clayboys. They're going to come.
Who's
Serve
that
some
boy?
shaved ice. You ever had Clayboys?
Nah.
Shout out to Landfill.
So
He loves that
seriously-
song.
Seriously, man, it'd be easy for you to cook 100 burgers. No problem.
Well, so they do a thing in my kids' school. The Fathers Club puts on this like party for the kids.
Seems like you cook a lot though. Any other fathers not a cook?
Greg Papa, if you're listening, your ass better be there. I know
I'm
your
just
kids
saying,
don't go
I
to the
mean-
school anymore, but you sucked me into this, and now I'm calling
Like,
you out.
every time y'all do this thing in school, the father's thing, you cooking. Nobody else cook.
I do the Friday Night Lights and I do the mulch sale. That's my
What
volunteer.
you do, cook
where I
them,
volunteer.
like to a little medium well, and then put them
Me,
in
the
put 'em-
grills, you know those like giant, like
yeah. But I mean, you cook them a certain thing, and you throw them into the pan, and you put them in the oven, and it
there's no
keeps them
oven.
warm.
We're in a parking lot.
Oh, you got well. Then you just get that. Then
That
you
grill
can
just
take-
gets super
you,
hot.
You can
and we-
take the little pans and you put it on the little thing with the little fire under it, and you can keep them warm that way, dog.
No, we got a little whatever. You're
I
invited.
don't want them to get cold. I'm not. I don't want to come.
You sure?
Yeah, because every time I'm around the grill, I start cooking. So no, I'm not coming. And you know that, so that's why you try to invite me.
Shout out to Landfill.
He'll be like, "Look, I got to go over here and get some." He won't come back. I'll be cooking them 100 burgers.
Landfill has a half numb mouth. We're praying for you. Thoughts and prayers. Also, shout out to Rooster.
I wish they wouldn't have wouldn't have numbed his mouth. Just pull his teeth out.
That is mean. If you missed our last segment, Rooster said a word that's not bad. Like he didn't violate anything, but the word he said only means one thing, like to all humans. And now, of course, he's trying to say that Rooster just tweeted you and I, Brian. He said there's a different meaning of that word in the dictionary. And of course, that's what I meant. Of course. First
Why you
question
say
for
of course twice.
First question for Ask Me Mitch Anything. Do you believe Rooster?
No.
Cool. Denton Day is here. He's a hard guy to book. He's wearing a leather jacket, a wife beater, a beanie hat that is shaped like the end of a condom.
And look like he's been riding the
He
motorcycle.
looks like a condom right
Look
now.
like he's riding the motorcycle.
Like you're wearing latex. How are you, Denton?
Damn, Jay.
I feel like calling me a condom is worse than Rooster calling you guys fun bags.
Yeah,
I don't know how the FCC works. In
I
that
think
regard.
Rooster called Jeff fun bags.
Oh, I was told it was everybody.
Okay.
Okay.
I know what that word means, and he didn't use it correctly. But Denton, please, you get to lead off. Ask Me Mitch Anything.
All right, B. Mitch, this is a classic question, but I've known you for 3 years. I've never asked you this question. So I'll make this safe for radio. Fornicate, marry, kill, pancakes, waffles, or French toast?
What?
Are you not familiar with that game? It's
You never play that game?
No.
bleep, marry, kill. So you get three options. You got to decide what you want to bleep, what you want to marry, and what you want to kill.
Can I tell you what I want to bleep?
Yeah.
And your options are French toast, waffles,
And pancakes.
and pancake.
The breakfast
Oh, I
trinity.
thought you was like a name somebody. I'm about to name Holiday. So French toast, what else?
What's that?
French toast and what else?
Waffles and pancakes.
French toast, waffles. French toast, I'm a bleep. Waffles. I'm probably mad waffles. I don't like pancakes. I like waffles.
So
I kill them.
I would marry French toast, bleep waffles, and kill pancakes.
I'm killing the pancakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
I'm more with
interesting.
B, man. Your French toast is a freak. You know, you always get a powdered sugar and fruit on it. So
Yeah.
that's more of a bleep than a marriage.
Yeah.
You want
The French
want a
toast-
lady in the
French-
streets, but a freak in the bed?
The
then?
French toast is like hot, sexy, and and
Yeah, but sometimes you don't want
just
that
wanna run
freaky
through it
stuff
and
on
keep
like a
going,
Wednesday.
keep going.
You know?
I have a question. Denton, you're recently engaged, right?
Correct.
When are you getting hitched? Is that in the works?
Oh yeah, everything is basically booked.
When is it?
It's in like April. So we got a
April.
couple-
All right. So it's coming.
It's in like April. That's gonna be here tomorrow, dude.
So
you better get
Denton's
yourself
getting
ready.
married in the spring. And our guy, Jeff Funny Walker, very kindly invited Denton and his fiance to a sex aerobics class.
Yeah.
And Denton turned it down.
Yeah, we will not be. We're busy. I don't know what the date is for the sex aerobics classes, but we're busy.
All right, let's hit these phones.
Oh man.
Damon is in Oxon Hill. What's up, D?
What's up, Damon?
Damon, you
Damon,
there?
you up, bro?
Jeff, Damon calls damn near
Yeah, I'm
every-
here.
Okay, there he
What's up,
is.
man? How you doing, brother?
We got you.
Nothing much. Like I say, thank you again, gentlemen, for taking my call.
All right.
Oh, because I'm being forced into early retirement for what I do, to take care of my mom who's sick with dementia. That's what's going to lead my question today. Brian, when you retired, were you ready for it emotionally?
Was I ready for retirement emotionally? I thought I was, but once it happened, nope. But I got to it quickly because I had started doing stuff to prepare myself for after the game, and it worked for me well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got a follow-up question.
Yes.
How often did you cry when you recognized it was real?
That the thing was over?
Yeah.
I don't know if I ever cried, but I had some of the moments where I felt like I was depressed.
Did you cry when you went in the Ring of Fame?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that.
Yeah.
Thank you, Damon. Good call, man.
I had some serious thoughts about it. Like, man, you sure you want to not play anymore?
Yeah, I get it.
But every time I thought about having to make the first and second guy miss, I said, yeah, you made the right decision.
Not having to ice your knees.
No, I'm just saying, like, when I would catch a punt from my first 13 years, this is no lie, I never even thought about that first or second guy. It's just natural moves. When I was playing that last game in New York, it was cold as hell. I'm on the field, I started trembling. And I caught the ball, and I'm like thinking, like, how am I going to make those two? I want to make those two miss. And I'm like, okay, like I always say, when you're thinking, when you're thinking, you're losing. And I say, no, I'm done. And I remember after the game, like, how you feeling? I say, I'm done. I'm not playing no more. You're like, what? I'm like, done. Because when it catches up with you, let it go.
Vinny is in Seat Pleasant. Vinny, what up?
Vinny? How you doing, brother?
Fellas, hit him with the The deep is going fall. How y'all feeling, man? Big match, here we go. Scenario. Here we go.
All right.
So you're 5 yard line. You're down by 6. You're trying to go in and score one touchdown, but the starting quarterback goes down. All right. You got 3 of the worst backups. I'm gonna name them for you. You got Jamarcus Russell. You got Heath Schuler. And who you going with?
Wait, who's the last guy?
Matt Leinart.
Matt Leinart. And who I need to get me in the end zone, I'm going to go with Heath Schuler because Heath Schuler was strong as hell in the legs, and he also was a high jumper, so I think he could probably get me in the end zone.
Hold on, what are the options? Heath Schuler, Matt Leinart, or who?
Jamarcus Russell.
Jamarcus Russell.
Bro, Leinart doesn't belong. Like, Leinart doesn't belong in that category. I'm not even sure Heath belongs in that category. Jamarcus was an all-time.
Heath was awful, dog.
Yeah.
But I would take it because of his athleticism. I wouldn't have
personally. I wouldn't take anybody. I'm gonna go Wildcat.
I wouldn't have him throw a pass. No, but see, I'm telling you, he was an athlete, bro. Just wasn't a quarterback.
Dude,
I feel that.
Leinart, his numbers are pretty damn bad.
Yeah, pretty damn bad. Thank you.
Thank you, Vinny. Take care, dude.
You were trying to defend him, Jay.
Why is everybody coming at me? Cody? Toby? Why is everybody? What the hell?
What's up, bro?
All right, this is a fella named Grofton. Hello, Grofton.
Hey, how y'all gentlemen doing?
We good, brother.
Hey, Big Lit, I got a quick question. I need you to ask Mr. Finley, why do he allow them trolls airtime?
Which trolls?
The ones that always be talking bad about our team.
Oh, we try to be equal opportunity people, and when they get stupid, I'll quickly make them be gone. Seriously.
But if I may, Grofton, so Toby is doing the call screening today, and in turn, there's a lot of information about every caller, right? But normally Jeff does the call screening, and it just says their name. So I don't normally know what the hell each person's going to talk about. So it ain't on me. It's on Jeff.
Hey, look, man, freedom of speech is a thing. Even if look, you got to think, even we get bleeped.
So that's why you don't fill out the call screener for freedom of speech purposes.
Yeah, because
your constitutional
my thing
pride.
is, look,
you always blaming Jeff.
This one's actually his fault. Thank you for the call, Grofton.
All right, I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you, bud.
Actually, you're right on that one, OJ.
I don't know. It just says like Bill and Sterling. Like I don't know what the hell Bill's
I look
gonna
at
say.
it like this: if it's something that it's fine to going on air, cool. If it's not, I'm gonna hang up on them. And I just like I like y'all to not be prepared so you can give your most genuine answer.
Oh, that's what I like to be. I don't want to know what the questions are before.
Yeah, dude. I also. Because we will just hang up on dudes if they're out of control or throw him back on hold and let him stew in the corner. But like I believe the world is a better place when the discourse
you don't need to give
has
him extra information.
multiple viewpoints.
Don't give him extra information.
Like we're better off with varied discourse, not just living in echo chambers, which I seriously
sometimes I
believe.
want to live in an echo chamber.
Okay, dude. I don't know why everybody's coming at me today, but here we go. Hello, is it Comandante Tequila now? What is your name now, sir?
Comandante, yes, sir. Comandante. Comandante is the same thing as it's the same thing as commander.
Right.
So with the tequila, sounds better.
Comandante Tequila. I like it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you gonna tailgate at a Bears tailgate this weekend?
Oh yeah, I'm always next to him every time we park, so we talk trash to each other. It's all good. That's all love.
All right. So what's your question?
Hey, I got one question. I got two questions. One question, B. Mitch. Look at JP. Do you think his ears could wiggle? Got ear muscles?
I think it could.
I think so too.
But his mouth.
I'm doing it right now on the stream.
His mouth wiggling with it.
Yeah, I can't do it without moving other parts of my face, but
look like a damn
you can do it. Wow. Okay, my other question is this. All right. Do you think one day they're gonna end up doing the haka face-off in the field just to terminate the other team?
No.
Just to get them.
I don't know about that. I think if anybody's gonna be doing it, it'll just be Louvu doing it because it's something he's honoring somebody or doing something like that. But
thank you, Commandante.
I don't think the whole team will be doing it.
What do you think Commandante's 40 time is? B?
I think he about a Jeff. What you run that time? 6 what?
Boy, I ran a 4.6. What are you talking about?
Tell the truth, please.
He's like 6'4". Probably
rolling
8.
in my 6'4".
Probably an 8.
Okie dokie. We got options, B. Let's go see pick.
He forgot to ask me. He forgot he had asked that question.
What question?
Yes, how fast I think Commander Tequila runs?
No, I wanted your answer. You said 8. I'll take the over.
And you went right past it.
I was deciding not to dunk on Commander Tequila, even though he called in to ask how ugly I am. Hello, Toothpick. How do you do?
What's good, JP?
Hey,
this question is for both of y'all, really. Okay, so DG said he's taking on all 10-year-olds and all people over the age of 70. B. Mitch, who you challenging, B. Mitch? I mean, you stepping up to high school or you going lower? What you doing, B. Mitch? Who you challenging?
I'm doing weightlifting and bike riding. I challenge any damn body that won't do it. Anybody over 75, anybody under 10.
175 and under 10? Come on, B.
Hey,
you younger than GG.
Hey, man, I don't care. Well, you
Thank
know
you,
what?
Pick.
Anybody over 65 and anybody under 12.
All right. Thank you, Pick.
Stay on the dance floor, B. Stay on the dance floor. Later.
Hey, that's exactly what I'm going to do. I don't must do that no more.
J2F has a question.
J2F.
From Forestville.
So look, I'm B, I got a question. So you heard the ages that that Daryl Green gave, right?
Yeah.
So do that mean I got a chance against him in the race? Because I'm not over 70 or under 12.
No, you don't have a chance in hell. What he was saying is he's doing preseason right now, and he say that's gonna end real quick, and then he's going to the next one. I saw him run last weekend over there. Was it Greensleaf or whatever right here?
Yeah.
Off of Maine?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a little, but I saw him run this weekend. Jeff, you wouldn't even be in the same picture.
Next question. Can you set it up?
All right.
Dude,
can you set it up?
Don't waste the Daryl Green ask for him to just torch Jeff.
Bro,
he will beat you by 15 yards.
No, I want the back. See, I always heard about his backpedaling. I want to see if he could really beat me backpedaling.
You want to backpedal race Daryl Green?
No, I'm running forward.
Oh, yeah.
You didn't set up these stipulations.
No,
now it's kind of interesting.
He'll beat him that way. He'll still beat him.
Oh, definitely.
Yes.
Let's set that up.
All right, we'll get it done one day.
Say no more.
All right, let's see if these
you
boys
lose
can
a dude running backwards, then you need to quit.
All right, I need you to be quick. Charlie at College Park, be quick. What up,
Charlie?
Jeff, after the race, I come along and pick up your jock and hand it to you, okay?
There you go. Toby, lock those phones back up.
Question for both of you guys. This is rhetorical and sarcastic. I want you guys to tell me where the people are that have been doubting Terry McLaurin this season. not getting open, not making enough effort, not getting to the ball, not getting enough.
Remember those idiots early on? Great call. Thank you, Charlie.
They're gone, bro. They're not talking. If he were to drop 8 passes, they'll try to come out the woodworks then. But you know what? That's been proven wrong already.
Parrot Head Drew, be quick.
Yeah, I thought the discussion with Darryl Green was really great. Get you pumped for the weekend. But the question I have for B. Mitch is, as an alumni, can you share a little inside information about the difference between how the team is engaging with alumni now versus what they did under previous ownership?
Okay, and
Like behind the
previous
scenes.
ownership, if they didn't play for him, they didn't talk to him at all. Right now, they're talking to everybody.
There you go. Simple game.
Yeah.
Thank you,
That's
Drew.
pretty simple. All right, take care.
Last one of the day, Jupe. What up, Jupe? Be quick.
Well, all right, cool. I don't know if you guys remember when I asked you what was more exciting, the Ty Yow on a home run or Ty Yow on a quarterback. After watching that highlights from the Cleveland Yankees game, I might have to say it's more exciting for that home run, especially when his eyes is basically on two people, the pitcher and the batter. But, and that's coming from a person that's not a baseball fan with me calling James Woods Jerome. That's all I got for y'all.
You call him Jerome?
Thank you, Jupe.
You thought he was
That's
Morris Day?
Local caller Jupe from West
Jupe thought he was
Virginia.
Morris Day for a minute.
DMWV. When we come back, our guy Moises Lunares does the Spanish language call of the Commanders and had a sit down with Jaden Daniels. Moises joins the program next.
Hey.
Looks like Nick Chubb's going to play Sunday for the Browns. Maybe that can help what is just a completely broken offense. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan on a Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday. Right now, we're about to get to the BetQL guest line. Welcome in our friend, Mr. Moises Lunares. You got 100 jobs, dude, so I don't know which one to officially say. Play-by-play for Apple TV, doing all the MLS. You, of course, do the Spanish language call for the Commanders. Mo, what up, man?
What's going on, brother? How you doing, man? You can call me your amigo, bro. That's what I am at the end of the day, right? You have 100 jobs.
Damn right.
You keep me all over the city, but at the end of the day, it's all about the connections and the relationships we have, and always glad to be on the show.
I appreciate you coming on, dude. So, you're also doing the caps now. I want to get to this Jaden stuff, but dude, how interesting, different, what a world that there's a Spanish language hockey call. Is that the first one in the NHL?
No. It's not the first one in the NHL. It's the first one for the Washington, D.C. area. It's a conversation we've had with the Capitals for the past 6 years because of the pandemic. Everything was put on hold.
Oh, sure.
But they came back around and they said, look, we're trying to jump on board. All of these teams are doing it. The Sharks are doing it. The LA Kings are doing it. The Arizona team also had a Spanish play-by-play, but they moved to Utah.
Right.
The Panthers have play-by-play. The Rangers also have. So NHL is growing, and they're trying to keep up because, as you know, for a couple of years, there was this debate on whether they had fallen off the top 4 sports in the U.S., and MLS was right there just nitpicking and trying to get into that top spot. So they're doing a great job just expanding the game and making it more accessible to people who had never heard hockey before. And the fact that it has so many similarities to soccer, it makes it a little bit easier to understand for Spanish-speaking fans.
That's dope. That's really cool. So what I wanted to talk about today, though, is you got a sit-down with Jaden Daniels. It was you and El Poderosito.
El Poderosito, sí.
Tell me, what did you think of Jaden? What did you learn? What did you guys talk about?
We were asking for that interview for the past, since training camp. It wasn't available. It just so happened that it fell into our laps this week by coincidence or destiny, whatever you want to call it. He's a great guy. I think I try to focus more on the human side. You know, we've been speaking to him about football.
Sure.
We've been asking him questions about his start. We've been asking him about the NFL, going from college to the NFL. But behind all of that is a great human being, a guy who's a humble kid from the Inland Empire. I'm from South Central Los Angeles, so it's not that far away from where I'm from. And I always feel like when you speak to these athletes and you touch home, it makes them open up a bit. And just listening to him talk about his upbringing, growing up with a large Mexican community and what it was like for him. He's a big fan of Mexican candy. He said that he loves Takis. If you're familiar with the Mexican candy brands, yeah, those chips.
Yeah.
So he's like, I love Takis. I still eat them. And I was like, that's dope. That's dope. And one of the things I was really interested in talking to him about was I had read a comment in an article that I believe he wrote himself for the Players Tribune about the impact his father had, his grandfather had, and his mom. We see his mom. We often, run into her at the stadium, but his father played a huge role and his grandfather played a huge role as well. So he talked about how his grandfather would pick him up after practice and he was always there when his family wasn't able to, or when his parents weren't able to pick him up. And it just shows you the fact that, sometimes to get to this level, there's a lot of hurdles that have to be overcome. You don't just get there. There's an entire village of people working behind you, making sure that you have the opportunities. And he's a guy whose feet are on the ground, very humble.
Mm-hmm.
You can't tell that he's a second overall pick in the last NFL draft because he tries to stay very grounded. And I thought that was awesome. And at the end of the day, the interview concluded with us giving him a jersey from the national team of El Salvador. And now it's been mostly positive, but I've heard and seen a little comments here and there. And just to really just give you a recap on that is just like you and I have talked in the past, it's what's dominating the Spanish market here in the DMV. Most of these kids are Salvadorian Americans, bilingual. And I just wanted to make sure that he understood that. And he was really impressed because he had no idea that was the case.
And the thing about it, have you ever noticed a guy that young to be that mature?
It's rare. I think
Yes.
Terry's probably one of them. I don't know if he was that young when he came in. So when we met Terry, it was pretty similar. He was a nice guy. We got to talk to him, very grounded as well. But I think Jaden is in a different position. When we talk about Jaden Daniels, there's so many expectations. Just 6 weeks in, and he's already been labeled the next big thing. So that's a lot of pressure for a guy that's that young, but he handles the pressure very well. The same way he does on the field, I think he handles himself off the field. And it's a great thing to see that, because you guys won't let me lie. We haven't seen that in Washington, D.C. for the past 10, 12 years.
Yeah, totally. Totally. You and I have talked about this. I know it just like growing up here. Is D.C. the biggest El Salvadorian city in America?
All right. One, don't you ever say El Salvadorian again. Salvadoran.
Okay. I'm working
El
on it.
Salvador. Salvadoran. It's the second largest one. The biggest one is still Los Angeles.
Okay.
The issue and the difference is the fact that when you look at LA, it's a much bigger city, but it's dominated by the Mexican community. You have larger numbers.
Right.
There's more Salvadorans in LA. Now, when you come to the DMV, to the DC metropolitan area, the difference is the fact that the Salvadoran market dominates. It's the only market in the country where Salvadorans are the majority of the Spanish-speaking population. So it makes it a completely different market, and it's a very unique market because everywhere else you look, everything caters to the Mexican market, the Mexican community, unless you're in cities like Miami or New York, where you're going to have a lot of Dominicans, a lot of Puerto Ricans, a lot of Cubans.
Yeah. Interesting. So did you, most importantly, to make it a truly authentic experience, did you get Jaden a pupusa?
You know what? Everyone's asking me that, and I think that's going to have to be part 2 because the Commanders were on a tight schedule. But I do have the people inside of the park. The pupusas that I gave you come from Factoria Maria, right? They're the pupuseria inside of Commanders. Now it's known as Northwest Stadium. They're the official vendors. So I did mention to him that we have some pupusas pending, and hopefully we can make it happen. And I know I owe B-Mitch some pupusas.
Yeah.
Maybe he wants to join.
Yes,
and
I
JP, we can have a round 2, and hopefully the president of El Salvador tweets at us again.
That was
and it would
so
be great.
wacky, dude. Wild times with Mo. Whatever happens, you know it's gonna be interesting. On the field this weekend, Commanders win. How?
They got to win big. The Carolina has too many injuries. You have to take advantage of that. I think the Commanders are in a row, although they're coming off a loss against Baltimore Ravens. I think we can all agree that it was very impressive. They held their own. I think the team with the pieces we have, with that chemistry that Jaden Daniels and Terry McLaurin are showing, there's a lot to build from, right? I think that's an opportunity for this team to beat on a team that's debilitated because they have injuries, because they're not doing their best. They haven't had the best start. These are the games you have to win. Then the following week, we can have a different conversation. But I think a game against Carolina is a game you have to take advantage of. I see the team, easily winning 28-14, I would say.
Once you watched this team a long time, just like we have. How much fun is it right now?
Best time of my life. I am not lying to you. I'm being serious. I was thinking about this because I was going to tell JP. I can't remember a season where we're getting to the middle of the season, week 7 or 8, and we're in it fighting and talking about the Commanders being in first place in the division. The last thing I can recall is the RG3 year, which was very electrifying, but it was a completely different start to the season. They turned it around after Coach Shanahan said that everyone was under evaluation and everyone was playing for their job. It was a different atmosphere. It was a different vibe. I think the culture has definitely taken a turn.
Sure.
Probably we're not quite there because I think great things take time to build. And this is the right direction for the Commanders. I think from here moving forward, we might be seeing those years that people like JP grew up with, right? Those glory years. B-Mitch, you remember those years, but most of these kids have not seen that in their lifetime. I think from this point forward, the Commanders are going to start building something great. Maybe I just have a lot of faith, but it's what I feel and it's what I'm seeing right now from the team and from the fans.
Mo, thank you for making time for us, brother. I'll see you on Sunday.
See you guys on Sunday.
It's our guy, Moises Linares. You can give him a follow at M Linares, LINARESDC. When we come back, one more time for Jeff's song, and we got to make some bets.
Maybe I'm going through withdrawals.
Baby. Oh. Ooh.
I'm blinded by the light.
All right, folks. Scotty's Vodka Red Bull Friday concluding. You can go hang out. I bet they got Scotty's Vodka and Red Bull at Spanky's. Grant and Danny going to be at a bar all afternoon. Friday afternoon. Nice weather. Football. Baseball. It's the first baseball game, Tobo.
5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. 5 o'clock somewhere. Vibes, dude. Vibes.
5 o'clock everywhere.
Now, how you want to do it, Jeff? You want to do bets and then the song?
Yeah, let's do that first.
Let's do it.
Heard it here first. Gather around, gather around.
Jeffrey?
So to clear some things up, I know we always say, ha. He say, all right, gather around.
I like the whatever.
It don't sound like all right.
Whatever landfill
He
says.
say, all right, gather around. We didn't hear tripping. But now let's get to the results of the week. In last place, JP Finley.
Nah.
Yes, you are 1-3. BC got the belt to bottom last night. Sitting in third place, Jeff Walker. Y'all laughed at me for taking
forever.
Y'all laughed at me for taking the Broncos yesterday, and I'm not gonna lie. I was trying to jinx Cleveland, and when I left out the house last night, I was excited because Judge had hit that 2-run. Then we got that 1 run in, so I'm like, yes, we're gonna be good. I'm driving up to my gig to DJ. Bleacher Report comes across my phone. The Guardians beat the Yankees in overtime. I'm like, what?
So you want to parlay? Hit a parlay last night?
I hit my parlay, bittersweet, sitting at 2-3. And at first place, well, Landini's sitting at second place. He's sitting at 2-2 on the week because his don't count today. And
he said don't count today.
And the Broncos.
Jeff, I gotta be honest, you are butchering this.
And finally, it's because usually it's right here in front of me.
Yeah,
and in
usually.
first place is B Mitch at 3-2.
What I do, bro? What I do?
Congratulations.
What I do,
Barely.
man.
Hold on. Before we get to the song, a little bit of real news. I just saw this from Rap Sheet. Panthers are releasing veteran corner Troy Hill. Now, what did Adam Peters tell us in late August? You're probably not getting much better this time of year. That's factual. This is a veteran corner. It's kind of interesting. 60 career starts.
Hey, man.
This is a guy that can help you now and costs nothing.
And if they think he's good enough, let him do it. If they don't, we're going to let Troy Hill go wherever he's going.
Sure. I'm just pointing it out.
Yeah. No need to point it out. Adam Peters is in place. It's no longer Vinny Serrato and the rest of them fools.
Now, Jeff, introduce your song. Song just taking us out?
Yep, it's going to take us out. Week 7, make a play. Let's go into the Fed and whoop these Panthers this week.
We could have won that game last week, but we didn't make a play when we needed to make a play. Now my question this week is, who gonna make a play? Who gonna make a play this week? I need the offense and defense take advantage of their weakness. I said who turning up in the Fed this week? The lower bowl or the suites? Club level nosebleeds. Who gonna make a play this week? I need the O and the D to play OD. It's been a long week since we lost that M&T. Yeah, we took the L, but it ain't feel like defeat. We went toe-to-toe with the within the lead of the league. Now we about to smash the Panthers. Yank out all they teeth. I need Terry up the sideline. Diami on the bomb. Jaden with the defenders going fall. B-Rob up the middle or Eckler attack. Noah open on the slant in the middle inside. My defense ain't worried about no cats on the tack. Cause Bobby the control and Lulu the vet. We gon' tranquilize anything we think is a threat. D claw the Panthers and then the Bears next. Who gon' make a play this week? I need the offense and defense. Take advantage of their weakness. I said who?
Good Friday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. We are live all over the DMV on 106.7 The Fan. You can stream us wherever you are, coast to coast on the Odyssey app. You can watch us in high definition, because who wouldn't want to see these faces?
It's a really handsome face.
On the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. We are out and about. Leesburg, stand up. We are at Spanky Shenanigans Pub, and the Commanders fans are fired up for another week of football. The first place Washington football outfit, just as we all assumed would be the case, Danny.
Just all casual, just a casual first place team with a very winnable game to go to 5-2. You know, like we always do. 5-2 sounds pretty good. A lot of business to take care of. Carolina's kind of a worse version of you. It's like the Spider-Man meme. If the second Spider-Man's blurry and their quarterback's redheaded. But other than that, this is a very winnable football game. They're one of the biggest favorites of the week, and rightfully so.
Spanky's Shenanigans Pub, Leesburg. We will be here until 6:30. If you are in the area, if you're driving around, come on by. We're going to have some special guests, I believe, swinging through.
Oh.
I've been in touch with, among others, Freddie Smoot's going to stop by, I believe. Some former Commanders players in the house. We were excited to talk to those guys as we get closer and closer to kickoff on a special weekend on this Friday field trip. We're going to be doing this every Friday for the rest of the season. Normally, it's one of those things where the team's not very good, and so we just kind of sit in the studio on Fridays. But we're like, what if we just went out, partied with people before Washington kicked people's butts on Sundays? So we're starting this in Leesburg. We're going to have a different location every single week. So if you want us to come out near you, let us know on the Friday field trip with Grant and Danny live out and about. But this weekend, in addition to the Panthers, who are not very good at football, redheaded quarterback, you mentioned that.
I did mention that.
With Andy Dalton. That's just, it's not important.
It's information.
It's just something.
It's information.
It's abnormal, so I like addressing it.
Yep.
It's like Jason Garrett and then him. Everyone always talks about there's very few left-handed quarterbacks. There's also very few straight-up redheaded quarterbacks.
Imagine being left-handed and redheaded. World stops.
Has there ever been a left-handed redheaded quarterback?
I don't even think in the world there's been. I can't prove that.
Probably somewhere once, I would think, along the way.
Like 3 dudes.
But it's also Darrell Green's jersey retirement weekend. And I got to say, the Commanders have a lot of really, really cool things planned for this. They're going to do as best a job as they can, this new ownership group. While they know they can't go back to the old name Redskins that so many people wish they would, it's not happening. They're going to try to make sure that the fans of the past still feel like they're not forgotten. And this is going to be a weekend where I think they have their first chance to really put a stamp on that. Because hear me when I say Josh Harris, Mitch Rales, Mark Hine, I mean, these former fans turned owners, still fans, I suppose, they grew up going to RFK Stadium and watching this team. They miss the old name too, I'm sure. I mean, they miss the history of when it was really good and fun. And I think this is their first chance to show that. So I'm really excited about all the activations and installations they'll have for the Green Celebration. It's homecoming weekend for players as well. I was told they're going to have one of the biggest groups they've ever had in terms of players returning to take part in the festivities.
It just shows you the goodwill. It shows you that it's not just lip service. It's not just the old group. And I know we've talked so much about it, but the old group would basically, and guys caught on to this after a while, when they needed something positive, they couldn't provide it on the field, certainly. And they usually couldn't provide it off the field. It was always something bungling, something where they got in their own way. So they would go, okay, we need something good. Bring out a legend. Let's trot him out there. No one's going to boo that, or no one will be upset about that. Maybe we could sell an extra ticket or two by having, name that superstar from when they were good.
But make sure when you trot out the legend that you tell him last minute, and you can't really fly him in on time, and then you have him pose in front of a porta potty for pictures.
Yeah, so
it's
guys,
a little bit of a different trot out a legend situation.
People catch on to that sort of stuff, man. They know what it's like to be used. You have to put in enough deposits where you don't feel like you're just taking advantage of them. You don't feel like you're using them as sort of free labor, right? Or positive attention. It's a shield for all the wrongdoing. And you set about doing that by treating people really well. You give them something nice. Well, one of the first and most awesome videos I've seen from this social media team, from the Commanders, whether it's whoever's in charge of it, whether it's PR people, I don't know. I'd love to give credit to whomever. If I had a couple names, I'd say their names. But that Darrell Green surprise you're getting your jersey inducted video, sorry about the weather system in my eyes, that was incredible.
Yeah.
It was so well done. It's class. You can do things. You do it all the time. It just becomes who you are. It becomes the habit. So this is a great start to kind of put in some of those deposits. all the dignitaries coming back, all the former players coming back, and it's got to feel big. It can't just be, doing a fun thing. And here's Pat Mahomes' brother to TikTok on the uniform number on the sideline. Wrong. It needs to feel special, and it does. Good job.
Week 7 of the NFL kicked off last night, Thursday Night Football. I'm old enough to remember when the New Orleans Saints were an absolute debacle. I mean, they went 2-0 to start the year. They had the best offense in the they were averaging 45 points a game through 2 weeks. They were 2-0. They had not punted. We know about not punting. Nobody in the league knows more about not punting than your Washington Commanders, where Tress Way has basically been relegated to just holding duties.
He's the holder.
But in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, the New Orleans Saints have started doing nothing but punting, and they've lost 5 straight games. It's just a reminder that this league is so wild and that it's almost impossible to predict week to week. And I think as a Commanders fan, you got to keep note of, like, 2-3 weeks from now, everything could change. But ride the wave, baby. Yep. They're really good on offense. They're tough to defend. They've got a quarterback making all the right decisions, who's an incredible athlete and is passing from the pocket, I think, in a way that has to impress even veterans who are watching his film. And we'll see if anybody can adjust and slow them down. But so far, the answer's been no.
Yeah, the answer is a resounding no, right? I mean, even, again, I go back to that Cleveland game where early on, 5 of the first 6 plays were for 0 or negative. And ho-hum just took, when 2 guys were meeting at the quarterback, normally that guy's down, and that's a punt, and that's the end of the possession. Well, that's not normal. Jaden Daniels is back there. So it turns from a sack and a loss of probably 9 or 10 to a 60-yard gain to Terry McLaurin, and now you're in business. They ended up not scoring. I know what happened, but it changed field position and set up sort of the future where the game tilted in their favor, and they never looked back. That's incredible. That's the departure. That's what's different. That's what's different than the Howells and the Wentzes and the Smiths and everybody else, the cadre of an assembly line of mediocre at best that has come through for so long. You have the special thing, and man, is it delightful.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. And so, too, might this game be against Carolina. I want to go through some of what the Panthers do well. It'll be a very short list. And what they do poorly. I just haven't felt this confident about a game in a long time. And I'm not afraid to suggest that I'd fully anticipate Washington winning handily, because it's kind of a win-win, I think, as a fan, right? Either they win the football game, and that's a gigantic victory because they're 5-2, or they win in that we find out something that's important for how we're going to view this thing the rest of the season. Like, if they lose to Carolina, you're still 4-3. Mm-hmm. You're almost certainly still going to be in first place, I would think, by way of tiebreakers going into week 8. And at least now we know to reassess a little bit. All right, let's not stick the chest out. We don't have to walk around here like Washington's headed to a division championship and going to win the Super Bowl, because there is the potential dud at any moment. This isn't that different than maybe many years past where, yeah, they're good and they can play with anybody. They proved that against Baltimore, but they could also lose to anybody. And I think that, while revealing and not very fun on Sunday, could also be a benefit as a fan as you're trying to calibrate what you want to be for the rest of the season, how you want to feel about this team. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I'm not saying they're letdown proof or they're dud proof. It's the National Football League. Anybody can win any given week.
Yeah,
all of those
how many
things.
huge underdogs have not only covered but won outright this year?
First month of the season,
It's
I
a
believe
mess.
the biggest underdog every single week won a game outright.
Again, didn't just cover, made it closer, won the game.
Yes, that happens in this league, no doubt. But this team has not looked like one that plays down.
Correct.
They dominated the Browns at home, dominated them, embarrassed them. They played Arizona at their place. That's not a bad team, but they were playing badly in that game, and they completely destroyed them. I mean, you really got to go back to week 2 against the Giants, I'd say, to find the last time that the Commanders kind of equaled what their opponent was giving them. That's over a month ago. So they're playing up against the good teams. They're handling the bad teams. And if they work Carolina this weekend, I think we stop having this conversation about, yeah, but what are they really? And are they just off to a good start? And we just admit, let's forget about the past for a second, that the post-traumatic Snyder frustrations and nerves and anxieties, you got to put them away, hide them in the closet, box them up, and just call this team good, because that's what they've been. They're 5-2. They're beating people handily. They got a really good quarterback in the MVP conversation. Their coaching staff is out coaching teams every single week. You're just a good team at that point.
Yeah, it's just regular, run-of-the-mill, good team. Nothing fluky. No, okay, we have a bunch of injuries and a guy you've never heard of, and let's try to win 7 straight just to get to the postseason to lose in the wild card round. That's not what this is. It's a start-to-finish good team, which they haven't had in 25 years. So, but to that point, there is a threshold. If they'd beaten Cleveland, beaten Arizona, like they'd beaten the Giants, right? If they'd won 4 straight and they were all coin toss style games where they got the better, you go, I'm enjoying that. That's fun. I'm cool with that, right? I obviously rather win than lose. But the fact that they woodshedded those teams, I mean, they're from the opening kick, it was only a matter of moments, and then you never felt like they were going to trail. You never felt like the other team was going to be in the game. But just a track meet, and they're running with lead underpants on and someone pushing them while you're running a 100-meter sprint. That's the difference to me, is that you've now graduated to a different threshold. And that's what I think about all the time, is the way the NFL sort of is. There are teams in this big middle bucket where the league is basically designed to have teams be, right, where you're basically 8-8, according to the old the formula of playing games where there were 16. And anybody in that 8-8 group can beat anybody. They can also lose to anybody, right? And you're always infighting and tug of war in there, and someone goes 9-7, we act like it's dramatically different than 7-9. And it wasn't. It was a missed field goal, a fumble recovered inbounds or out of bounds, a pass interference that gets called or doesn't, etc. They are now have climbed their way just with this first 6 weeks, to me, to the top of that middle bucket. And I don't know how many teams are in the great bucket either. Like teams gotten off to great starts. Minnesota's been beyond impressive. Kansas City's got the pedigree. But are you blown away? Are you wildly impressed by Kansas City? Not really. That's kind of the conversation we're having here. Is if there was a juggernaut buzzsaw, San Francisco doing what they were supposed to do, maybe Detroit's graduated to that here over the last couple of weeks. But if there was this unstoppable force and you're just kind of going, yeah, we'll just fight for what we can, that's not the landscape of the league right now. That's what's even more exciting to me.
Here's my succinct way of saying what you just did. There's not a team they'd play this weekend that I don't think they'd be playing back and forth with deep into the game. After the way they played Baltimore last weekend on the road.
Yeah, it could look like that, I think, yeah.
The Chiefs, who else is the Texans, right? I mean, those are the best teams in the league probably in a power rankings, if not the Ravens right now, who they just played. And I didn't think they were at risk of winning that game at any point. It didn't seem to me like the Ravens were worried that they were about to lose really at any given moment. But at the end of the game, despite not having your key running back who has more touches than anybody else on your team offensively, despite some of the things that went against you, inability to run the ball, defense not getting a stop for most of the second half of the game, when the final second ticked off, you lost by 7. And I think this team's, because of its offense, because of how dynamic and prolific they are, explosive how they are, they make big plays, they get yards in chunks, they don't need to go on 13, 14 play drives like this team has for so many years, which is difficult. They can score on a 4-play, 76-yard drive because Daniels rips off a 31-yard run, and then they get a 42-yard pass to De'Ami Brown or Terry McLaurin. We've seen that throughout the duration of the season already. But here's the Panthers. Defensively, there's going to be a lot of real estate. They're going to give you opportunities. There's grass to be had in the passing game in the middle of the field. They are the number 31 defense in a 32-team league against the pass, giving up 7.8 yards a pop so far this year. Overall, defensively, they're 27th. There's only 5 teams worse. The one thing they do pretty well is their run defense is middle of the pack. They are 15th in yards per play. I heard somebody saying, well, they're bad on run defense. They rank 30th. That's yards per game. No one runs the ball against them necessarily early in the game because they don't have to.
Yeah, you're winning by a lot, so now you're here to have the clock run.
Right, and you salt the game away running the ball and obvious running downs in the second half pretty clearly. But in the first half, who wants to make a play? It's an Oprah Winfrey. You get a catch. You get a first down. You get 37 yards. Here's 19 for you. It has been a disaster for them in their secondary. So, of course, they're not going to give up a lot of running yards. But if you look at the per-play metric, which is actually more telling, they're middle of the pack, 15th against the run. They're 31 against the pass. They're 27th overall. This is not a team that has forced quarterbacks into a whole lot of bad decisions. They are second to last in sacks. If you're a Commanders fan, that's the thing that would excite me. The weeks where I'm dealing with heat-seeking missiles off the edge may be a little more problematic for Jaden Daniels, trying to make plays, hold on to the football.
Harder for anybody, sure. Yeah.
This is not one of those games. This team does not get sacks. They don't get to the quarterback. So the O-line in Washington, which has played well, this could be one of those favorable matchups where you keep a tight end in, you chip with Austin Eckler, Jeremy McNichols, and Daniels has a little time to survey the field.
Yeah, no Brian Burns, no Frankie Louvu, no Derek Brown, who is a.
Where's Frankie Louvu, by the way? Where'd he go?
You know, he's here.
Oh.
Not here today at Spanky Shenanigans for a Friday field trip. No. But he's here in Washington.
Yeah, he's a
in
good
our
player.
general inside the listening audience. Yeah.
Good football player.
Yes, he's a good football player.
19th in picking off passes. They haven't jumped a lot of things. It's just not a defense that scares you a whole lot. And that's why I think Washington offensively will be able to do what he needs to do to win this game. On the other side of the ball, when the Panthers have the football, they can run it. And this week, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Washington has lost John Allen for the remainder of the season, as we know. They're going to be without Javonte Jean-Baptiste, their defensive end, 7th-round pick out of Notre Dame, for about a month, placed on injured reserve. And they also possibly, we'll see, won't either have Dorrance Armstrong at all or at full strength. And depending on what happens with that situation as we get closer to kickoff and see how he handles what's going on this week, they could be down 3 defensive linemen against a really good rushing offense, an offensive line that's blocking well. They're number 9 in the league, 4.7 yards per carry. Chuba Hubbard actually averages over 5 yards a carry the last couple of weeks. He's been averaging over 100 a game. So I think they'll be able to run the ball. And if they can kind of stay on the field and keep Jaden Daniels and Cliff Kingsbury from making big plays by way of design or on the field, just balling in Daniels' case, then they can keep the game close enough. I just think it's inevitable against this defense that Washington's offense is going to be too much.
Yeah, they're Thanos searching for Infinity Stones. I mean, that's what Washington's offense is. Like, you if I'm Carolina, I'm going that game plan plus I've got to find some turnovers. I've got to find a couple. I don't know where I'm finding them. I don't know how I'm going to find them because Washington's done a pretty darn good job of taking care of the football in that regard. So, knock on wood, maybe that's the jinx of all jinxes. But that's what I'm trying to figure out how to do. If I get to 35 minutes of time of possession, just Chuba left, Chuba right, Chuba middle, and Chuba again, and just stay on the football field, maybe that's my path to do it. I hope and pray that we get in a track meet. I would love overs. I'd love them to say, let's try to play offense as good as the real champs. Let's go toe-to-toe with them. Let's stand in the ring and slug. Please do that. Please.
Yeah.
I can't wait to watch that.
By the way, you said knock on wood. Whenever I hear knock on wood, because I'm a football guy, I think of John Gruden in Hard Knocks, where he would just tell his team, like whatever it was, he'll be like, we got to not turn the ball over. Knock on wood if you're with me, man. And then all his players would knock on the desk.
But he's got his giant Super Bowl ring.
Yeah,
so he's knocking from like a foot and a half away.
Have you seen any of the John Gruden content on Jaden Daniels?
Bless him. I find John Gruden entertaining. I'm not sure exactly what we're doing.
Well, I think I know what we're doing. He's doing wacky bits, and it's really funny. He does this thing where I don't think it's actual sweat. He like wets his shirt or stands in the shower or something. And then he turns on his camera and he's like, I've been watching Jaden Daniels film, man. I mean, you can do the impression better than I can. But basically his shtick is like that when he watches this guy, it's like sitting in a sauna. But it's great content.
Yeah. He's like, I took the hottest shower I've ever taken, man. I'm watching this guy play football, okay? And I can't keep my clothes on. And then he hits some sounder.
Right.
I don't know, it's some rapper, like, I like that. I don't know what the guy's saying. And he's like, yeah, I do. I like it. I like it, man.
Gruden is transitioning well into career too, it seems like.
Yeah. Like, knock on wood if you're a caricature of your former self, man. Like, that's, I don't know the bit.
Clanking his Super Bowl ring down.
Can we get back to quarterback score? Sit down with college quarterbacks and go over tape, man.
We'll do that when it's
Can I
season.
do that again?
When it's in season, I think we'll do that for sure.
Don't you miss that content, man? Was more about football than sweating, man.
I want to open up the MGM National Harbor listener lines, 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. You can also tweet us, right, Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny on social. Question for you guys, and I want to dive in with this next, Danny, here from our field trip on this Friday is, when's the last time you were this confident going into a game about the Commanders? Like, just think about the segment we're doing right now where we're going, I don't really see how Carolina can match up. And if you tell me right now that the Commanders lose to the Panthers, I'd be pretty stunned.
I don't believe you.
It has been a long, long time since I felt that way going into a game on a Sunday. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Indy, out and about live Friday field trip. We are in Leesburg at Spanky's Shenanigans, and we are enjoying ourselves. I will tell you, not only should you come out and say hello if you're in the Leesburg area, you should order the blackened shrimp.
Now, you're going, oh, okay, maybe I'll do that. No, you've got that wrong. Stop what you're doing.
Yeah.
Go here, Spanky Shenanigans, in Leesburg, and get that. I could eat, like, oh, tough guy, I eat a lot. Oh, I'm Joey Chestnut. I'm not. I could eat 100 of those things.
Yeah.
The taste is so good. I'd be so full. I'm like, I can't stop. And I would just eat them, and then I'd pass out. That's the story. They're delicious.
You should quit your job right now.
Yep.
And come over here and eat those.
Like, what do you give me 2 weeks? No, I'm giving you right now. I'm going to Spanky's.
I sat down. Everyone was very, very nice. I've been sitting down for a minute. I'm at a bar, so I ordered wings. That's what I do when I go to Wings. Like, we're going to send something over to you. And I said, okay.
Okay.
Look at me. I'm not going to say no to that. And I was like, send it on over. Let's have a good time. And it was shrimp.
It was.
I was very surprised by this. I'm at a really cool bar. Did not have shrimp on the mind. They said, enjoy. I said, I will. I like shrimp. I'll enjoy. I had no idea what I was about to get.
It's one of the best things I've ever eaten in my life.
Yeah, it was really good.
It belongs like right in the heart of New Orleans. It's phenomenal.
Spanky's Shenanigans. We'll be here until 6:30 today on the Fan. The Commanders are getting ready to play the Panthers on Sunday, Week 7 in the National Football League. And with a win, first place Washington will be 5-2. We are swimming in waters most of us have not been in very often around these parts. I was talking to a young guy here who's from Dominion High School, home of the Titans.
Yes.
Graduated just a handful of years ago. He's wearing a Commanders hoodie. He doesn't remember being 5-2. He doesn't know what it's like being a good football team.
Experience for him, yeah.
But even me, many years his senior now in my mid-30s, I don't know what that's like either. Okay. We're all learning together. But a chance to get to 5-2. The question at hand at 800-636-1067, MGM National Harbor listener lines. When's the last time you felt this confident about a DC football game going into a weekend?
I have to go back to 2012, where it wasn't even necessarily a specific football game. It was just, okay, after all the toils, and by the way, there'll be 12 more years of maybe stuff that's even worse since then. But after all those years, after all the problems, after all the difficulties, after all the challenges, we finally have it. We have a quarterback that can do something special. We have the thing where all my friends from around the league are jealous of me.
But they were 3-6.
They were 3-6.
They weren't that good.
When they caught fire
in
the middle of that 7-game streak, you after a couple of those wins, you go, okay, it doesn't matter that my man Richard Crawford is returning punts and is like their nickel/outside corner. It doesn't matter that Jerome Murphy is going to have to cover, Des Bryant. Nothing matters right now. The momentum is so real that this is all house money and they're just rolling.
I get that, and I remember the electricity in the city and that house money feel, but I don't ever remember legitimate confidence going into a week. Like, I don't remember the 2012 schedule specifically. I can remember certain games, the Ravens game, the Browns game, what have you, but I don't ever remember being so sure going into a game that they were going to play really well and the other team wasn't as good. Like week 17, back then you played 16 regular season games. They played the Cowboys for the division championship. And I remember thinking, showing up at the stadium, it was packed. It was nothing like what you see at now Northwest Stadium.
Northwest Stadium.
I'm sure. But it was nothing like what it is now. It was like an actual atmosphere where everyone wanted to be. And we're getting back there, hopefully, this season. We're certainly trending in that direction. But even then, I hoped they would win. You thought they had a pretty good chance. There was no real confidence. Like, if you think about other games during that run, before that, they were in Philly. They won that game by 7 points. It was a toss-up. I don't even know if they were favored via sports books. I don't think there was a game during that stretch where, other than just saying they're hot and they're on a winning streak, let's see what happens, where you felt like you do this week that they're going to push the Panthers around.
No, it's different, and this supersedes that, I would say. But again, during that 7-game winning streak, you just go, we're invincible. We have the us against the world. We have the charmed life. We have all the
2019 Nats pixie dust.
All those cliches that everybody starts to use, where it's like we have our mojo, whatever you want to call it. The answer was yes, right? That was all happening. It was all happening in real time. Where you go, this defies logic. This defies belief, and yet here we are ripping off win after win after win after win. But this is different.
Phones we go. Bill is in Lorton on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. What's up, Bill? How are you?
Oh, hey, how you doing, Grant and Funny Danny?
Hey, buddy.
Doing well, brother.
Man, I'm super excited, man, because I thought that Grant and Danny, I thought that we would be able to beat the Bears with Sam Howell and company on that Thursday night, but that's not nowhere near the kind of team that we are now. So we're going to beat the brakes off of Carolina in front of dignitaries and former players on Grant and on Darryl Green's jersey retirement. They can't stand a chance against us. Thank you, boy.
Can't stand a chance.
Can you imagine? I love
mean,
it.
This is so funny. Thanks
love
for
it.
the call. And there's nothing wrong with what he just said, but I need everyone to acknowledge this. Like, stop what you're doing for 1 second and acknowledge this. This is our 10th year doing a show together. Started in middays, now in drive time. Every other time any fan has ever called in before a game and said something like, we're going to beat the brakes off of them, or this is going to be so embarrassing for them, I would either say you're a crazy person, just point blank, like, that's cute and funny, but you're crazy. Or it's the Will Ferrell line from Old School, I love you, but you're crazy. You're crazy.
You're crazy, man. Well,
or you would just be like, all right, somebody's sipping the Kool-Aid. And now when you hear that, you're like, yeah, I get that.
Yeah, that makes sense. Practical.
Like, what?
That checks out.
What is happening?
I mean, but I think back also to even get, and I'm not calling you out, although maybe I am in front of these folks here in Leesburg.
You're allowed to. These are our friends in
Well,
Leesburg at Spanky Shenanigans.
Or it's like they're playing the Giants and it's Tommy DeVito.
Yeah.
It's like Tommy Cutlets. And you're like, there's no way. And I'm like,
but it's different. This
Of
is not
course it is.
that. Like,
Of course it is.
I wouldn't have bet good money that they win that game. That was you shouldn't be able to lose this game. This is you're going to win this game.
You and I are both, I'm smelling what you're stepping in. We're reading out of the same book. The point is, we're like, there's no way, right? And then there was. That's different than this. Do you know what I mean?
Wholeheartedly. Yeah, they weren't good then.
Right.
And they were playing a team. You shouldn't be able to lose to a game with a guy who works out next to you at the St. James at quarterback for the Giants. But when you're not very good, that happens.
That's
you lose
what
some of
happens
those
to you.
games. This ain't that.
This ain't that.
Joel is in the district on Grant and Danny. What's up, Joel?
Grant Danny. I'm Joel is my name. Not Joel.
Joel, my apologies. We didn't use what are those little thing at the top of the E?
Is it, you looking for an umlaut or an accent mark?
Accent, I think. We need an accent.
Yeah, the accent. Yeah,
in the call screening doc.
Yep.
But I just wanted to say, first of all, I want to make a joke because the John Gruden impression sucked. That gave me more Macho Man Randy Savage vibes.
Ooh, Danny's not going to like that.
All right.
Danny doesn't like hearing this impression.
Yeah, I know he doesn't. But all he forgot was the ooh yeah, Macho Man Randy Savage. But
okay.
I wanna say
Well, hold on.
awesome about the-
Allow me to retort, sir.
He's so upset.
No, allow me to retort. There's a distinct difference between the two characters. So, for example, Macho Man, yeah, talking Macho Man. Joel, there's no accent mark. Yeah, he called into the show to talk trash. Yeah, like little Macho Man, right?
Right.
Whereas Gruden's got that deep voice. He's excited about something, man. Let me tell you something. Distinctly different. But to the untrained ear, you might not hear it. Back to you, Joel.
untrained ear.
Back to you. Back to you. Come on, I'm just being serious. Go ahead.
But anyway, man, let's get back up to speed. I feel awesome about the Commanders. I mean, I keep hearing from Cowboy fans, as my friends, that we haven't played anybody. Great teams beat the crap out of teams you're supposed to beat. We haven't done that in a long time. So I'm comfortable with that. I feel great about that moving forward. And I think the Carolina Panthers don't stand a chance.
Well, appreciate you, dude. You can let your Cowboys fans know they have played some people and they lost by 40 when they play.
That's what they do.
See them on that email and tell them I said so.
The last time the Cowboys played a team was this past Sunday, just like Washington did. The Commanders lost by 7 and felt like they had a chance most of the day. The Cowboys were playing a team that was throwing touchdowns to different offensive linemen. They were lining up guards at wide receiver. I've never seen a professional team. Let's just not even professional. They're spring leagues. I've never seen an NFL level team try to rub a team's face more in an embarrassing loss than the Lions did to the Cowboys, to the point where the coach of that team, Dan Campbell, was asked this week, like, hey, did you guys go overboard? Was that a little bit too much?
Dan, what did they do to you?
He's like, I don't care about them, man. They're like, we're doing our thing here. They're asking Ben Johnson. Literally, his press conference was this morning. He got asked by the Detroit media, did you run too many trick plays? Did you kind of show your entire bag? And he's like, that well runs deep. We're fine. We don't mind putting that on film. That's how bad it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a high school football. It's a Friday night lights. was talking to Kedrick Golston on the phone today. He's the head coach of the Stonebridge Bulldogs, former Redskins defensive lineman. It was a high school level. Can we do running clock for the second half? This isn't very fun. Like, that's what the Cowboys needed against the Lions. So just remind your friends about that. Mark's in Rockville on Grant and Danny. Mark, the question is, when's the last time you were this confident about a game going into Washington on a weekend?
I hate to deflate you, but I'm not confident. And
okay.
Jonathan Allen is the main reason. And to me, there's a reason you take a Jonathan Allen in the first round. There's a reason you pay him a huge salary. And we're 4-1 with him, and we're basically 0-1 without him. And I'm kind of worried with where we go. I think if there's one, despite Jaden Daniels' great start, I think he is the star on this team. And
Thanks for
I
the
think
call,
we're
buddy.
going to miss him
The
sorely.
only thing I'd say respectfully is they're not 0-1 without him because he got hurt late in the game they were going to lose and they were down in anyway. So I would take a little issue with that. Obviously, we're not going to assign wins and losses to quarterbacks. We're certainly not going to assign wins and losses to defensive tackles. He's a really good football player. He's going to be hard to replace. He's a local guy. I just mentioned Stonebridge. That's where he played his high school ball out in this area from Ashburn. He has been the heart and soul of this team. But in the way that he provides that invaluable locker room presence, they've now got future Hall of Famer Bobby Wagner. They've got a guy that is revered in the dressing room and Frankie Louvu who can fill some of those shoes. They've got a lot of veterans that have come in like Austin Eckler who preach the details and are consummate pros. So they're better positioned to lose him in that regard. And you just drafted a defensive tackle in Johnny Newton at 36 overall, who's the equivalent of a first-round pick. You've got Deron Payne, who you talked about, drafted in the first round, paying a D tackle. He's made more. He got drafted earlier. So theoretically, you should still have one of those guys up front that can be a game wrecker. It's not to say you're not going to miss John Allen.
Yeah, you're not better without him.
You should be able to get by, certainly this week, I would say.
And I would feel differently if he was having a wrecking ball season. If he was doing what Dexter Lawrence in New York is doing or some of the other stars on the defensive front, if he was disrupting games to the point that offenses couldn't even do what they wanted. And hasn't been the case. He's been good, adequate, fine, etc., but not exactly what you paid him for. So you're not better without John Allen. That obviously a rotational piece at minimum, a good starter at maximum. But I don't think it's the devastating loss that maybe some folks do. Could be wrong, obviously. I mean, it could be that we don't realize that he was the glue that was holding whatever this was together.
Does anything make you nervous about Commanders-Panthers as we close in on kickoff? We could tackle that next. Right at the top of the hour at 3 o'clock, we will scout the opponent, get the latest on Carolina from Joe Person, who covers that team in Charlotte. It's a Friday field trip in Leesburg. We are live at Spanky's Shenanigans. We're Grant and Danny on the Fan. We're going to get the lowdown on the Panthers ahead of Sunday's matchup from one of their beat reporters who joins us at the top of the hour. Joe Person covers the team in Charlotte. We'll scout the opponent. We're Grant and Danny welcoming you back on the Fan. It is a Friday field trip in Leesburg at Spanky's Shenanigans, where we are enjoying ourselves. It is gorgeous out here, by the way. I'm a fall guy. That is a given, as a portly fellow likes to wear hoodies.
You're in that Netflix movie with
Yes,
Ryan Gosling?
also starred in that movie.
Right.
I am actually Ryan Gosling. I don't know if you could tell. But I'm a big, big fall guy. And this is the dream. My kids are on their way to a pumpkin patch right now. My wife and I got into it just a little bit because that's my activity to do with the kids. You know what I mean?
Oh, she stole your thunder.
I want to take the kids to the pumpkin patch. That's what I want to do. Do they have apple cider donuts?
I don't know. Do they?
They do. Yeah. Then I want to be there. But they're doing that without me today. That's fine. This is a good second. Spanky Shenanigans eating shrimp with my guy Danny.
That ain't bad.
Talking about a 4-2 football team.
Just you and me real quick, just having a conversation. Forget about these people that can hear you, maybe judge you a little tiny bit.
Okay.
One sitting. You're hungry.
How hungry?
Hungry. You're ready.
Haven't eaten all day hungry?
Yeah.
Okay.
But you ate just enough in the morning to expand the stomach. This is max capacity.
Okay.
Apple cider donuts.
Ooh.
What's your personal record?
Nobody's watching right now?
No one's watching. What could you do? What could you do? Be honest. Don't lie to the people.
I'm not going to say I could do 5. But if no one was watching, I might say that.
You don't think you could do 6?
I don't think I could do
They're not
6.
that big. They're little shooters.
No, they're not shooters. If it was shooters, I could do 11.
It's like 3 bites.
I'm talking about real life, like bagel in New York sized.
No,
donuts.
that's because they're soft enough where you don't have to like. It's not the.
By the way, the
hard
play
bagel.
is, and I'm not reinventing the wheel here. You got to warm those up. Those got to be. You put them in an air fryer.
Oh, really? It's my first time. Come on, stop it.
You got to put them in
Of
an
course you
air
do
fryer. You got to heat those up.
Yeah.
All right, let's hit the phones, but we don't have to go to the phones right now because it's a field trip Friday.
It is.
We went to the people. They came
Friday
to
field
us.
trip.
If you build it, they will come. Friday field trip in Leesburg. Spanky Shenanigans. So let's talk to the people here. We've got it. So you got to give me your name and where you're from. That's how we do it on the phones. So we'll start with that.
My name's Michael. I'm from Sterling, Virginia.
Michael and Sterling. I love that. And all right, what do you got for us?
All right. Well, first I want to say, Danny, I thought John Gruden was here earlier when I was looking away and I turned around and I heard you.
See, that's the way you butter him up. You see that, ladies and gentlemen?
That's how you pander. That's 101 right there.
You're like this.
I'm
guy.
like, that's true. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
You got him right where you want him. You can say anything now. You can do whatever you want.
So we've been talking all year, I think, about basically how good we are compared to where we thought they were going to be. Do you think the microphone hates me? Do you think that based off of we go, oh, Jaden Daniels is so good. Okay, Terry McLaurin's so good. They've got like the schedule that's super winnable. We could go 10, 11 wins. Like it's a possibility. Do you think you like the progress you've seen based off of coaching alone, right? How are the coaches doing? Because we have gone from a rough start to a Giants game where a bunch of penalties killed us and we got all field goals, but we had looked good. We kept driving down the field and then we got better and better every week. So we just contended with the Ravens.
They're unrecognizable right now compared to the first couple of weeks, right? Appreciate the.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
I almost said phone call. That's definitely not a phone call.
Appreciate the phone call.
Appreciate the question or thoughts there. I mean, here's, I think, to get to his point too, what we have not talked about yet. We keep talking about what has happened and not what could happen. And I keep meaning to bring this up this week, and I'm glad you led me in this direction. How much time have you spent looking at their schedule ahead?
A good amount.
Okay. They play Carolina this weekend. We've been talking about it all afternoon. That is an extremely winnable, should-win game. They're heavy favorites. Then they play the Bears. The Bears are a good defense. They've won 3 in a row. Caleb Williams is looking a lot better than he did earlier in the year.
Yep.
But that is a toss-up type game. And by the way, that game is also at home. Already been flexed from 1 to 4 to accommodate a national audience because everybody wants to watch the Commanders now. Then they go to the Meadowlands. They may fly, but I think they could take a train, and I bring that up only to say if they fly, it will be the only time they fly until November 10th from dating back to September 29th. Like, the schedule is crazy. They don't have a far road trip. They're not changing time zones.
They already did it.
Carolina, Chicago, the Giants in the division, the Steelers, they train up to Philly. They host Dallas. They host Tennessee. Then they have a bye week. Their next legitimate flight, if they fly to New York, they might just take the train. at New Orleans on December 15th. I mean, I have never seen a schedule like this where they got through, I don't want to say the tough part, but they had the fewest miles to fly in the National Football League this year. No team was going to be on the bird for fewer miles than Washington. So that's already favorable. But you've made your trip to Arizona. You made your trip to Cincinnati. They stayed out on the short week, didn't even come back. And now most of your trips are, you could get in the car with your buddies and get there in 6 hours.
Yeah, a little day trip on 95, pay a couple tolls, and then you arrive.
And when's the next really good team they play? Stop me when you hear a team where you go, I don't see them being able to hang in that game. Carolina, Chicago, the Giants, the Steelers can't score, might make a quarterback change. The Eagles, the Cowboys, they're a joke. The Titans, the Saints, the Eagles, the Falcons, the Cowboys again. The season's over. Like, they don't play the Chiefs. They don't play the Texans.
Yeah,
they don't play the Vikings.
They're no buzzsaws. Now, we listen, it doesn't look that way now, but we can look up with Philadelphia's soft schedule. They've got a pretty good set of winnable games coming this weekend against the Giants to start it off. They could be 6-3 or 7-2, something like that after a few more weeks, and we could think of them differently than we do now. But your point is, I'm not saying you're drawing conclusions yet, because if you'd have told me, dude, they play New Orleans, you told me that in week 2, I go, oh, crap. What are we going to do against New Orleans? They're going to score 1 million points. Now I'm like, I would love to play New Orleans here. Can we play him in that field that's right over here over my right shoulder where a kid's getting a workout in? I'm not sure who he's throwing to, but somebody's open. You know what I'm saying? Like, could we play them now? Because they look terrible. And that's kind of the point here, is you don't really know about some of these teams. But, yeah, there are no buzzsaws at this point.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's scout the Panthers next with one of their beat reporters. We're going to look at some of the props individually, go over under some player props early next hour as well. You're listening to G&D. It is a Friday field trip in Leesburg on Spanky Shenanigans. G&D, Friday field trip. Stop number 1, Leesburg. We'll be doing it every Friday. We are at Spanky's Shenanigans, home of some of the greatest black and shrimp you've ever had in your life.
Ever.
The DMV's football team's got a bright future. It is time for you to plan your future as well. The sponsors of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, will help you do just that. They can get you squared away with important paperwork. You got kids like I do. You got to take care of that. Last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their planning attorneys today. kmlawyers.com. Tell them that we sent you. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. As promised, we got to learn about this Panthers team that's going to try to ruin the fun this weekend in Landover, Maryland. So let's go scouting. And to help us learn about the Panthers, we'll talk to Joe Person, who covers the team for The Athletic in Charlotte, has been on that beat. Great content on the Panthers for many, many years. Joe, thank you for the time. Welcome onto the program. How are you?
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Not much, my friend. It's weird for us up here. Two organizations that I think have a lot in common over the last handful of seasons. Hasn't really gone well, but it's starting to here in Washington. Not really sure about this Panthers team, though. Kind of give us a feel. What's the vibe like at this point? I know the record isn't where they want, but it looks like they've been playing slightly better football since they made that quarterback change.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, like the short answer of all this matchup is it looks like the Commanders got the quarterback right and the Panthers didn't. And, there's a lot of other interesting things we can and will talk about, but that is the bottom line. Since the Panthers replaced Bryce Young in week 3, their offense has certainly been more competent under Andy Dalton. The numbers are, pretty striking. I mean, it's not like they're in the top third of the league. Well, they are kind of been, at least for the last few weeks, the top third of the league, but they were dead last under Bryce. It was a mess. Dave Canales, first-year coach, who's an offensive guy. He was brought in here because of his work in Seattle with Geno Smith turning him around, and then Baker Mayfield in Tampa. And that was the hope here. And it didn't work. It just didn't work. I mean, I still think I've written that they should, at some point, if they're going to keep losing, which I think they are because of especially problems on defense and injuries to key players on defense, I think they should go back to Bryce at some point and take one more look at him before, you decide to punt him in the offseason. But they're not there yet. And so it'll be Andy Dalton versus Jaden Daniels Sunday in Washington.
How much of the problem was Bryce Young being bad, and how much of it was everything else swirling?
So I think we could do a whole show on this, but I think the problem from the big picture was his rookie season. He got beat up. He got knocked into shell shock. They didn't have enough depth on the offensive line. So when they had a couple injuries, it was a complete turnstile. 62 sacks he absorbed, more than any rookie other than David Carr. And so they didn't have many weapons either. Their playmakers were very suspect. So this year, spent a lot of money on the offensive line, primarily the two offensive guards, Robert Hunt and Damian Lewis, in free agency, both of whom have played very well. And they drafted Xavier Legette late in the first round. They did some nice, they added some other pieces here and there. And so with Deontay Johnson, but the first 2 weeks of the season, you just saw Bryce not trusting the pocket. He was abandoning, clean protections and clean pockets. And so, yes, the problem, with the close-up lens was Bryce these first 2 games. Bigger picture, this organization failed him last year, especially, and, kind of got him lack of confidence, lack of everything.
Joe Person of The Athletic with us here on G&D, breaking down the Panthers. So, Joe, let's get to who will be on the field. This offense, as you mentioned, with Dalton at the helm is not bad by any stretch. Chuba Hubbard is a good back. They pose some threats, and Washington's defense, quite frankly, to use an industry term, stinks. So I think there'll be some points and ball movement here for Carolina.
Yeah, I was talking to someone at Panthers practice today and talking about take the over this weekend. And I don't even know what the over is, but take it. Chuba Hubbard's done some very nice things, as you mentioned, that while Dave Canales has that quarterback reputation, he really is about establishing the run game. And they have really stuck with that and done pretty well with it, and then set up the play action game off of that. And Andy Dalton, look, he's 36 years old. He's been in the league since 2011. Like, he has seen some things. And so, as I said, the offensive line's better. So they do a pretty good job protecting him most of the time. You know, the big question, Deontay Johnson has a bunch of nicks and bruises, and, you know, he somehow managed to injure his rib during a Friday light practice. Now, I don't, you know, I said, well, wait a second, is this a contact injury on a Friday? And no, it's more like kind of like, I'm assuming it's kind of more of like an oblique type thing. But at any rate, he's questionable, and there's a lot of speculation, and, you know, up here that down here that is this a Devontae Adams situation? Are they just gonna, you know, make up injuries and keep him on the shelf so they can trade him to a team that needs a wide receiver? But so I don't know if he'll play. And he's been very good. He's been Andy Dalton's top target. And then after him, I mentioned Leggett has starting to come into his own. But that would be a big loss if Deontay Johnson does not play Sunday.
How about the Panthers defense? Let's start with Frankie Louvu, who Commanders fans are falling in love with for how he plays. How much is Carolina missing him?
Big time. I wrote an article today with my colleague in Washington, Ben Standig, and as part of it, I put out, you know, the belief by some, and including myself, that while they lost, you know, they traded away Brian Burns, I would argue that Frankie Louvu was as big, if not a greater loss than that.
Wow.
The production is terrific. It was terrific here. And I know he's, you know, doing much the same in Washington. But then the energy he plays with, the enthusiasm he brings to the game, they could have used that this year, because week one they lose Derek Brown, their only real current Pro Bowler on defense. He's out for the year. Veteran linebacker Shaq Thompson a couple weeks later, out for the year with an Achilles. And they just, you know, Jadeveon Clowney's going to miss his second game in a row. Like, they're beat up. They need some glue on defense, is guess what I'm trying to say. And that glue was for the last 3 years here was Frankie Louvu. And he's gone, and they don't have anybody who does the things he does on the field and off the field with, as I say, with the, you know, the Samoan Ward chants, all this cool things he does to bring his teammates energy, and the Commanders have it and the Panthers don't.
Joe, what does this defense do well, if anything? Are there any things, or even, maybe well is not the right word, but what are their relative strengths? And I guess what I'm getting to is, what challenge can they pose, if any, to this Washington offense that's pretty darn good?
Their greatest strength is giving up points. And
Okay.
they're giving up almost. Yep. They're giving up 34 points a game, guys. Like, if they stay on pace, they're going to threaten to give up more points than any team in NFL history. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. They don't do anything. They don't stop the run. They don't pressure the passer. They don't force takeaways. Sorry, I've got my brother's dog here and making a whole lot of noise. Not mine.
He's agreeing with you.
What kind of dog is it?
I'm not even sure. I have a lab. This is a loud dog. In fact, I'm going to see if I can.
I don't know if
Anyway.
that's a type, but I like it.
What breed is it? It's a loud one.
But you were telling us, and we weren't enjoying it at all. You were telling us that the Panthers defense is exceptional, I believe.
I think one of you used the industry term stinks, and they stink. They reek. I mean, it's, you know, and I feel bad, but everybody's hands are on it, right? Like every team has injuries. But Dave Canella said today, he said, and he said that, look, no one wants to hear your excuse. He said, but we've been slammed pretty hard by the injury deal. So they have a good coordinator, like Ajero Avero, their defensive coordinator. He has been in head coaching interviews the last 2 hiring cycles. And I mean, this is going to stick to him a little bit too, I think. And, I just don't know how they turn it around. I mean, as I said, like they are pulling guys off the street. They've signed about every veteran edge rusher who was, on his couch. Most recently, Shaq Lawson, who may play Sunday. They signed him last week, former Bills edge rusher. I mean, they're looking for any kind of spark they can get. But I think realistically, if they have any shot of winning, it's going to just have to be a shootout.
We're scouting the Panthers. Joe Person's with us on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Now, here in Washington, we have a model terrific ownership situation. And I don't know what it would be like to have an owner that people don't like. That would just be tough. And frankly, I'm really glad we will never have to deal with that here. But I want to talk David Tepper. Is he the silly goose? Is he the Snyder maniacal loser that everybody pretends like or suggests that he is, I should say?
Listen, all these guys are right in the business realm. And certainly, I mean, this is a guy who's worth, his net worth went up during the pandemic, and he's now worth $20 billion. And like when he goes on CNBC, the markets move. But guess what? Nobody cares. That's great, but that doesn't mean you should be picking the quarterback or, getting your hands on all these personnel decisions. And I do think after, 6 straight years of not being in the playoffs, soon to be 7, that he is been more hands-on with this new regime. Like they fired Scott Fitter as GM, who's now, as you guys know, in Washington. They fired Frank Reich 11 games into last season. So they replaced Fitterer with his assistant, Dan Morgan, former University of Miami grade and former Panther linebacker. And then I mentioned Dave Canales, and I do think that Tepper is trying to be more hands-off, and that's a good thing. I mean, it hasn't shown up yet in wins and losses, but that can only be good for this organization moving forward. And if he sticks with it, I mean, that's a hard deal. Like, how many of us really actually change? But I do know I think he knows the narrative out there now, and so I think he's going to try really hard not to fire the head coach after one season like he did in less than one season last year with Frank Reich.
All right, Joe, call your shot. Point to center field. How's this one going to go?
I think the Commanders score 38 points and win by 2 scores, maybe even 3 scores.
Wow. I mean, we just can't get used to this yet. You'll have to give us a moment because it's been many, many years.
Like you're in Washington right now, Joe. We're not Kansas City radio. Like we're not like Seattle.
Oh, you thought they were playing the Chiefs, Joe. This is DC.
We don't do that, man.
Yeah.
You guys just wait till Sunday. Again, I'm not saying it's going to be 38-0. I think the Panthers will score some points.
Oh, yeah.
But
Us too.
Like last week, they lost to the Falcons 38-20. That sounds about right. Like that's kind of what I have in my head for this week as well.
Wow. What a time to be alive. Joe, thank you. We appreciate the insight.
Thanks, Joe.
All right. Y'all have a great weekend.
Good scouting session there from him on the Commanders and the Panthers. Couple of things that stand out. You want to talk about juxtapositions for organizations that Ron Rivera left in a heap of just a pile of
rubble
problems, right? Carolina picks number 1 and picks Bryce Young, right? They're wrong. He's on the bench. They're in big trouble, and they need a quarterback. Washington picks 2, and it seems like by going Jaden Daniels, hit a home run, and everything has changed in the organization like this overnight. So that's the first thing. The second thing is they've got the owner that everybody right now is saying is Dan Snyder like.
Yes, he is.
Who he just said he's being more hands off, which is great.
Dan would go a season at a time.
Exactly. But
whoever the new hero was. Yeah.
I do find it funny. I'm not arguing with Joe because Joe knows the situation really well. I saw a video 2 weeks ago on Twitter, 2 weeks ago, of David Tepper walking between the players as they were stretching at practice. Like not like standing off on the sideline. Like David Tepper, arms crossed, like he's the coordinator ready to call a play. Like they're stretching on the practice field, and Mr. I'm not involved anymore is just walking the lines at practice.
He's doing coaches. It's like, hey, man, great day. Have a great day.
Now, I will say I've talked to a couple people who worked for him in Carolina, and they say he is not anything like what you hear about publicly, that he's actually like a pretty decent, reasonable guy. But there's enough deposits now in the you're a jerk pile that I go, I'm not so sure. Do you remember the video that came out? Did anybody see this?
Smacking the guy's hat or whatever?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if he smacked his hat, but he there's like a sign outside of a restaurant trolling him. I don't remember what it said exactly, but it was like Tepper, let the football people do football things or whatever. And him and his assistant essentially stop, get out of their car, go into the restaurant. And there's a video of him in the lobby of this restaurant, like making this guy with like a backwards hat, like turn his hat around or something. It's like grown up. He's 30. You're 60. Don't tell someone how to wear a hat. Like that right there, I'm out. You know what I mean? I'm just out.
So when I hear that he's not like that all the time, all that tells me is that he's capable of normal behavior too. See what I'm saying? Like,
did he pour a drink on someone or
I think that was him.
Right?
But I'm conflating all my accusations. I'm not concerned with the specifics. Here's what I know. Somebody's like it was the old Snyder thing where people that were close to him were like, well, Dan just wants to win. Oh, I'd like to be handsome, and I'd like to have a metabolism. I'd like to lose 50 pounds. What have I done about that, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'd like a lot of things to go down. But there was no real cognizant effort for it. When you look at Tepper, this is he's capable of sitting down and being a civil human being in a meeting. So was Dan, but the tyrannical behavior speaks for itself. You got enough deposits in the bank where you're like, the sooner he doesn't own that team, the better for that fan base. So I feel for them because I have been there. I was there for 30 plus years, so it's my turn to not feel that way. They have had a lot more success even over the last decade plus than Washington.
So I'm looking
has.
at a video here just to finish that point or to at least corroborate it. So he did. He had a cup of like water or whatever he was drinking, and there was an annoying Jaguars fan in front of his suite.
Yep.
Who was turned around yelling at him. Who's a jerk and a troll.
Sure.
But we did, it's Friday, so we've got two of those to deal with on Twitter.
Slightly more accepted if you own the football team, though,
right.
I'd say.
And so he just takes his drink and throws it on the guy.
You know what's amazing, though, about that video? I've forgotten about it. Is the flip of the cup afterwards.
Right.
Like, got him. Like a bat flip, like you just were David Fry hitting a nuke to beat the Yankees at home last night.
I do. I've always wondered what it's like to have an owner that you can't stand.
Wouldn't know.
Because I'm a big Josh Harris guy and Mitch Rails guy and Mark Ein guy and Magic Johnson guy. So what if you were a football fan who just had a bad owner that gave you no chance? Wouldn't be me.
Couldn't be me. Not here.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are out and about on a Friday field trip in Leesburg. From Spanky's Shenanigans, having a good time. We'll take a look at some of the player props next. Jump on and over or under on some of the projections using some FanDuel numbers. You're locked into G&D ahead of Week 7 in the NFL on the Fan. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are on the road today for the first stop of our Friday field trips. We're in Leesburg. We're going to be bouncing around. We got some dates out west here in Virginia. We're going to be in Maryland. I think we might even do a couple of our stops in the district where we broadcast from every day by Nats Park.
Yes.
We're at Spanky's Shenanigans today. Our guy Colt, not McCoy,
nope,
but a guy Colt that works here and runs the show, came over here and was like, do you guys need more shrimp? And Danny did not let him finish the question before he told him we did need more
I said,
shrimp.
yes. And he was like, I'm going to bring, I said, yes. And he goes, 2 pounds. I go, what's Grant going to need? Come on, having fun. Having a nice time. We're doing links. But yeah, seriously, I plan on eating the full amount.
It's a lot of shrimp, man.
It is. It is.
We'll do this thing together. Beltway Blitz coming up at the top of the hour in 30 minutes at 4 o'clock. We're giving away Caps tickets right at 4 in 30 minutes ahead of the Blitz, so make sure you got your dial and fingers ready. I was at the Caps game last night for the second time in as many games.
Oh, how are your seats?
They're very good seats.
Where'd you sit?
We sat pretty low.
How low?
We banged on the glass a little bit.
Yeah, you did. Ice level.
We felt good about it. 2 straight games where they have played elite Western Conference opponents that have a chance to get to a Stanley Cup.
Undefeated teams, no longer undefeated.
And they have beaten both of those teams.
Swing on by DC. You might get yourself butt whooping, then you can go about your business.
Tomorrow night, first Altcast. So I do want to throw that out there for people.
Your first Dana Altman cast. I love it.
So you guys have seen the Manning cast for Monday Night Football games where he and Eli sit there in their sweater vests or whatever it is that they wear. I'm going to be sitting on the couch with Bruce Boudreau, former Caps coach, Tarek El-Bashir of Monumental Sports and Entertainment as well on their network. And we're going to be watching the Caps game, reacting on Monumental Sports, the Deuce, tomorrow night for an alternate broadcast during Joby and Locker's call.
So cool.
We will have John Bucci-Gross from ESPN for Bucci Overtime Challenge on, and Jake Irvin of the Nationals is going to join us. I don't know if you know this. Jake Irvin of the Nats is a huge hockey guy.
He's a hockey guy?
He's from Minnesota. He's a gigantic hockey fan. So I texted him, asking him to come on. Thought I would have to, hey, man, we'll make it right. I'll figure something out. He's like, dude, I'd love to. And then I text him who's on, and he's like, Bruce Boudreau, no way. Like he's
like super into it?
Exactly.
Wow.
I'm guessing because Boudreau ended up, remember he coached in Minnesota.
Of course, yeah.
I bet he's a fan of the Wild, so there's some ties there. But yeah, Irvin will be on the show calling in, so it's gonna be a good time.
It's it's always so weird. You forget, like these guys that get to the highest level there is in their sports, like oftentimes grew up liking multiple things.
That's
you know, like the biggest basketball fan on this planet is Anthony Rendon. Like while he's hitting 320.
Now he does not like playing baseball.
He never enjoyed it, but like while he was playing well, he's hitting like 300 with 30 bombs, and he's like, man, the Rockets backcourt, man, I hope they figure it out. You're like, dude, what about your team? You're going to win 100 games. He's like, yeah, it's fine. But like Steve Francis was great in Houston. You're like, okay, just a different story, dude.
Darius, do you have any game show music for us back in the studio? Can you play that? If you have a little game show music. Look at him, that quick.
Right quick.
We love it.
It's almost like he's here, but he's there.
Crank it just a little bit so that people can hear it here in Leesburg so that they know we're playing a game. All right, you can't turn around. There's a guy over there holding a really cute girl with Commander's gear on.
Okay, so don't look.
Don't turn around. Look at us that way, okay? He's wearing a 98 Redskins jersey. The game is, do we think it's a Brian Arakpo or a Jesse Armstead? That is the question.
Or is it one of those that you just pick 98 and then put your own name on the back, the customizable?
Oh, customized. So you're going 3 deep.
Now, this is an obscure one. I do not have the jersey thing that you have. I barely remember most. I only remember a few numbers.
You remember that Brian Arakpo was 98.
I do now that you said it. But, like, I remember Art Monk and Darryl Green and John Riggins and a couple others. Did Brandon Noble wear 98 back in the day?
Brandon Noble wore 95.
There you go. Okay.
How many people, show of hands here in Leesburg, how many people remember who Brandon Noble is? That is a deep cut.
Everybody's
We
hands
have one
are
guy,
down.
one guy at the bar. Okay, we got 2.
It actually is Brandon Noble. Did you know that? That's
Brandon
right there.
Noble,
That's what he's
but
up
nice
to.
guy, by the way.
Yeah.
Brandon Noble played for the Cowboys, then left Dallas, came to Washington, was a gigantic, hefty, white defensive tackle, nose tackle
He was here
type.
to eat space, and that was the end of it.
With big
It's the end.
beard.
Yeah.
But he got hurt here, and then when they cleaned out his
He
knee,
had the knee infection.
did some scope, there was a bad infection that kind of derailed him. All right, I'm going to say it's a Brian Arakpo. Are you going with an Arakpo, an Armstead, or a build your own jersey?
Build your own bear. Build your
Wow.
jersey.
All right, here we go. Now spin around for the
Show
reveal.
me potato salad.
Arakpo. Ladies
Arakpo.
and gentlemen.
Arakpo.
That's the way we play the game. Is that 98 in Arakpo or not?
We play. It's how you. That's how you play Arakpo, Armstead, or customizable?
Yeah, we played all the time.
We played all the time?
It's if we had $1 for every time we played that game.
So I know it's not the point of the story.
We would have $1.
We have topics.
Yeah.
But I over talk about this. I thought it was the weirdest thing ever. So when I went on that dude trip years ago to Austin, Texas, we all met and we went to the UT game.
Is that the one where you got cut in the shower or something?
No, that was the second time we went back to the greater Austin area. You could still see the scar right there, by the way, on the old finger. I was naked in the shower, as one does, and just closed the door. That was my fault, just by closing the shower door. It exploded, cuts everywhere. That's a nerve-wracking thing to be nude and bloody. Anyway,
any hoodles.
No, this is a few years before we went to the Texas game, and it's like it's a carnival. The whole town is Texas, right? The whole town is University of Texas, and there's a booth, and there's no one in line, and there's a sign. I get around to see what the front of the sign is, and it's meet and greet Brian Arakpo, and there was no one there to see him.
That's tough.
And it was so.
But why?
I'm like, I feel terrible. And everyone's like, let's go to we're walking to the game. We're like, but should we go say hi to Brian Arakpo? And one guy was like, wasn't he kind of mean to you once on the air? And I was like, you're right. Let's go to the game.
No, it was a misunderstanding. He was actually a very nice guy.
He certainly didn't care for me and my question.
Well, maybe it wasn't a good question.
Here was the question. I'm not embellishing it for the radio or for you. You had such a good rookie season. What do you want to improve on this year? Like, what do you want to do better? How do you continue to grow? You could hear the biting, gotcha sort of angst-ridden question that was. Like, what do you think I need to improve on? I was like, I don't know, man. I'm a radio host. I've never played in the NFL. He's like, exactly. I was like, all right, you can do the rest of the interview, I guess. I'll just sit here.
But he is a legend in Texas. And he actually did have a really good career.
He had a great college career.
And he was the 13th overall pick in the draft.
Yeah.
So if he was not signing autographs for a line of people, they put him in it was a bad location.
The center of town.
I thought you said he was like behind something.
Oh no! Like as you're walking, there's like it's like all roads lead here. Apparently not. You had to go out of your way to go around.
Are you sure there weren't people?
Oh yeah, I'm positive.
That's crazy.
I mean, the only thing in line was tumbleweed. Like it was empty. It was like gut wrenching a little bit.
Would you disagree with? I think he is a top 10 Texas football star of the last 15 years.
I don't know. I can't rattle
off
everybody
actually
who went
before
to Texas.
He got drafted, I think, 09?
08,
Yeah.
there?
So over 20 years, I put him in their top 10.
Who knows? Honestly, who knows? But I will tell you, nobody was concerned about that Brian Arakpo booth.
Here comes some black and shrimp.
The shrimp,
ladies and
everybody.
gentlemen.
The shrimp is here. The shrimp is
There
here.
you go. Thank you very
Biggest
much.
pop of the day for the shrimp.
Yeah, that's good. The shrimp is good. All right, let's bring in Darius back in our DC studios. We will begin.
What's the first over under the shrimp?
I think, let's start with that, Darius. How many shrimp will we consume for the rest of the show? We're going over and under. We'll use FanDuel lines because I'm a FanDuel guy. And we will look at the player props for this weekend against the Panthers. What's up, brother?
FanDuel has the over-under set for shrimp eaten by each of you at 20.5.
20.5. Do I get to count the ones I've already consumed? Or
Yeah,
no?
what's the rule there?
Time already served?
Yeah, counting the ones that already been consumed.
All right, so I'm at 14. I like the over.
Yeah,
there we go.
The over is an easy hammer.
I think you might have already hit the over.
Right now we're at a push with a whole plate of shrimp to go.
All right.
Easiest bet ever.
Yeah.
Let's get to the real ones. Let's start with quarterback one for the Washington Commanders, Jaden Daniels, 241.5 passing yards, over or under.
This is an over for me. So here's the way I think this is going to go. Carolina cannot stop anything at any point in time. I think they're going to take after maybe what the Ravens tried to do, what the Browns tried to do. I think they're going to commit every single resource to try to stop Jaden Daniels on keepers and try to stop Brian Robinson. Good luck with that, by the way. Best of luck to you. Good fortune. Enjoy all jogging backwards as points got scored to line up for extra points. But I do think Daniels will be able to sling it, and then I think they run it later.
Give me the number again.
241.5.
Leesburg. Jaden Daniels this weekend will have his first ever 300-yard game. He will go way over that number. You're forgetting that the Panthers are really, really bad defensively.
Yep.
And that Danny would go for like 176 against them. Jaden Daniels for 300 yards for the first time, way over. They're going to hit on some explosives. I think McLaurin has a 100-yard game. This will be like a De'Ami Brown one catch for 51-yard game. What do you bet? What are you upset about?
Ryan just stole a shrimp.
That's not. He brought it for the table. I don't think it's stealing a shrimp. There's 80 shrimp there.
Huh. Now there's 79.
Right. Because he consumed one of the shrimp that also for him.
Were they?
I think they were. He works on the show. He's one of your producers.
Yep.
Darius, back to you.
The opposing quarterback for the Panthers will be Andy Dalton. They have his over-under set at 233.5.
So right after he goes to his dentist appointment, then he'll have to throw some passes. I actually have an over on this. I think they are chasing. I think this is a garbage time. He'll have 110, 120 yards when the game is still meaningful, and they'll be behind by so much. It's prevent style. They'll be up multiple scores, talking about Washington. I think he gets over this, but it's not through the front door.
I will go under that number. I think they run the ball effectively with Chuba Hubbard. He goes for over 100, take the air out of the ball a little bit, and maybe there's less them trying to throw the ball down the field. I agree with the garbage time potential backdoor cover situation. That's how we would get there.
Mm-hmm.
But 240 is a good number. I mean, it's going to be like a 115-yard first half. I don't see him getting there. So I'll say under that.
The running back props, there actually are none listed for the Commanders as there's still some doubt for Brian Robinson. So we'll go with Jaden Daniels. His rushing prop is set at 50.5.
I go over every single week. I think I've unsuccessfully predicted that now more often than he's gone over. But I'm still going to go over because I keep predicting there will be a week where he rips off the 57-yard run.
Mm-hmm.
That has not happened yet. He is one of the fastest guys on the field. The last couple of weeks, we've talked about this. Teams have actually done a great job against Washington's designed runs. A lot of their RPO stuff or their read option looks, anything designed, naked boots, all that. It's been really well played. Last week, Baltimore, on 3 designed runs, held Daniels to 3 yards. I do think, though, whether it's a scramble or hitting, one time where he keeps, there was a play that Jay Gruden highlighted on Twitter, actually.
Where he could have kept it.
Yeah, if he kept it, he's got a lane all the way to the house. So I think it's coming. I will say over. I mean, the guy runs more than any other quarterback almost in the league in terms of scramble percentage when pressured. And this isn't going to be a big pressure game, so maybe the attempts are down. But 50 is a low number for a guy with his speed.
Yeah, I'm going to hammer the under once again. He's been over that total twice this year out of 6 times. I think that's what everybody's trying to stop. They're terrified of the thing that you just said. I think they'll overcommit to that, which is why he has a big day in other areas.
Darius, we will continue with some of the props a little later on in the show. By the way, just so you know, because Darius, who's our producer, who had to drew the short straw to stay back in studio, he has a bit of a shellfish allergy. Now, shrimp are not, I guess they would be shellfish.
That's 100% a shellfish.
He's a crab and like a lobster problem guy, not a shrimp problem.
I think shrimp's a problem too.
Where are you at on shrimp, Darius?
So before my allergy reached its peak, I used to eat shrimp, and shrimp was lovely, and I used to love shrimp so much. But then, as I got older, my allergy went full circle, and I was told to not eat anything.
I've got an idea for a fun radio bit. What if we bring some shrimp back to the studio?
Oh.
We'll keep it cold somehow because you'll eat it Monday. So we'll eat it. We'll figure that part out.
What if we go to the MedStar clinic right up the street from the studio and eat it in the lobby?
Live on air, you have to eat the shrimp, and we'll see if you're still allergic.
Well, I'd be worried about Chris Russell putting pepper on it and then
that's a good point.
Claiming it as his own. But
but
yeah, I'm open to. We'll have to clear with legal and see if we can do that. But yeah, sure, why not?
The game will be: is Darius still allergic to shrimp?
Will Darius die?
Will Darius survive? Tune in next.
Just make sure the game show music is ready.
Someone turn the game show music off.
Grant
For God's
Danny,
sakes, he's swelling up.
It is a Friday field trip out in Leesburg. Next, because it's Friday, we're going to win off the field. We do that on this show every Friday at this time. Don't do it for us. Do it for Bruce Allen. Who put in a lot of sweat and tears making sure this organization was run terribly. You call in and you tell us what little mini moral victory has made you smile today that nobody else would care about. Winning off the field, 800-636-1067, next on Grant and Danny. And then what happens? Cool.
They remain right there.
It is time to figure out how you are winning off the field. So if you're new to the program, this is a weekly staple. We used to do this every day. Now we do it on Fridays. Make it special. Bruce Allen, many, many years ago when the team was bad and they never won, he ran the team. And he once said this phrase in a press conference.
We're winning off the field, but we got to start winning on the field.
Off the field doesn't really matter a whole lot in sports, right? I mean, it's nice to do good things, but we're fans. We want them to win on the field. So we decided what's an off-field win, and they're things that don't matter at all. These are things that nobody else would care about, but they're nice little pick-me-ups during your day.
Trivial. Minutia.
I'll give you a couple examples.
Please do.
It's officially fall, and I can now comfortably rock hoodies when I walk the French Bulldog every single night. Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
We are enjoying ourselves on a perfect weather day on the back patio at Spanky Shenanigans on a Friday field trip in Leesburg, enjoying fellowship and revelry with other fans of the first place Washington Commanders who are all getting ready for football on a Sunday in a good mood. Therefore, we are.
Winning off the field.
Yeah, I have a couple examples. One I had planned on doing. The other actually literally just happened.
Okay.
So welcome back to the segment. I'm Grant. This is Danny. We're here at you're doing this. It's happening, right? Bruce says winning off the field, winning on the field, all I do is win, etc. During the time that you gave the example of Bruce once said these words, I have enough time to lift my microphone up thusly. Okay, I went up, and then I went with a French fry.
Yeah.
And I ate it. I'm recreating it just to show.
Yeah.
But I ate it, and no one knew. Like, I didn't ruin the segment by eating on the air. I didn't go full pickle. You know what I mean? So because I got away with it, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
In addition, last night I played some pickup hoops, okay? Land awkwardly because I do land awkwardly. I'm old and unathletic these days. And I get a little stinger in the back.
Oh, boy.
It's a muscle. It's tight. Now I'm going, uh-oh, is it bad? It's not bad. I had to sub out for a second, rolled on a lacrosse ball, just a little seize up. Because I'm not done for weeks and months now, therefore I am.
Winning off the field.
There you
go. My mom texted me. So I just want to go back to something. At the end of last segment, we were joking with Darius saying he should eat a shrimp, and we'll see if he's still allergic. My mom texted me and said, that's a terrible idea. That poor guy, that could kill him. Mom, it was a joke. We're not really going to have him eat the shrimp to see if he'll die.
Oh, I thought we were. We
no
order the logistics already set up.
But I have a caring, loving mother.
That is really sweet.
Therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
She's still in my mid-30s, doesn't want me to make decisions that could cost me prison time. That's a good thing.
Nice?
That's
Isn't that
very
nice?
nice.
Isn't that sweet?
I like that
I
about
just want to
her.
say thank you, Mama Paulson.
Right?
That is so sweet to worry about
You were
my health and
considering
well-being.
it. You were considering
Like,
it.
I thought we were I thought we were doing it.
Are we not?
Are we
doing it?
literally not doing it? We're not in the trust tree with the nest?
If my mom doesn't want me to do it, I'm not going to do it.
Okay, man. That's fine.
I won't be doing it.
Yep.
All right, let's go to Ali in Fairfax, who's on line 4 on Grant and Danny. Figure out how he's winning off the field. What's up? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Happy Friday. So for my winning off the field, I ran into my buddy GP yesterday at the Caps game while we were in line for the bathroom.
Oh, by the way, this was
Winning
hilarious.
off the field.
So are you still there, by the way?
Yeah, I'm here.
So he comes up to me and he goes, GP. And I'm like, what's up, man? We're in line to go into the bathroom.
Yeah.
It's a perfectly fine place to meet and greet. Nothing wrong with that.
Sure. It's not at the stall.
We were not at the urinals.
Right.
That would have been slightly weirder. And he goes, shoot, you said if I see you at the game tonight to tell you something. And then neither of us could remember what it was the entire time. Did you ever remember?
I'm pretty sure you just had to say hello now that I think about it.
Okay, that's good.
That's why we couldn't remember anything.
Because it wasn't a remarkable thing to say.
Well, I love it.
Exactly.
It was good chatting with you.
That's great.
A lot of 106.7 The Fan fans out at the Caps game last night. They're 2-1, by the way. Let's go to Andrew in Warrenton on G&D. Andrew, what's good?
Yeah, so normally I work 4 10-hour days, get it done. So Fridays are my day off. I take care of the 2-year-old at home and the 13-year-old when she gets home from school. However, today, out of the blue, my mother-in-law comes out of nowhere and says, get away, leave the house. And so, therefore, I am.
Winning off the field.
God, what a gift.
How about it?
That is amazing.
The swoop in and shoo, where you're like, oh, are you sure? Okay, bye.
I have a quick question. We have a nice listening audience out here live today. Is it babysitting if you're watching your own kids? Because I always say, like, to if my wife's going somewhere, I'm like, yeah, I'll babysit the kids. And she's like, it's not babysitting. You are the dad.
You're parenting, yeah.
But my thing is, no, I'm clearly babysitting. So, like, you're a mother. Is that babysitting?
No.
She's yelling at me no.
Yeah, she's like, no.
But her husband's nodding yes. So the fight continues. Rich and Olney, you were on Grant and Danny. What's up?
What's going on, boys? How you feeling today?
Hey, Bob.
Good, brother.
So we got Halloween up and coming, and the family finally decided on a theme without fighting. Costumes came in, and they all fit like a glove. Therefore, I am
Winning off the field.
Follow up. What are we going to be?
That's a gigantic win, by the way.
So we're doing the Marvel kind of theme again. Wife is going to be Rogue. We got Wolverine, Deadpool, and I'm going to be Channing Tatum's Gambit.
Spoiler alert.
Yes. Yeah. By the way, thank you, Rich. Always
If you haven't
appreciate
seen it yet, now you know.
Yeah, but he's in it. He's in it, everyone.
Danny found that out the hard way.
Yeah, like I hadn't had a chance to see it yet. Literally, I was like,
In
told everyone, I'm
fairness,
going
it
to
had
see
been out for 24 hours. I saw it opening night.
Yeah.
Me and Darius are talking in code about all the things that nobody knew was going to happen. And Ryan looks at he's like, well, I don't understand. And I type it on the screen so Danny doesn't know. And Ryan goes, wait, Channing Tatum is a new character called Gambit?
Yeah, Channing Tatum stars in the movie as Gambit, and it's the biggest reveal of the film. He reads what you wrote. Like, oh, okay.
Danny just about punched him in the face.
So that moment, it was like in the theater for me, you know? And like everyone else is at 9:30 in the morning with me and like a bunch of blue-haired retirees who are into Deadpool and Wolverine or whatever's playing at 9:30 a.m.
It could have been that. or
They
something.
went nuts.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Ryan.
12 hours before he revealed it, I'm in the theater, legit, not a bit. Like, I can count on one hand the number of times in my life this has happened. When there's a scene in Deadpool Wolverine where there's a reveal of like 3 straight, just ridiculous, like, oh my God, in this movie, him right now, boom, boom, boom. And the entire theater stood up and clapped.
Went nuts.
Except that Ryan just told Danny that it was coming.
So it's the second biggest pop. Even, again, talking about a bunch of retirees and folks that can go to a movie at 9:30 a.m. who don't have a weird schedule like us. That's second biggest. Number one was probably when Captain America picked up Thor's hammer in
That's a good
Endgame.
one.
Like it's packed. There's a buzz when it leaves the ground, and everyone's going, "Oh, like is it?" And he holds it up and like looks up. Ballistic.
So this is dating me a bit, and it's also a reminder of how hot this guy was in comedy. But in the movie Wedding Crashers, when Will Ferrell shows up as Chaz or whatever the guy's name
Chaz Reinhold.
is,
He's an innovator.
Chaz Reinhold. Because the whole movie, he's like, Chaz Reinhold would do this. Chaz Reinhold would do that. And then with 15 minutes left in the movie, we meet Chaz, and he's off of the greatest comedy heater of Anchorman and all this other stuff.
Just in a bathrobe.
And I remember when it's Will Ferrell, like, sitting on the couch, like, doing this, the entire theater they're like, yeah! Like, it was such a moment.
10.
Let's go to Aaron, who's on 95. What's up, Aaron? How are you?
Hey, good. How you doing?
Good, bro.
So I'm redoing a bunch of rooms in my house, and I got to go buy some tile for one of the bathrooms. So I go to the tile store, Home Depot actually, and I find a bunch of expensive tile. I get frustrated, and then I see this sale rack, and I see some boxes of tile. Looks like they'll fit. Looks good. There's no price on them. Since they're on the clearance rack, I figured they might be a good deal. So I put them in my shopping cart, and I go to the self-checkout, and I start checking out, and the system charges me 1 penny per box of tile. So I'm talking about $500 worth of tile probably. The system wants to charge me a penny per box.
And you corrected the system, right?
What's that?
You corrected the system. You told the system it was wrong.
I actually did. I thought about it. I called the guy over. I said, listen, this doesn't look right. I feel kind of guilty. He couldn't figure it out. He calls the manager. The manager comes over. He couldn't figure it out. He says, I guess you get tile for 4 pennies. Therefore, I am
winning off the field.
Wow, dude.
That's how the game is played, boys and girls.
That's your 4 penny tile situation.
Is how you win off the field. We are giving away Caps tickets as soon as we return on Grant and Danny. Will get you a Beltway Blitz on the Commanders, the NFL, and preview this weekend's game right here on the Fan. Coming up on the Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny, we will get you set for another week in the NFL. We'll go around the league, and we're checking in on the Commanders with our buddy Michael Phillips ahead of their matchup with the Carolina Panthers. As promised, you got a call right now at 800-636-1067. If you're the 10th caller, you will win a pair of tickets to see the Capitals take on Montreal on Halloween night, October 31st, Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, visit thefandc.com/contests. The DMV's football team's got a great-looking future. You got to think about yours. Our exclusive sponsor will help you do that. Kondori and Murad are going to take care of you. They'll get you squared away. Last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family. Get a consultation. Mention us. You'll get a discount. kmlawyers.com. That's kmlawyers.com. Friday field trips. This is a great way to kick it off.
It's not bad.
Leesburg's going to be tough to top between the shrimp and the hospitality and all the cool fans that have come out and chatted with us today. It's been really, really cool. Spanky's Shenanigans. We're going to be here until 6:30. Still a couple more hours. So as you get out of the office, you're in the Leesburg area, come on by and say hello. Darius, real quick before we go to the Beltway Blitz, I need the game show music one more time, please. I will take the game show music because I see a number 17 at the sports bar. Now, whatever you do, don't turn around.
Don't turn around.
Don't turn around.
Don't
all
turn
right?
around.
The game is going to be, is this a Doug Williams or is this a Jason Campbell or might it be a make your own?
Terry McLaurin?
It can't be Terry McLaurin. That's not an option.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not going to be Terry McLaurin. I already asked him.
You already know?
Yeah.
Oh, you come with partner.
It's definitely not Terry McLaurin.
All right. Let me look at it. Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Doug Williams, Jason Campbell, or make your own?
Who is Jason Campbell?
Jason
Campbell.
I'm going to go with Doug Williams.
Show me potato
All
salad.
right, turn around. His last name is McLaurin. It's a trick. It's not Terry McLaurin. His last name is McLaurin. It was a make your own.
I didn't like it.
You didn't like that?
I didn't like how that went.
All right.
I'd like to get one right.
That's fine.
So far, I'm over 2. I lost the, is it a Rackpo, Armstead, or make your own? I lost the inaugural version of that game, and then I just lost Campbell, but definitely not McLaurin game. I don't like losing like this.
It is time for the Beltway Blitz. Let's get to it. And we will go around the NFL. Week 7 looms. Here's your best game on the slate. Vikings-Lions. Who had Minnesota 5-0 off of a bye? Detroit is 5-1. By the way, the NFC North is awesome.
Yes.
The Bears would be in the playoffs right now. The Packers would be in the playoffs. 4 really good teams. Our buddy Zach Kruger joins us now. How do you see this game going? What's the injury situation looking like for Vikings-Lions?
Hey, guys, what's going on? Happy to be on with you again. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head, Grant. Super exciting game this week between the Lions and the Vikings. Not many people had the Vikings sitting at undefeated heading into Week 7, yet here we are. Certainly some more injuries on their side than the Lions. Lions looking relatively good heading into this one. But 2 key ones for the Lions. One who they've been without all season long. That's TJ Hawkinson. He enters this week questionable officially after being limited in practice all week. The Vikings do not need to play him. His 21-day return window does buy them a little bit more time if they don't want to force him out on the field in this week. But there had been reports earlier, even dating back to the offseason, that they were eyeing a Week 7 return. So we'll see what happens there with Hawkinson. We obviously know what he provides that offense. Career highs last season in receptions with 95 and yards, 960. Also scored 5 times. So Hawkinson will be a big piece back for an offense that's already been clicking on all cylinders. Another big part of that has been Aaron Jones. He's officially questionable after being limited in 2 of the 3 practices this week. Injured in Week 5, had a bye week in Week 6, which was able to buy him some time. But Jones has been a stud for them, averaging over 103 yards from scrimmage this season after what was a down 2023 with a hamstring injury. Some people thought the age curve may have started catching up to him after he's now entering his age 29 season. But he's been great. If they get Jones back, that's obviously huge for them. And then if Hawkinson comes back too, that just adds to, an offense that's already one of the best in the league.
So Bills-Titans, good landing spot for the Bills here after a much hyped divisional game there with the Jets against a Titans team that's pretty bad. What do you know about James Cook? I think everybody spent their waiver budget on Ray Davis, and it looks like maybe James Cook's going to play. What can you tell us?
Yeah, I got bad news for the Ray Davis folks. Now, it's not all bad news, but James Cook was limited on Wednesday, upgraded to full Thursday and Friday. He's off the injury report. He's going to go. So that toe injury, that sidelining in Week 6 is going to be a non-factor. We hope heading into Week 7 he'll be active. Ray Davis was actually the only person who was injured on the Bills injury report when it was released later on today. He's questionable with a calf injury after last week's big performance. We'll see what happens. I would still expect James Cook to handle his normal assortment of snaps and touches, even if Davis is healthy. He averaged just over 16 touches per game through the first 5 weeks. So I think James Cook will be good to go. And then obviously the other fun one here is Amari Cooper, not injured, but recently acquired. Fox Sports' Jordan Schultz said that he heard a report from an insider that Amari Cooper will play despite Sean McDermott playing kind of close to the vest. So Cook back and Amari Cooper expected to play based on some reports from earlier in the day.
Commanders fans are going to be super interested in Giants-Eagles in the NFC East. If New York can knock off Philly, it'd be a huge help to Washington. Eagles just not impressive. They barely beat the Browns last weekend, and Nick Sirianni was yelling at fans after the game. Is Malik Neighbors going to play for the Giants to help them out?
It's been a weird week for Malik Neighbors. He is currently also another player who was removed from the injury report. So we know he suffered that concussion back. I'm even blanking on this. It's either week 4 or 5. I know it was against the Cowboys. He suffered that concussion. He missed 2 games. He finally cleared concussion protocol yesterday, only to pop up on the injury report with a groin injury. Now, he was listed as a full participant on Thursday and Friday. They have since removed him from the injury report. They've downplayed the severity. Malik Neighbors appears to be good to go on all accounts. He's had 52 targets through the first 5 weeks of the season. He's missed 2 games. A 38% target share for Neighbors actually leads all wide receivers in the NFL. So that's obviously a big one back to the Giants. And then Devin Singletary expected to go. Brian Dable said he will play, but rookie Tyrone Tracy is expected to get, quote, plenty of playing time after impressing in his first 2 starts of the season, racking up 237 total yards and the touchdown. So the Giants are getting healthy at the right time now. As soon as if that matters, you still got Daniel Jones and you're still the Giants. So I'm not sure if that's going to matter too much, but Neighbors being back is certainly big for real and fantasy purposes.
Let's go to that Steelers-Jets game. Some intrigue at quarterback for Pittsburgh, and the intrigue, I guess, for the Jets. They're running out of time. They need to start winning. So Devontae Adams going to go? What do we think?
Yeah, I think Devontae Adams is going to go. The report I saw earlier today, while kind of running through things, suggested that the coaching staff was more than pleased with what they saw. The hamstring injury that supposedly plagued him while with the Raiders maybe turned out to be more of a location thing than a real injury thing. He's in New York. He's feeling a lot better now. I think Adams will go. And then for the Steelers, Russell Wilson. Pretty much everyone in the Steelers is willing to say Wilson is starting, with the exception of Mike Tomlin, who said he's decided, but he's keeping it in-house. Justin Fields said on Thursday he didn't think he played well enough to keep the job. Russell Wilson said that Sunday is going to be his first game. And then George Pickens, moments after Tomlin said, let's keep this close to the vest, literally said, I've been practicing a lot with Russell Wilson after practice because he's making his first start on Sunday. So the Steelers are going to try to play it kind of coy, but it's looking like it's going to be Russell Wilson in Week 7 against the Jets.
Zach, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Thanks a lot, guys. Have a good one.
See you, buddy.
All right, let's get the lowdown on the Commanders as they get ready for the Panthers. Michael Phillips, the Richmonder, Richmond, Virginia, also part of our Odyssey family. You hear him right here on 9:10 a.m. and 105.1 FM if you were listening in Richmond as we speak. We're also live all over the DMV on the flagship 106.7. We are streaming on video on 106.7, the Fans YouTube page. Michael, Commanders, Panthers, what's your gut feel?
Well, it is obviously a game they need to win and should win, right? First time we've really said that in the Dan Quinn era. I know they were favored against the Browns, but this feels like the first take care of business game. The injury report's out, and there's 5 guys listed for the Commanders, and there's a lot of guys listed for the Carolina Panthers. Yeah, in that they haven't really been a great team this year to start with. They match up well on paper. This is the next step in becoming the team you want to be, is handling your business in a game you should win. They're 8-point favorites. It's the NFL any given Sunday, all those cliches, but I'd be pretty disappointed if they don't pull this one out.
One of the folks out here at our Leesburg event hanging out at Spanky said, hey, should we be worried that Wagner and Louvu have just kept not practicing? I always say if they're listed as rest, then I don't really care that much. But this happened with Brian Robinson, then he didn't play.
Yeah, they're going to rest on Sunday too?
I don't expect to see Dorrance Armstrong. I know he was a DNP. But then with Louvu and with Wagner, what is going on?
Yeah, I sit with Brian Robinson last week. You guys maybe even had me on Friday, and it was like, oh, I just figure it's veteran rest. Hey, you'll be ready for the game, everything good. And then all of a sudden, whoa, it's not good. That's concerning. What's not concerning is when guys get back on Friday, do the walkthrough. That's just veterans getting taken care of. I've been very impressed by what Bobby Wagner's brought in terms of energy and intensity this year. I'm a little surprised Frankie Louvu is in that veteran camp. He may actually be working through something, but I love seeing him full participant today in the walkthrough style practice, ready to go. Dan Quinn clearly not afraid to do the club, Dan, and let guys work their way to the weekend, especially on that defensive side of the ball. We really haven't seen it as much on the offensive side, and that may be a reflection of having a rookie quarterback and really wanting to maximize those reps each day.
Yeah, seen here a couple places. It looks like Dorrance Armstrong ruled out for this weekend. I don't know if that's official or not, but that's just
Quinn said that.
Dan Quinn said it. Okay, there you go.
That is official.
So, yeah, so Miguel, in this one, I just see two teams that probably can't stop one another, and I see Carolina being able to stop Washington less, if that makes any sense. I just think they're not as good at doing what we do as we are doing what we do.
That's exactly right. I think that's a pretty spot-on analysis there where, there's a reason the over-under is so high on this game. People do think Carolina is going to be able to score on Washington, and I agree they probably will. If I would point to anything encouraging, it's that this defense, while it has faded pretty hard, it has been good out of the gate the last couple of weeks. They bought the offense the time they needed against Cleveland. They were very good against Lamar, got the interception, which was a bit of a fluky interception. It's still nice to have one early against Baltimore. That's what you need. You need a defense that's going to make a lot of stops in the first quarter, get up early, and even if it ends up being a hold them at arm's length situation, you don't want to be trailing in a game like this. That's not good for anybody.
Michael, the Richmonder, tell people what they need to know.
Yeah, richmonder.org. I'll just diverge for a second here because it's local news for the people of Richmond, but you'll appreciate this. We're doing background on the school board candidates, and we found out that one of them had been arrested 3 times for embezzling, which seems relevant if you're running for school board. So our reporter called him, and he said, it's true, but I've been diagnosed as a kleptomaniac, and I'm getting treatment, so I think I'm okay to serve on the school board. That's the kind of news you need to know in your community, and we're here to provide it, Grant.
I have follow-ups. I wish this was a different program.
I have lots of follow-ups. Maybe I'll have to call you. I don't know if this is
not Meet the Press.
I don't. Oh man, I don't know what I'm allowed to do. Okay. Anyway, our prediction for Sunday.
See you guys Sunday. Should be a fun one, and man, hope they get through it because I am looking forward to this Bears game. I think it's going to be another week with a lot of hype, a ton of fun, but we got to get there first.
Thanks, Michael. We
Thank you,
appreciate you. Now, to be clear, Danny, he did not dodge your prediction. I think he thought you said see you Sunday.
Yeah, I'm not.
And he was responding.
I'm not worried about it. We're all a little thrown off. I was not ready for that.
That was wacky. I did see that tweet today, and I was like, bro, this is kind of a show.
The first time I got away with embezzlement, I thought this is good. The second time I got caught, I was like, maybe I should stop, but I'll do it one more time. It was the third time I decided I should probably do something different.
This is the time.
The third time I
I'm
was
gonna
caught
figure
with
this out.
embezzling. Oh, man.
Darius, can you fire up a little Ryan Explains It All music for us, please? I want to sneak this in on our way to break.
Okay, yeah.
For those of you that are regular listeners to the program, every now and then our producer Ryan Clary joins us to explain something. He's a young guy. He's a young lad. But he's got a lot of knowledge. He wants to help people learn about things.
Wise beyond his years.
How old are you, Mr. Clary?
24 years old.
24
Ladies and gentlemen,
old.
Ryan
24.
Clary.
Ryan Clary's 24.
Right? So occasionally we just like to get to the bottom of some things with him. So, Danny, what would you like Clary to explain to the people in Leesburg today? And I want to tell you guys, he doesn't know what we're about to pitch his way.
Right.
And he's not making anything up. Okay? So whatever you hear is actually how he's going to explain this.
We are streaming the show live. We are looking up information in real time using Wi-Fi. What's Wi-Fi?
Well, I can tell you this. Wi-Fi is what connects the internet, first and foremost.
Mm-hmm.
So
connects the internet. That's good.
Connects the internet.
That's a good start.
So I can tell you this, that it starts off with the router, and that router comes from a cable providing company. It could be Verizon. It could be Xfinity.
These are company names.
Cox. These are company names.
Okay.
And so these people, they deliver the router right to you. And basically what this box does, which is called a router, by the way.
A router.
So we've covered that, router.
We have covered the router. It's a box that just kind of gives out Wi-Fi.
It gives it
And
out.
it gives out Wi-Fi.
It gives it out.
So it allows us to connect that said Wi-Fi to the router, which then allows you to use the internet and whatever else you may need to use on that computer.
Okay, I think
So how does wireless internet work? Like, let's say you don't have wireless in your town and you want to get it. You just get a box. You just get a
router.
Get a router.
No. So it connects I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Okay.
If I'm just being 100% honest with you right now, but
what's your best guess?
My best guess is that it comes in that box of the router. If you get a router, then you are able to have wireless Wi-Fi that works in a certain radius.
Anywhere. So if they don't have wireless in a village somewhere, we just got to send them a router, and now they got it.
Sure.
As long as there's a power supply. So, like, let's say I'm in the Sahara, but I've got an extension cord that's super long to the next bit of civilization. I can plug it in. I can plug in my
router,
and I've got Wi-Fi.
Oh yeah, you could.
Oh,
all right.
It's all within that radius.
Have you ever been on AOL Instant Messenger?
Have not.
Do you know what that is?
I've heard of it from you guys, but I have never used it, nor have my friends ever used it. So
we actually have that in common. You always sleep on this, Grant. That was after me.
That's insane. The away message. Got to think of something witty.
I didn't have a home message and away message. None of it.
Unbelievable.
None of it.
G&D with you out and about. It's Field Trip Friday. First time we're doing this in Leesburg. Spanky's Shenanigans. We're going to be on the road every single Friday on Grant and Danny.
And you can stream the show anywhere. You just need what? A router. You get a router, stream the show.
The 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. Next, Darryl Green is going to have his jersey retired this weekend by the Commanders. What is your favorite Darryl Green memory? We're going to discuss that right here on G&D. G&D on the Fan. I'm fired up. Young Grant Paulson.
Yes.
Okay, keeping stats.
Grant Paulson.
For the King George High School Foxes on the sideline back in the day. Used to get steamed up when we go power. I used to love it when we went fullback dive with Jim Rishmaui. I've told y'all many a time about a Friday night when Jim Rishmaui's going for a bill, right?
It was almost to the point where I'm like, this is Al Bundy, Polk High, 4 touchdowns in one game type stuff.
Yeah.
Except it wasn't you. It was like this guy that you knew.
I don't see Jim Rishmaui anymore. It's been many years.
How could you see Jim Rishmaui?
Jim Rishmaui right now at Friday Field Trip in Leesburg. Spanky shenanigans.
That's how you know it's a big deal. That's how you know it's a big deal.
Come on. 2 bills against Chancellor for a district title?
Now, if you're a Chancellor alum, sorry about it, but you're going to have to relive this for a second. All right? Jim Rishmaui, Maui Pineapple Chicken, right down the gullet, a couple hundy. And that's 2 tutties.
Couple hundy.
That's 2 tutties.
Nothing you could do about it.
That's tough.
You knew it was coming. You couldn't stop it.
Hey, guys, fastball. Doesn't matter. Hit it.
There's nothing better than like reliving high school football memories on a Friday before Friday Night Lights. You know, right here locally. So we're in Leesburg. Kedrick Golston's coaching up Stonebridge, former Redskin. You know who's on his staff, by the way, over at Stonebridge High School?
Who's that?
Rock Cartwright and Kerry Campbell, 2 former
Wow.
Redskins. Independence High School, which is somewhere out here, I don't know where. Logan Paulson is the offensive coordinator and play caller, dialing it up. You think that offense is probably pretty good?
Bet you it's okay.
He's got Will Montgomery coaching up the offensive line. They've got 2 guys that were on Ron Rivera's staff on that staff. Now, save your jokes, okay?
There are jokes to be made. I'm going to holster them. I'm going to put them right in my pocket.
I'll bet they're good coaches at this
Yeah,
level.
at that level. They're available for other jobs, too.
But
all right, that's enough. That's enough.
The point,
That's enough. I couldn't help. You're right.
I said holster them.
I took them out.
The point of the dude's story is next week, Independence plays Stonebridge. I told Kedrick today.
Blood feud right there?
It's just like 8 former Redskins that I covered on the sidelines. I'm like, I got to be there. So I'm going to go to the game. It's at Stonebridge High School.
Well, speaking of high school football memories, we're approaching the 30th anniversary of the St. Albans Bulldogs defeating the number 2 ranked Landon Bears at Landon. One of the greatest football games I've ever seen. All the alums are actually going to have like a 30th anniversary celebration.
Do they
to
play
commemorate
football at St. Albans?
They do. We calculate a bunch of stuff too. Now you sleep, but Charles Snowden, that's a St. Albans alum, made a sack to win the Raiders a game. He joins fellow NFL alumni John Ogden, Lester Hayes, among a couple others. Nick Lowry, field goal kicker, played in the pros.
Yeah.
So there's plenty of pros for the St. Albans School for Boys.
Who was the guy that made the play in the game 30 years ago?
Well, there's a bunch of guys.
Well,
but
just one of them.
Jason Cross.
I'll see your Jason Cross. I'll raise you a Jim Rishmaui.
Now, Jason Cross. Jim Rishmaui was here, so we're going to talk about it. I'm not comparing, but here's a comparison. Jason Cross had to miss a game after he had 46 carries to beat Georgetown Prep. He had to walk with a cane for a couple of days afterwards because he was a little beat up physically. So they sat him out the next game and then ran him right back against the Landon Bears.
Jim never had 46 carries because he scored too quick.
It was
you
an issue.
can't get 46 carries if you score when you touch the football.
That's
you see
fair.
what I'm saying?
That's true, yeah.
Let's talk about other greats that actually people listening right now have seen when they weren't at King George High School or St. Albans.
Yeah, 30 years ago. You guys weren't there?
Darryl Green is going to have his jersey retired.
28, man.
By the Commanders. I thought we could do a little reminiscing here and open up the phones at 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067 on the MGM National Harbor listener lines. Maybe in-house we could grab a couple of people's thoughts as well, see what they think about their memories of Darryl Green. But when you think about Green, what is your number one all-time, first thing that comes to mind, moment about one of the greatest Redskins who ever lived?
There's one moment. It's not even close. 7-year-old, I would turn 8 that year. January 10th, 1988. The Chicago Bears are still one of the juggernauts in the NFL. That 85 Bears team is, frankly, one of the best in NFL history. They were still nasty, still excellent. The Giants won the Super Bowl the following year. Washington lost to them, I believe, in the NFC title game. They got shut out, but that great Giants team. And it was a strike year. Everything was weird, but Washington had a great football team, but the Bears were still pretty great in their own right. The game was tied 14-14, and any time Darryl Green went back to return a punt, you knew it was a big deal. Joe Gibbs didn't do it every time because Darryl Green wasn't the biggest fella, but he would do it when they needed something special. And wouldn't you know, Darryl Green delivered something special. He took that punt 52 yards to the residence, sprained a rib cage muscle or something in his abdomen, hurtling over somebody on the way. Touchdown. Washington wins. go to the NFC title game, where, by the way, the following week he makes a huge play at the goal line on 4th down to send them to the Super Bowl, which they would win over the Denver Broncos with the greatest quarter in the history of mankind. Give me that Darrell Green punt return for a touchdown. Young Randy Douye, bowl cut, 48 pounds of fury, jumping up and down and screaming to the point that I nearly passed out at home. The absolute euphoria, the joy, the unbridled happy. Darrell Green, 28 on January 10th, 88. Nothing close.
That's pretty good. I'm not going to top that. That's a good memory. I'm going to make it selfishly, though, the first thing I remember. Okay, so my earliest memories of football for this organization are actually right around 1994. I have no recollection of this team winning Super Bowls. I know it happened. I have no recollection of this team being great. My mom would sit there. She made me a fan. We would sit side by side. Sunday was laundry day and football day. That's what we did. What do they say in Maryland? Crab cakes and football?
Crab cakes and football.
For the Paulson, Sunday was laundry day and football
Laundry
day.
and football.
So I'd sit there with Janine Paulson, and we'd watch the games. And I remember one of the earliest memories I ever have had for Washington would have been a game against the Detroit Lions, and I've looked it up here. It was October 22nd, 1995. So I was 7 years old. It's week 8 of the 95 season. The two teams are in a shootout going back and forth, 800 combined yards, which at that time was a pretty big deal. It's the end of the game. Washington gets a 39-yard field goal from Eddie Murray. You remember him?
Eddie Murray.
Not the Orioles switch-hitting slugger.
No, it's not the same guy that had more than 500 homers as a switch hitter in Major League Baseball.
Not that guy. And not Eddie Murphy, the actor. Definitely not him either.
Okay.
The guy from Dr. Dolittle. That always bothers you when I...
Yeah, that's what he's most known for. Dr. Dolittle.
He was great in Dr. Dolittle.
He actually was. Because he's incredibly talented.
Was he in other stuff?
Yes.
Okay. Anyway, not him. Eddie Murray. Washington led by Gus Frerotte, gets the football after overtime, drives inside the 40. They stall. They end up punting in plus territory, and the Lions get the football back at their own 4-yard line. Pick six, walk-off winner, Darrell Green in overtime, 36-30 win. And the victory gave the then Redskins, who were 3-5 for the season, a shot at a year. Like, let's go have a campaign.
Mm-hmm.
The season's not over. Darrell Green just saved the day at 35 years old. That's my first on-the-field memory of Darrell Green.
Great pull on that one. I mean, that just, because that was one of those, the dark times.
Oh, yeah, for you, that's like, you put those away. That's what my formative years.
And that's all you had.
That moment was like, oh, I get to cheer. We won a game. That's pretty cool.
So that was post Pettibone. That's that's Norval Eugene?
Yeah, 95.
Yeah, there you go.
I've told this story on the air before, but I'll make it quick and tell it again. The first time I ever met Darrell Green was a very formative experience and actually like a lesson learned for me. So 1999, I'll save all of the details somebody cares about, but I'm at training camp as a 10-year-old doing interviews for Channel 9 in Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Long story. But I'm there, and I'm lucky enough to get to do these interviews as a kid reporter. So I'm at training camp, and I'm going up to every player all week long, and I'm saying Mr. whatever their name is. Ken Harvey's Mr. Harvey. Dana Stubblefield's Mr. Stubblefield. Dan Wilkinson's Mr. Wilkinson. Brian Mitchell's Mr. Mitchell. I'm meeting all my heroes. I'm a fifth grader. I am just so happy. My favorite player, of course, like every other kid at the time, was Darrell Green. And I've been at training camp for like 4 days. I've done 30 interviews. I have not yet seen Darrell Green. So finally, this is in Frostburg, if you remember, where they used to train.
Yep.
I'm in a little cafeteria on campus, and there is Darrell Green getting his food on a tray like he's a student, walking through the line, setting his food down, coming back up to get his drink. And I walk up to him. Now, mind you, I have approached roughly 35 players this week and said, Mr. Whatever, can I have an interview? And they have all said, don't call me Mr. That's my dad. Call me Danny or whatever.
Right.
Every single one of them. So I walk up to Darrell Green. All I wanted the whole week was to meet Darrell Green. And I say, hey, Darrell, how are you? My name's Grant. I'd like to chat with you at some point. And he looks at me and goes, respect your elders. Call me Mr. Green.
Yeah.
And I was like, no, I thought I was doing the cool thing. I thought I'm
a regular guy, right?
Exactly. And subsequently, we had a great relationship. All he was awesome to me for many, many years. And we still, to this day, will have him on the show and talk to him. But every time I see him, to this day, I walk up to him.
Hello, Mr. Green.
And I say, hello, Mr. Green. How are you? To this day. But that is the first time I ever met Darryl Green. In a cafeteria on Frostburg's campus that our producer, Darius, who went to Frostburg, has probably eaten
I'm sure it's Darius'
like
cafeteria.
dozens of times or something. That's where I met Darryl Green.
That is funny. That is really, really good. I mean, just as salt of the earth as they come when it comes to that. I mean, if you were to tell me the odds of a guy from a school that I don't even know if it exists anymore, I'm not sure if Texas A&I still plays football, right? That guy from the smallest school there is, not a huge player, like 5'9", 5'10" at most, 180 pounds.
He was 83.
Yeah.
He was the same year as all the quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Marino and Elway and all those guys.
That guy plays 20 years. Come on. The fact that he was still the fastest guy in the league at probably 38, 39, 40 years old.
Well, he ran a 40. Now, I've said this for so many years that it's dated. It's probably now 10 years ago. But like in his 50s, he ran a 40 and was still like 4'4", barely. Would have been one of the fastest players in the league. That's insane.
When he I don't remember it because I was so young, but he introduced himself to the league. Washington knew, right? Obviously, they drafted him, selected the guy. But when he introduced himself to the league, with Tony Dorsett, who did not get caught, Tony Dorsett breaks away. That's a touchdown for Tony Dorsett until they played Washington. And Darryl Green came from like the other side of the field at the line of scrimmage, covering somebody else entirely, and chased his butt down. And everyone went, "What is that? How did that happen?
Right.
Does he have afterburners on his shoes? Like what? How did this dude do that? Did he get a head start? Did he come off the sideline? Unbelievable."
Commander's going to retire the
Very
number
cool.
28 organizationally long overdue of Darryl Green, who was kind of, I don't want to say phased out, but had fallen out of being involved with the organization like so many other legendary former players, frankly, because he didn't appreciate the way Dan Snyder did business. And a lot of those wrongs are being righted by this new ownership group. What's your fondest Darryl Green memory? That's what we want to know. We'll open up the phones next. 800-636-1067. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are out and about in Leesburg. Our Friday field trip is on the air at Spanky's Shenanigans, where they are now passing out the blackened shrimp like we're at a wedding. On just like they're just walking around.
Yeah.
Like who wants one? And you better not say no.
And the answer is yes. By the way, yes, I do.
Yeah.
At weddings, I'm never good at getting the eye of the person passing the delicious stuff. And that's always the best thing. It's like, here's the bacon wrapped shrimp, or here's the bacon wrapped bacon, or whatever they have. The little shrimps or the crab shooters, the crab. I can never get them. I'm always like following them around. All
I was
awkward.
gonna say you got to get in a good position,
get in a good spot,
be over by like. I always post up right where the door is, where they walk out of. You're the first one.
Yeah, I hold the door for them and just pilfer.
Oh, really? Your food out of this door? Who
Oh,
knew?
that's so weird.
We're talking Darryl Green. Cleary, you want to see if anybody in house wants to give their fondest Darryl Green memories, as we have a large audience today out here at Spanky Shenanigans. Let's hit the phones, though. Dustin in D.C. on Grant and Danny on the Fan. Dustin, what's your favorite Darryl Green moment as we get ready to retire his number in town?
All right, what's going on, Grant? What's up, Danny and everybody? It's Spanky out there. And hope y'all having a good time. But enjoying those black and I hope it's black and shrimp tacos, if that's the case.
They
But,
probably do have those. We're just doing the shrimp.
I was going to say, you could put them in a taco. You could put them on the roof. It's like a Dr. Seuss poem. I'm eating them anywhere, man. They're amazing.
Oh, man, me too. I'm right with you. My favorite Darryl Green memory, there was a time when, I think you mentioned it earlier, when they had training camp in Frostburg. But they had, like, I guess we was back then, I guess you still call it a fan experience, how they do now during training camp. So I was probably 10, 11 years old. Met Darryl Green, got his autograph, signed my football cards and everything. But the coolest thing that happened was he lined us up, all us were kids. We all lined up on the line, got on the line, we got to race Darryl Green. And of course he smoked everybody off the line. I was in my mind, I'm gonna tell you, I was right behind him, but
right.
Yeah.
I was half a stride.
The way I would tell that story, thanks for the call, is like you caught a fish. Like he only beat me by like 10 feet. Might have been 20 or 30. But every time you tell it, you get a little closer.
Right. And we were running a 10-foot dash, and he beat me by 10 feet.
Shtick aside, though, when you are in a community for 20 years, you don't see this in the modern sports world that we live in. I went to the induction ceremony of Cal Ripken Jr. in Cooperstown for the Hall of Fame. That year he got in, Tony Gwynn got in also with the San Diego Padres. Gwynn was a mayor of that town like Ripken was of Baltimore. And unless you are somewhere for your entire career, and it is a lengthy, illustrious career, you do not have the ability to influence people and to have that connection that those guys, that Darryl Green in D.C. has. It's not going to happen over a rookie contract or even 2 contracts or half of a career. You water it down when you leave. So we won't see this very often. But if you choose to make a real impact like he did, if you choose to be active in the community and to be a real key member of society, you impact so many lives. Like, think about how many people listening probably met him at some point, at an event, at a speaking engagement, coming to your school. Dozens and dozens and dozens of fans over the years. It happened. And hundreds, thousands of people, I'm sure, have their own Darryl Green
over
story.
decades, man.
Derek's in D.C. on Grant and Danny. What's up, Derek? How are you?
Great, guys. Good to talk to you. You just nailed it right there. I was excited to tell you. First of all, my memory was chasing down Tony Dorsett. I'm sure somebody's mentioned that, right?
Danny made that one just kind of in passing, made mention of that.
Right, yeah. When he was a rookie, he gave him 10 yards and he knocked him out of bounds. And I think they ended up only getting a field goal. And it was like, Dorsett was like, whoa, who is this guy?
Yeah, like, how did that happen?
But yeah, the other part that's you just set me right up for is my son's out in Fairfax County about 15 years ago. And he challenged anybody who wanted a piece of him to a sprint. And he basically gave him 10 yards and he'd slow down and he just, the last 3 steps, he'd say, yep, close. No, baby, you ain't got me.
Yeah, he was like barnstorming, it sounds like.
he was the freeze
Thanks
before
for
the
call.
freeze in Atlanta. You know what I mean?
He's like, who wants to race me? Who wants to come at the king? All right, let's get some temperature of the folks here in-house where we have taken our field trip on the road. We're in Leesburg. By the way, ladies and gentlemen, Fred Smoot is with us.
That's Fred Smoot.
Live on site.
That's Smooty's music.
Former Redskins great. We're talking about some of the great moments of Darrell Green's career. I know you can add some color to that because you played with him.
I can.
We'll get to that. But look, we got a Caps hoodie right here, Smooty.
All right. I'm always with the Caps.
You better be. 2 straight wins.
Every team in D.C., I got to say that. I'm with every team in D.C. I'm quite not a Wizard. I'm sorry. I haven't bought in that much when it comes to the Wizards. I can't do it.
Not a Wizards guy. All right. Nats, we got you?
No, Nets. I'm totally a Nets.
So if you've won
Capital.
a championship or you played for them, that's basically what it takes.
Yeah. No, because I love the Caps. I
won a
love the Nets.
championship.
And I don't need you to win a championship. I need you to be respectable, like just a little bit. And also, everybody like to down the Commander's name. Come on, I've been here for 20 years, walking the streets of D.C., never ran into Gandalf or any other wizard walking the streets of D.C. So all I'm saying is, come on, let's be honest.
We're going to get back to the name. Don't
All right.
worry about that. All right, so let's see. Sir, tell us your name. Where are you from?
I'm Eric. I'm from Sterling.
Eric, thank you for coming out today. We appreciate it. Go Caps, by the way. Favorite Darrell Green moment, memory?
Favorite Darrell Green moment, definitely 1983 Monday Night Football when he ran down Tony Dorsett. Was incredible.
Hard to top that. Because I just think at that time, as you said, Danny, was it 83 when he did that?
Yeah, his first year.
Rookie year. So DC knew what they got. No one around the country even knew who the guy was probably yet.
It was the first game of the season, and Dorsett established as the star. I mean, when he broke through, everybody can jog up for the extra point because he was that fast.
Yeah.
Until that little blur, that 178-pound soaking wet blur ran his behind down, and the whole country went, oh, my God.
Smooty, when you were a rookie.
I was 4 years old when he ran him down. Yeah. No, that's what I'm telling you. I was born in 79. Yes. That's what I'm saying. Like, listen, man, like longevity, 1, production, 2, the person off the field, 3. It's like God said, you know what? Today I'm gonna make a couple perfect people on this one right here. I'm gonna make some vintage Americans right now. And Darrell Green popped up. Like, so at the end of the day, man, you gotta realize I was 4 years old when he made that play.
Same here.
And when I got to the team, he was still the fastest man on the team.
I was gonna say, when you were a rookie,
yes, we did the race.
Was he like year 17, 18 probably? Because he played 20.
19.
Okay, 19.
Year 19.
He could beat you in a race.
No, we had a race. Well, it ended up just me, him, and Champ at the end. And it ended up just Darrell Green.
He beat you and Champ.
Me and Champ.
Oh, wow. That's insane.
The man is fast. He's pure speed. Like, that's why one day I was literally in the meeting room studying some Darrell film. And Champ walked in early. And he was like, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm trying to study Darrell. He was like, stop that right now. Like, you can't do that. You can't Darrell Green. Like, unless you run a 4.1 up for 240, you can't do what he do because he don't do it like anyone else. And I think that's why him and Coach Schottenheimer had this bumping of the heads because he wanted us to all look uniform. And Darrell just does it his way.
He was like,
that Hall of Fame
I don't
way.
need you to tell me how to cover.
Well, it was too late. I'm 18 years
Right.
in. Come on, it's too late then.
Let's sneak in one more here. We'll continue to take some thoughts from the folks in the house. Favorite Darrell Green moment? I guess first tell us your name, where you're from.
Brian from Leesburg.
Brian, what's up? We are happy to have you out and about today at Spanky Shenanigans. So what's your Darrell Green recollection?
So my first game that I ever attended was the NFC Championship game, the game before they beat the Bills in the Super Bowl. And Darrell Green intercepted a pass and returned it for a touchdown, and we demolished the Lions in that game. It was the game after the seat cushion game for the Falcons.
How old were you?
12 or 13.
I mean, so that you'll never not be a fan after that. How could you not be a fan?
No, I mean, one of my first memories is Tony Dorsett, right? And then, of course, the memory that Danny brought up of
punt return,
the
man.
punt return
That
and
punt
holding
return.
the ribs and hurdling the guy.
Yeah, I get chills thinking about it.
Amazing, all of them. But I was there. It was my first game, and that was amazing.
They're up 34-10 in that moment, I think, and he seals it with a pick six.
Yeah, they won 41-10, I think. Yeah.
Claria, you got one more. We have another Caps hoodie. By the way, the Caps gear this winter's
Caps
out
are
and about.
playing. Yep.
Let's go. 4 points against the West last couple of nights.
I'm Claw. I live here in Leesburg, but I grew up in Berryville.
Okay.
Now, my favorite thing about Darrell Green is that in Berryville, I went to Berryville Baptist Church, and he volunteered freely his time, his money, everything. Like if we needed help with a fundraiser, even here in Leesburg, he just showed up. He was always there. Always.
That's like he wanted to be in the community. But then you stay here for 20 years as well. I mean, so he decided not only am I going to be here, but I'm going to be a part of it. Part of why you get your jersey.
There's a
retired.
million different ways to there's no wrong way to do it, right? I mean, I suppose, there is a wrong way, but you know what I mean? Like, you could be quiet, you can be by yourself, you could just sort of, or you could do what he did, which is, as you said, just be out and ingratiate yourself to everybody at all times because you're part of the fabric.
G&D on the Fan. Fred Smoot is in the house with us. He's going to kick it with us live from Leesburg. We are also going to be talking with an analyst who has Jaden Daniels as his number one quarterback in the NFL already this season right now.
Nothing
based on
wrong with that.
His performance as we continue on the Fan. On site on a Friday field trip. It's a football Friday on the Fan. Commanders, Panthers coming your way on Sunday at Northwest Stadium. Smoothie, that's just how we've always said it, right? The Commanders playing at Northwest Stadium.
You know what? I tried to name it the Fed House to give it some, some feel. Maybe somebody be like, yeah, man, I got to take you to the Fed House. You probably be kind of afraid, right?
I don't want to go to the Fed House.
That's what I'm talking about. And right now, nobody else wants to come to the Fed House. And I ain't just talking about you, Danny, because I know how you rock.
That's a good thing.
But guess what, Danny? I'm not going to stop.
I know you're not.
You told me if I can get a dragon to drop you off, I had a chance. And I think I might got something. I think I might found something.
Spanky's Shenanigans is
Meraxes
the site.
dropping me off.
If you're in the Leesburg area, come on out and kick it. There's a lot of Commanders fans getting ready for Week 7 football. We got Fred Smoot hanging with us today on the Fan. So let's just start with the matchup. We'll go through a bunch of different avenues of this game, but I have not been this confident going into a game that Washington's just going to be better than the opponent and bully them a little bit.
Does that scare you, Grant?
Not that much.
You should be like right now, like it's new everything. I see if like one element changed, but with everything changing, it's new feelings.
Yeah.
And when I talk to the fans in my post-game show, they want to celebrate, but they're afraid to.
There's nervousness. For
Like,
sure.
let the past go. We don't even got the old name. It's nothing from the past that we have besides the guys that's still here and that cheer for the team, the older guys, it's alumni weekend. Daryl, going through here. Like this whole weekend revolves around Daryl. He's getting the key to the city tomorrow. All right. And he's actually getting his number retired, so nobody ever wear 28 again. That means it's immortalized. Like, unless he has like a great grandson that Dale Green the third of his name, that says, you know what, Granddad would have wanted me to wear this number.
But to Grant's point though, about this kind of the feeling and the vibe.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to be improved coming into the year, right? Like whether they won a bunch of games or not, I'm going, there's a legit page turn the tap to your point, Smoothy.
Yeah.
But the fact that they're this proficient and able to blow the doors off of teams that aren't particularly good, there's the departure. Not a one-off, but for weeks of it, competing with the best, destroying the worst. Now all of a sudden, it really feels like it's not just lip service that it's different. It's different.
Well, it's different because people don't value coaching. Like when it comes to athletic pro teams, the talent level varies just the scales from great guy to monster, from great guy to serviceable guy to a guy that's trying to get there. It's not that far apart. But the well-coached teams dominate. And they don't dominate because they're better athletes. They dominate because they're better prepared. Their scheme is better. And they got a couple of weapons that you cannot account for. All right, well, that's what we have right now. We have that wild dragon that people are finding out. How can I tame him or slow him down? Well, it's very Lamarish in the way you have to go about slowing him down, but he's showing you with his arm week in and week out. You're gonna have to figure out another way to get that plan done also.
Jaden Daniels has been incredible.
Yeah.
That's your wild dragon you're referencing.
That is.
For those of you that didn't follow, that
Yeah,
was the wild
that's
dragon.
the wild dragon.
Yes. Fred Smoot on G&D. I think a lot of people keep going, well, what happens when there's an adjustment? What happens when someone keeps him in the pocket? He passes every test. When like the Ravens basically said, you're not going to run.
Yeah.
3 design runs for 3 yards.
Yeah.
I scrambled 3 times, but it wasn't like crazy for 19 yards.
Yeah.
I know they didn't win the game, but it's not because he didn't play well.
No, it's not.
From the pocket, he kind of sliced them up.
Yeah, he did. Ain't no kinda. You believe what you see. Nobody wants to believe what you see. You just said it. Every test that's been put in front of him thus far, he has passed. Do we think that setback is coming where he's going to have a game that he doesn't look good? He's human. But this first, I guess you want to say quarter of the year, he's been kind of superhuman in his numbers in the way he's gone about making this happen. Not saying he's throwing for 300 every game. He's doing one thing that we hate. He's not counting numbers. He's counting wins. They're my different quarterbacks. That means I can beat you in 3 different ways. It's only a couple of quarterbacks that can do that. And there go Josh Allen. There go Patrick Mahomes. There go Lamar Jackson. That means they're 3 like.
What's the 3? Running, passing?
All right, from the pocket, I can beat you. I can beat you with my legs. The third thing of that is I'm extending to throw.
Yeah.
I'm extending to break coverages. When you extend the pocket, and let's just say we in zone cover 4, the more seconds he have, the more that stretches it. The more you stretch it, the more you're going to find holes to throw it into. All right, then you go man to man. Now we go into the first route, second route, third route. Now we're talking about things that's indefensible.
Well, also, to your point, no one really plays man against them.
No, you can't.
You can't, right? That's what I'm gonna ask
Like,
you.
listen to me. When we played Michael Vick, the corners are always mad because no more man-to-man, nothing that turns our back to the quarterback. Because the last thing you want him to do is come running beside me while I'm chasing the wide receiver. You don't want that. So they want all 11 of us to literally look at him at all times, which to me paralyzes the defense. Now we can only zone blitz, and now we can play what? Cover 2, cover 4. But we kind of paralyzed, like to what we can play unless we got a freakish guy like a Kyle Hamilton that we can move around, Troy Polamalu, Sean Taylor, that you got to play where is he. Now we can match somebody up to you, but it ain't much you can do.
Fred Smoot with us here live on the scene in Leesburg for our Friday field trip series. Spanky Shenanigans here in Leesburg with a whole bunch of folks hanging out. So I wanted to get into that, but I have two questions. The first is, what did you do? What would people usually do at the beginning of practice before you practice?
Yeah.
It's like where you get your muscles loose. What's that word? What do you call it?
You want me to say it.
Where your muscles are tight, but you have to do what?
I'm not going to let you do it.
What do you do then?
Because you know, Danny, don't you do it.
Blank Armstrong.
No.
Saw me. Look
I do it because you know I try to stay away from those words. I'm not gonna let you do it.
Which kind of
relax my muscles and make them expendable and
lengthen them.
flexible
Yeah.
so they cannot tear.
Through the act of what's the verb? How do you do that? You stretch.
No, I'm not doing it.
You stretch.
I'm not giving Danny what he wants.
What's the word?
I'm not gonna give Danny what he wants.
I don't know how often you hear this, but there is a word you still every time you say it, you call it.
I do it. It's just because it's a smooth.
What is it?
It's not. I'm not frustrated. I'm frustrated.
No. It's also sniplet.
The sniplet. The sniplet. The sniplet. That's a snippet to the layperson, by the way. It's not some deviant term that you have to look up that your kids are using. Yeah. It's just Fred's way of saying a snippet, like a small thing. That's number one. But number two, I
knew he was going there.
I want you to go into what. So the back to the actual matters of football. I was fascinated by the idea of you limit the defense, and I feel like Washington hasn't had an offense in so long where defenses have to go. You know what? This section of the playbook, we're not even bothering with it because we can't. Because of the challenges the quarterback presents.
They're dictating.
Yeah. What are you seeing the last couple of weeks?
Yeah.
That teams are going to maybe try to replicate.
Yeah.
And then some counters there.
Well, you got to realize the only reason the Ravens could do what they did because they
is it Hamilton?
No, they practice against it every day. When you see Lamar every day, and when you scrimmage against Lamar all the time, if anybody gonna know how to contain a running quarterback, it's gonna be the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
So now you flip the page. Of course, it's a copycat league, but I don't feel like they stopped them. Like what they just showed you in Baltimore is how you want him to hurt you. Do you want him to hurt you with his arm, or do you want him to hurt you with his feet? Are you just going to try to mix in and sneak on them 3 or 4 plays and see can you sneak that blitz in there? And if he hurts you, he hurts you. If he doesn't, he doesn't. But when the offense dictates the pace of us, that means not only are we trying to play bend but don't break, they stop us from attacking the way we would usually attack a quarterback.
And the no huddle element too. Almost 60%.
Yeah.
What is that doing?
Well, here go what no huddle does. When we get into the 2-minute offense, that's our natural offense is the no huddle. So if you notice, we're scoring before the half and we're scoring in a quarter and we're scoring at the end of the game because that's his natural offense is to speed it up. Now, when you speed it up, we can only have 1 or 2 checks. All right, once you learn those 1 or 2 checks, you got to go into the halftime and change those checks. All right, well, guess what? He's going to learn those checks too. So it makes you very limited, but it also makes you, how should I say, you can't run your D lineman in and off the field. So it slows your pass rush, especially if we're going to push you to third down. Now this is a 10-play drive. That hurts you.
Let's talk corner play for a second.
Yeah.
The secondary is a problem. The defense is not going to be a strength.
Now, remember I came on the show at the beginning of the season, and all 3 of us debated about the offensive line being a weakness, which I said, no, it's not.
Smoothie, she's walking around with drinks. Do you need anything? You're good.
I'm good right now.
Okay.
On my best behavior. It's Friday football.
It's a field trip.
I like to enjoy myself.
It's a business day.
Yeah, I like to go watch my son on this day.
I want to ask you about your son.
Yeah,
too.
yeah.
But back to the point at hand.
Yeah.
So the secondary, the defense, I think there's a ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
I'm hoping they continue to improve. I think they will with Dan Quinn and with Joe Witt. But the point I've been making all week is I actually think Benjamin St. Juste is a lot better than he gets credit for.
Yeah, he is.
I think he's a solid corner 2, probably, who's being asked to be a corner 1. I think there's matchups where he's going to be very solid.
Yeah,
where
get bigger, physical, want to maul you a little
he
bit.
can use his length.
Give me that. Yeah.
Zay Flowers on an island because you're stacking the box. There's not that many big corners that are going to do that well in that situation.
No, we don't.
He's getting killed by the fan base.
No.
I think he's fine.
Well, guess what? As a cornerback, that's your life getting killed by the fan base. Like, they love you one day, they hate you the next. You Jim Thorpe one day, you Thorpe Jim the next. Like, they want you out of here.
Who's Thorpe Jim?
Yeah, the guy nobody
His
knows.
evil twin.
But it's one of them, like, here go the thing about St. Juste. St. Juste is what you call a notifier. He'll notify. He'll stay in between wide receiver, quarterback, PBUs, forced fumbles. That's how I get my turnovers. All right, then you got guys that retrieve the ball, guys that turn the ball over. All right, and that's what Witt loves. If you look at his thing, he loves guys that can turn the ball over. But then DQ also loves guys with length. That's where St. Juste comes in at. And you're right about this. Tall corners don't do well with short wide receivers. It's hard. One thing, they hard to put their hands on. Second, you can lose them. They're jitterbugs. All right, they become harder to bring down to the ground. I think that's what made T.O. so good. As a big receiver, he ran like a small receiver. So, it's all about the guys that can get yak. When you got a guy that can get yak, I would have rather see Sanders Steele match up with Zay Flowers while he looking him right in the eye. And I'm not going to lose sight of you. All right, and I could break your leg in a phone booth. So quickness is what I want against a guy like that.
What do you think of Sanders still so far?
I'm loving what Sanders still brings. Man, you know what? He reminds me of this group of DBs that I have put these guys together, and I call them football magnets. And think of Dre Bly. Think of D'Angelo Hall. Think of Rondé Barber. Think of, like, the ball finds these guys. I was literally walking in the grocery store with D'Angelo Hall. Ball fell off the shelf. All right, listen to me.
And he caught it.
Yeah, he did. All right, so the ball finds these guys sometimes. And I think he's going to be that type of guy. Like, what shocked me is how well he's been playing outside. Because I know how hard
he's
that
a
is to be.
nickel, you would think, and
No.
they just bumped him outside because they need to, and he's been good.
No, he's saying I'm more than a nickel. Like, if Nick Saban say, hey, pound for pound best player this year, that should tell you everything you need to know. And he's one of those guys, he's a sponge. Like, he had just literally got drafted. He literally hit me in my IG like the next morning. Like, now that's a dude's
Oh,
dude
no way.
right
For
there.
advice
Yeah.
or to get together?
Introduce himself, advice, and I told him I'm in the building all the time. Time he got there, sit, talk, chat, pick
How
my
about it?
brain. That's what type guy he is. But
Wow.
that's what type guys they got. All of these kids they get now, brainiac.
Well, Sanders still more physical than I thought. I mean, I know he obviously at Michigan. Okay, at the college level, he's going to scrap a little bit, but here, I mean, think of some of the breakups he's had close to the line of scrimmage, asked to tackle.
Yeah,
like a couple times, Derrick Henry on the outside, and there he is, right there, first man in. Pretty impressive.
Hey, Jim Harbaugh guy. Harbaugh guy, football guy. Harbaugh had a heart attack and came back to the game. And like, some people love the game, and I think Sanders still loves the game. And you can tell that he's a studier, because I'm one of the corners that love when people threw screens my way, because I used to always tackle him in the backfield. That means he's studying. All right, that means he's taking what he's studying and he's taking it to the field. And sometimes that's what separates rookie from vets. Sometimes the rookies cannot study and take that same information to the field.
The last time this team was 5-2, Smoot,
Yeah.
you were on it.
All right.
2008.
So we did do some good. So we did do some. Oh, it turned out bad.
The start was great.
Anyway,
turned out bad.
Before you go sticking your flag in the ground, I'd like to remind you there was no postseason that year, Fred.
Yeah.
Okay, but 2008, you guys went 6-2.
I remember. Was this Zorn?
That was Zorn.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm asking. This is very different. You didn't have Jaden Daniels, right?
Yeah.
And it was not year one of I guess it was year one of a coaching staff.
It was.
Did you guys at that time think we're coming together, we're really good, this is the beginning of something? Or did you kind of know, I don't know how long this is going to last?
We were like, you know what? We're very talented. How long can we win off talent? Like, it's going to catch up with you.
About 8 weeks, I think.
What did I tell you is separating this team now? Great coaching.
Did you know, though, at that time, Zorn was not a great coach?
Well, first of all, to save Zorn, he did not ask to be our head coach. They signed him as an offensive coordinator when we didn't have a head coach, and then all the head coaches around the league were like, "No, you're not going to pick my offensive coordinator for me." So then, we came to work one day, and Coach Zorn, he was shaking everybody's hand, saying, "I'm your new head coach," and I was like, "Okay, that works. All right, that works."
That's totally normal.
Yeah, we'll do what we got to do. It's just one of those things. He was put in a situation he wasn't ready for because he was just really getting his thing going as an offensive coordinator. That's why everybody wanted him. He wasn't ready to lead men. He wasn't ready to do that.
We're going to get you some blackened shrimp.
Oh,
I need you to eat some shrimp.
I'm going shrimp po' boy because I'm from Mississippi. It's a difference. See, you got to have the warm bread, nice sauce on there, crunch. It's totally different.
You're not going to get me to run down a po' boy. Yeah. What I'm telling you is, what about a side of shrimp? Anything can be a side if you want it to be.
I'm going to say, my cousin, Big Al, he likes to talk about sides of entrees. You know this fat boy talk right there. Fat boy talk.
You know it
there.
right here.
Hey, look at your company.
No, I'm just saying because I'd go with him somewhere. He'd be like, "Yeah, let me get a whole chicken and let me get a side of bacon." I'm like, "Well, are you serious? Like, what are you doing?"
I was at the Italian store more than a decade ago, and I said, "Can I get a side of pizza?" And this poor kid was bewildered.
Yeah.
He's like, "Oh, sir, we don't really do that." I was like, "Just give me a slice of pizza to go."
Yeah,
it's a side because it's on the side of my
what?
sandwich.
Okay, if a pizza is a side, what's the main?
Exactly.
Well, when Danny and I order, so here's what we do at the station. If we order pizza, we're like, let's get a pizza.
Yeah.
We order a sandwich from the pizza place. So it'll be like a
appetizer.
No. The main is the meatball sub.
Okay.
Or the chicken parm
Nice.
sub.
Or the Italian,
Nice.
whatever.
The side is the slices of pizza.
It's a side of pizza, Smoothie.
I got a couple of words. Gluttonous. Calories. Did you know they invented this other word called gluten? Right?
Yeah.
Don't do it to yourself, fellas.
Oh, it's already been done.
No. I can say this about you,
It's
Danny.
over.
Danny, you trimming up, man.
I'm trying to.
I don't know if it's the pickleball or what's going on.
He plays pickleball 4 days a week.
I heard-
and he plays pickup basketball twice.
I heard you wear like a knee brace and
all of it. It's like sausage casing. I gotta keep everything in.
So you the dirty old man at the courts.
That's me.
Oh, he's sweaty.
Yes.
Disgusting.
That fouls everybody.
Nobody
The guy
wants
that
to check me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just leans on everybody at the YMCA. You that dude?
That's
Nah,
me.
man.
Philip Seymour Hoffman and a one-game poly. That's me.
Fred Smoot's hanging out. There is a reporter who's got Jaden Daniels as his number one quarterback in the NFL after week 6. We'll catch up with him next, right here on Grant and Danny. in Leesburg for our Friday field trip at Spanky Shenanigans. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Thank you for making the show part of your weekend. Means a lot. We appreciate it. We're getting ready for football in Week 7. The Commanders trying to get to 5-2, and the biggest reason why is their quarterback, Jaden Daniels, who they drafted number 2 overall, who has played not only like a veteran, but like an elite player through 6 games. In fact, there are people around the NFL at this point covering the league who think he's been one of the best quarterbacks in football. But I have seen just one place so far where he has been ranked the number 1 quarterback in the NFL based on how he's played this year. And that is the 33rd team's Dan Pizzuto, who joins us now on G&D Football Outsiders Almanac as well through the years. A very smart football gentleman and a guy who's going to be very popular in Washington, D.C. right now. Dan, how are you? Thanks for the call.
I'm doing well. How are you?
We're pretty good, dude.
Very well.
Yeah.
Things are cooking right now for the Commanders. But I will say, as high as we are on Daniels, as excited as we are, seeing someone in a quarterback ranking put him number 1, even for us, we're surprised by at this point. Why do you rank him as the best quarterback in the NFL so far?
So it kind of goes into what these rankings are at the moment. So half of it is kind of me looking at who these quarterbacks are and trying to figure that out in a vacuum. And then the other half of the scale is we're looking at expected points added and success rate. So looking at their actual production this year and then putting those together is kind of what makes the final grading scale of what we're putting out into these rankings. And right now, Jaden Daniels is playing really well. So he's doing pretty well in that skill score where like I am looking at specific factors. And then by like EPA and success rate right now, he's kind of leaps and bounds above everybody else. So that does give him quite a boost into what we're putting together as this final score. So that is why right now he is number 1 based on the production that he's had so far this year.
Okay, so Dan, I'm trying to quantify this for myself. And again, I'm so pleased. This is not a criticism. I'm just trying to figure all this out, man. Just a few decades of getting punched right in the nose every time I started to believe for a microsecond has me a little bit reticent. But I by way of example, a few years ago, Chase Young was here and he won defensive rookie of the year. He had a good season. But in years where there were really good standout defensive rookies, he wouldn't have won it, but he was the best in that given year. How much of this is contextual for we're not seeing Pat Mahomes do his normal 50 touchdown, 5,000-yard thing? There's no Drew Brees. There's no, Justin Herbert isn't in a throw-first offense. How much of this is we're not seeing the unbelievable quarterback totals around the league, and how much of this is do you realize how special Jaden Daniels is?
Yeah, I would say, like, to be fair, it's probably a little bit of both when you kind of look at some of the production league-wide. I know when you went through, like, the first 2 weeks, there was this whole thing about, passing is completely broken and no one can pass the ball anymore. That's not really true. You have guys like, Lamar Jackson, even Josh Allen, still producing pretty well. You do have, Patrick Mahomes, who you would expect to be at the top of the efficiency ranks every year because, like, I think in a vacuum, he is still the best quarterback in the league. And when you kind of look at what I have for like their skill set rankings, I still have Mahomes as number 1. But the Chiefs are just kind of, feeling their way through the start of the season. So there is some of that where we don't have crazy production from some of these other quarterbacks. And Daniels does have a significant gap there. But it is a reason of why Daniels is there is because he is playing incredibly well. And I think the really cool thing about him is there's a layer getting kind of released and unveiled kind of every week where there's just another element to his game that's getting added. And I think that's been the really cool thing to watch with him. The beginning of the year was whenever he left the pocket, he was scrambling. There were no throws on the run. Now he's more comfortable doing that. We're seeing some explosive plays come off when he's getting out of the pocket. You look at what he did last week. Baltimore wanted to keep him in the pocket. He had his lowest scramble rate of the season last week, and he was still able to do things and manage the pocket and continue having a effective passing offense that way. So every week, I think we're just seeing Jaden Daniels grow right now, and there haven't been any like back-breaking mistakes, which is very cool when you see there's no huge low side here, and the ceiling just keeps getting higher.
Ranking has Daniels number 1 for the 33rd team. Dan Pizzuto joins us now on G&D to go over, not only some of those rankings, but also where Daniels sits atop the perch. Specific to his strengths and like the areas where analytically he's been so good, what stands out to you? You've studied this for a long time. You know what's normal and what isn't. for a young quarterback. How's he doing it?
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it's so much of his legs have definitely been such a big part of what he's able to do right now. And in the beginning of the season, that was just moving the ball forward in a way that just when passing options weren't there, and we kind of saw the first 2 weeks was a very, stagnant type of condensed offense with some of the shorter passes, the legs were the explosive plays. But now he's using that as a way he can get out of the pocket and then create throws down the field. So that is something. And there is just, when he is, getting sacked, usually sacks are something that completely derails drives. You look at like points per drive on drives that don't have any sacks and drives that have at least one sack, there is a significant decline right now. For Washington, because Daniels just kind of has this innate ability to get into some open field, knows when to run right now, Washington has about the same rate of points per drive this year as when he's getting sacked and when he's not. So when you can kind of lift the floor in that way of what Daniels is doing with his legs, and then, like I said, every week we've just kind of seen his passing game open up a little more with something new that we've seen. I think it is just kind of really special. It's just kind of the linear development we haven't seen.
Dan, anything not sustainable about what Jaden Daniels is doing and has done so far?
I mean, it's to an extent, like we're eventually going to see a bad game. I'm like sure of it because we just do see that. Like we haven't seen that to his to this point so far. So when like something really goes wrong, we haven't seen it. Like we haven't seen them have to, really trail and have him be like a pure drop back passer in a sense where the defense knows he has to drop back. Like I said, Baltimore did kind of try to keep him in the pocket, but that wasn't in a way where, they were able to kind of tee off on him and we see some of that. So, maybe that is an area where, we see that he's not able to completely, pull some magic out of his hat every week. But in terms of just kind of the down-to-down success they're having right now, like it's not something where he is just pulling out these big plays and that's all they're working on. He's fifth in success rate right now. And to be fifth in success rate, first in EPA per play, like they are just, I think they have a lot of right answers right now. And it's a lot of, there are options where he is continually making the right decision. And that is really one of the cool things to look at kind of going forward where, he doesn't look overwhelmed. I think things have been slowing down and he's not really putting the ball into a dangerous spot really at any point. I think that's what is, you can be optimistic that that's sustainable because he is making a lot of good decisions when he's playing quarterback.
How much credit should Cliff Kingsbury get for what he's doing? There's no doubt that Daniels is a bigger piece to the pie with the legs and some of the stuff he's doing off schedule. But, he is, I think, one of the top throwers in the league at throwing in the first read. And his EPA to first read, I think, is number one, which tells you that Kingsbury's giving him some easy answers, too.
Yeah, I think he deserves a lot of credit. And I was someone who really liked Cliff when he first came into the league in Arizona. I thought he was doing some really good things. The problem with what he eventually did in Arizona was, we had some really good ideas at the beginning of the year, and then things would kind of get stale. He would come up with some good adjustments, and then those were just kind of the adjustments for the rest of the season, and it didn't work quite as well. And then when I kind of saw the first 2 weeks of this offense, where it was, very condensed, it was all the screens and slants and things like that, I was a little hesitant and a little worried that we might just kind of see a repeat of Arizona. But there was clearly a method to that madness where each week they just kind of expanded what they were trying to do on offense. And I think that's really helped. I think they do have a lot of good route concepts. I think there is a trust with Terry McLaurin right now where I think we've seen a couple of things from, when the NFL shows stuff or just from interviews that those two have had there. They're talking about adjustments to plays they are going to make like in the game. And then Cliff will, be in on that. And so I think the way they are able to adjust in game too has been, really, really special. I think, Cliff has been a big part of that. And then to add the running game, which Cliff has always been very good with, even back in Arizona, to have that be one of the most, efficient run games in the league definitely does make it easier on a rookie quarterback. So there's, I think, a lot of just really good, things in play right now, which is why, this Washington offense is really humming at this point.
This is great, Dan. Really appreciate it, man. Thanks for the time. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you too.
Check out Dan's work, the 33rd team. We're Grant and Danny live out in Leesburg. We are hanging out today on our Friday field trip on a Football Friday from Spanky's Shenanigans. I want to take a look at some of the other top matchups in the NFL this weekend, and then our big predictions for the Commanders and the Panthers. We'll give you the score, the MVP. We'll get inside the numbers for how we see Sunday playing out. Taking you up to 6:30 on the Fan.
Field Trip Friday. Grant Nanny here on 106.7 The Fan, live from Spanky's Shenanigans in Leesburg. It is a packed house out back. The weather's gorgeous. I've eaten my weight in shrimp. It is a fantastic spot, fantastic Friday. Thanks for joining us, hanging out with us as we get ready for the weekend. Washington getting ready to take on the Carolina Panthers. They're 8.5-point favorites at home. One of the biggest favorites of the weekend. There are a couple big spreads as you look around the NFL. A couple matchups between the halves and teams that are likely to come in second. Look at Bills-Titans. The Bills at home are 8.5-point favorites. Jaguars heavy favorites over the Patriots. That's 5.5. You've got several teams that are expected to handle and take care of business. We've been kind of hitting at this and really talking about it throughout the week. And then really even talking about it today, the idea that everybody expects something. And it's not just one of those sort of empty calorie, we expect this to go this way. This is a honest-to-goodness, corner-turning confidence that's not that, little voice in your head that's talking you out of it. So, in kind of that spirit, we're thinking about how likely it is that Washington does what it's supposed to do. They've done it a couple times in a row. When they've played inferior opponents, they have beaten the brakes off of them. They destroyed the Cleveland Browns, even after kind of a sluggish start. They were never in doubt against the Arizona Cardinals. This game this week, they are heavily favored, correctly. They should be. It's not empty. Carolina is struggling. They're going to pick in the top 5 or 6 in all likelihood. This is not the tire fire they were the first couple weeks of the season, Grant, when Bryce Young was the quarterback. But Carolina can be had, as evidenced by their 1-5 record, as evidenced by when they went up against a decent team here recently. They got blown out by 20-some points. They are there for the taking. This is a perfect storm of a weekend. Darryl Green retirement, jersey retirement ceremony, alumni in town, a home crowd that hasn't seen them lose. There's a lot of excitement, and rightly so.
Yeah, there absolutely is. We're having a blast today, and the energy here, just talking to fans of this team, is infectious. There is an exuberance about this club. I mean, we are at, I apologize for my tardiness, line at the little boys' room territory.
Yeah, that's where we are.
In Leesburg today, with people just wanting to come out in the beautiful weather and celebrate the Commanders and the awesome fall day here as they get ready to try to get to 5-2. But let's spin you around the NFL, take a look at some of the other matchups in Week 7. We'll make our Commanders-Panthers predictions, dive into this game in better detail at the top of the hour. We're taking you up to 6:30. We will start our trip through the NFL with the London game. Danny correctly loves a 9:30 a.m. kickoff.
The worst.
There is nothing better
the worst
than a 9:30 a.m. kickoff. Can I get a quick straw poll, by the way? I want you to cheer if you agree, okay? So, quick straw poll in-house. Morning football at 9:30 a.m. because there's a London game as an extra window to your Sunday with your breakfast. Okay? Never again 9:30 a.m. football.
Yeah! You hear the noise? Huge noise.
It seemed like it was just you a little
No, it was
bit.
a big noise. You can hear it.
I think people like football all day long. We got the Patriots and the Jaguars, 2 1-5 teams. Drake May's second career start for New England. I don't know what's going on with Trevor Lawrence, but Jacksonville's bad.
They are terrible. This is what are you going to do at some point, right? Second straight London game for the Jags. They should just move there, or there should never be any games in London. They should play normal windows. But for Drake May, had some good things in his first start.
Seahawks play the Falcons. This is a 1 o'clock kick in Atlanta. Seattle needs this game all of a sudden.
They're reeling, remember? Yeah.
They won 3 in a row. They've lost 3 straight. They're now 500. The Falcons are 4-2. Their 2 losses are to AFC teams, so they're actually sitting pretty. If they beat Seattle, they're in a really good spot at 5-2 with some tiebreaker-friendly metrics.
Yeah, put some hay in the barn, as you said. It's an NFC game. That's why it's extra important. Seattle is going to look up all of a sudden. No one in the NFC West has really taken charge of that division, so they're still very much alive. San Francisco hasn't started flying yet, so they could use a W after losing 3 straight.
One team that's in big troubles, the Tennessee Titans. They're 1-4.
Yeah.
Coming off a bye, they've got the Buffalo Bills, who are 4-2 at Orchard Park. The Bills likely to be 5-2. Remember, they just traded for a wide receiver 1 now. They bring over Amari Cooper to pair him with Josh Allen.
Needed it, right? And the Bills are already good. Now you add in Amari Cooper to that, and they'll probably fold him in. Tennessee, I was wrong about. I thought they'd be frisky. They are not. They are not particularly good at really anything, and Will Levis seems intent on turning it over every week.
The Bengals get the gift that is getting to play the Cleveland Browns.
It's always nice.
They are the worst team in the NFL at this moment. Deshaun Watson is broken. Their offense is unserious, and their defense is riddled with injuries. The Browns are 1-5, hosting the Bengals at 2-4. If Cincinnati can win a game that they should, they're at least going to be back into the competitive portion of their season. Like they're in the hunt graphic again for the first time.
Yeah, and I thought I didn't know Cincinnati's defense was going to be this horrible. They gotten off to slow starts in the past and always kind of were able to rally, but they've got a pretty soft schedule here over the next few weeks. Cleveland this week, Philadelphia is not who we thought they were, and the Raiders, you could look up and they could be 5-4.
Best game of the weekend, maybe on paper. How about the Texans and the Packers, two teams representing the AFC where Houston is a contender at 5-1, and the NFC where the Packers are one of the better teams so far. They're 4-2 despite not having Jordan Love for a third of their season. The Packers coming off of their most impressive win of the year. They pummeled Arizona 34-13.
Great measuring stick game for both teams. Houston, we know, is good, right? They weren't playing great and were 4-1. Now they're starting to play pretty well. And Green Bay, survived their time without Jordan Love. Now they're back hitting the ground running. That is a good, complete team that's been under the radar. That's a great one in Lambeau.
Here's my favorite game of the weekend. All apologies to Washington and Carolina. Lions-Vikings in the NFC North. Detroit is 4-1. It's big boy football. Ben Johnson pulled all the tricks out of the bag this past week to embarrass and annihilate the Cowboys. Minnesota had a bye, extra rest going into a critical division game. They're trying to get to 6-0. Sam Darnold crashed back down to earth a little bit last couple of games. This is a huge spot at home for the Vikings to try to solidify themselves as legitimate contenders to win the North.
Yeah, it sounds funny. They're kind of chasing legitimacy, and they're chasing Detroit. So up is down, left is right, dogs and cats.
And they're ahead of
together.
them in the standings.
No, but that's the point. Is Minnesota's looking to validate that 5-0 start. Detroit, we think of, or at least I certainly do, is one of the contenders in the NFC, and they've played like it recently. That's a massive matchup there in Minnesota.
Couple of other games we should point out. Eagles, Giants
That's
in
a
the
big
division. Philadelphia's got to prove they're any good. I don't believe they are. They just barely survived the Browns last week, which should be a gimme at home. We saw what Washington did to Cleveland as an example. 3-2 Philly at 2-4 Giants. They will have Malik Neighbors back. You've got Kansas City and San Francisco. I know by way of records, this isn't a special matchup.
But
49ers are one of the best teams in football. This is a rematch of the Super Bowl 5-0 Chiefs. They haven't been sexy. There's no style points to that offense. They had their best game in week 5 and then were idle in week 6. So both of these teams now, in Kansas City's case, coming off of a bye, San Francisco's case at 3-3, still have something to prove.
Yeah, for Kansas City, I mean, this is just wait till the playoffs time. They're just getting through it, right? They've already had a couple of huge injuries that have slowed them down, and yet they're still, as you said, 5-0. It's defense and Pat Mahomes making magic. For San Francisco, they need a little bit of hay in the barn. They're kind of going through the same stuff in terms of injuries, and they're slowed, and they're maybe not the same club. But when they're all right, they're an NFC title contender, right? They could meet in the Super Bowl against Kansas City once again if it all goes their way. Both, Kansas City's just on cruise control. I think San Fran needs this one to kind of get the foot in front of the other.
Here's your best stat of the day. I saw this week. Andy Reid is 21-4 as a head coach with extra time to prepare off a bye week. 21-4 off of a bye week for Andy Reid. One last pretty good football game on paper. 4-2 Baltimore, 4-2 Tampa Bay. This feels to me like a lot like the Washington-Baltimore matchup last week. Ravens were home for that. They're now on the road at Raymond James. But it's a good NFC team that can move the football against a really good Ravens team. Winner gets to 5-2. Those are some of the best matchups around the NFL. But let's put the spotlight on the Commanders with a Commander spotlight as soon as we return. And then we'll give you our game predictions for Washington and Carolina at home. Darrell Green's jersey to be retired. Should be a raucous environment. Finally. At Northwest Stadium. That's what we've had today on our Friday field trip in Leesburg. We're at Spanky's Shenanigans on Grant and Danny. a bright future, it is time for you to plan for your future as well. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Condori and Murad, will help. They can update your last will and testament, set up a trust for you and your family, schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Go to kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Stretch run of Grant and Danny. We're taking you up to 6:30. It is a football Friday, and this is stop number 1, although this one's going to be tough to top. This has been a lot of fun.
Pretty great out here, man.
I can tell you we're not going to have better black and shrimp anywhere we go.
I can confirm that. Although I'd like to accept the challenge. I'd like to just make this the Black and Shrimp Tour where we go eat Black and Shrimp. Look out.
We should
That's
rename
not a bad
it.
life. Yeah.
The Black and Shrimp Tour is kind of fun. Is Christian? I know he's been out here. Where's stop number 2? We should throw that out there today. Where we are next week.
I got it. Let's find that out. Hey,
Ryan's
back there.
We need a grown up.
Yeah. He'll tell us where we're going next week. We'll make sure to pump that.
All right. Christian will help Ryan. Ryan will tell us it's a game of telephone. The first of many stops, but the challenge has now been laid down.
The gauntlet.
The gauntlet's been thrown down by Leesburg. Good luck. There's a lot of people. They're very excited, and they're consuming food and alcohol.
Yeah,
and they're
everyone's
enjoying
nice.
themselves.
They're happy to see us.
People are friendly.
There's less of that, oh, it's you, and more like, hey, it's you.
All right, so next week, field trip, Friday field trip series. Where are we going?
We are going to Uptown Alley in Manassas, Virginia.
Uptown Alley. Did you hear like the sound go over
Yeah,
the room?
people went, oh.
It's very like Sharks and Jets here. They're like, oh, Manassas.
You wait a minute, Manassas? I don't know about that. Like there's now we're like snapping.
The nerves of
Yeah.
Manassas. So Uptown Alley?
Uptown Alley, yep.
Manassas.
Manassas.
We're coming for you next Friday on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. All right, before we get to our players to lock in on in just a moment, I want to go rapid fire with you, Danny. I want to get some thoughts on the upcoming game from various folks you know and trust.
Right?
Like, I want to know, what is Shannon Sharp predict Sunday's Commanders? Yeah, we'll do that. Commanders game.
Hold on, Skip. Let me say something, Skip. First of all, listen, this is not going to be a contest. Stop it. One team shows up to play the other team with the Carolina Panthers. This team is going to get shellacked, stomped on, destroyed. It's not going to be competitive. This is a Watson and win.
All right, John Gruden.
Tell you something, man.
If he was to pick this game, I want to score. I want to know who's going to be the MVP.
Jaden Daniels, man, is your MVP. Okay, first of all, he's going 277 through the air, man. He's got himself 2 touchdowns throwing. He's got another one running, man. 70 yards. Knock on wood if you're with me, man.
Our old friend Ron Rivera.
Okay, first
who
of all,
did
I really
such a nice job running the organization.
I really did. Okay, you notice from my feet, they're on the ground. Okay.
Ron, it's a big weekend for you.
They're all big. Okay.
The Panthers, your former team,
I got fired from there. I really did.
are playing the Commanders.
They hired me. They really did.
Your former team. It's the Ron Rivera Bowl. Who's going to win?
More so than anything else, I mean, you have to look at who the different teams are. Okay, and one of the things that we did when we looked at the analytics of football is there was a spreadsheet in Indianapolis, and I just short circuited, but it's Washington 2, Carolina 3. Okay,
Those are the analytics?
Yeah.
A cross-sport prediction, if we could get one, from Stephen A. Smith.
Okay, first of all, this entire proceeding is ludicrous. It's mendacious. It's a Taco Tuesday. Okay, let's be real here. They are disgraceful. They are antithetical. They are a Toyota Tercel that has broken down on a byway. Okay, the Carolina Panthers should be demoted to a different football league if we're being real here. They're going to lose 81-2.
81-2, Stephen
I
A.
did not stutter.
He gave you a basketball score, no less. All right, it is time for our players to lock in on Danny. We got to figure out who our eyes are going to be glued on this weekend. This is presented by our friends at Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Visit baldinos.com.
Give me Luke McCaffrey. I think this is a nice little Luke McCaffrey showcase game. My bold prediction, this is bold. This is bold. Grant and Danny be a little bit fatter come Monday night. Why? Lava cake.
Oh.
Tutty, give me a Luke McCaffrey touchdown this week. Lava cake on Monday.
If Luke McCaffrey scores, we eat chocolate lava cake.
That's just what you do. When Luke McCaffrey scores, what do?
I go to Chili's.
And we get
a chocolate lava cake.
Every time. Here we go.
With a la mode, no less.
That's right.
Scoop of vanilla ice cream. That's the way it's going to be.
Here we go.
I am locked in on, speaking of gaining a little weight, the big fellas up front on the defensive line. I'm going to go 2 for Tuesday here. Johnny Newton, who makes a start, who replaces John Allen, and Fidarian Mathis, whose role grows. I want both of those guys to elevate their game. I think it becomes important against Chuba Hubbard, who's run for over 100 a couple times this month, who's run for over 94 straight games, who's averaging 5 yards a carry here recently. They're going to run the football. It's the only thing they got. It's the dice move with Seth Rogen in 40-Year-Old Virgin, where it's like, I don't have anything else, man. They're going to
that's
do
his only move.
the dice move. They're going to run the football. Johnny Newton, where are you at? Fidarian Mathis, let's stop the run.
I can see it. I mean, to me, this is one of those, are you willing to let him do that to a degree, right? Obviously, you don't want him just to run for 7 yards a pop. That's not fun for anyone. But are you willing to say, you know what, we'll take our chances. We don't want Deontay Johnson to go nuts. We don't want, anybody over the top. We don't want anything easy. We'll let you guys screw up, and then we'll get the ball to our offense back and let them run down the field a little bit. It's going to be interesting. I mean, with Baltimore, you really do have to pick your poison. With Carolina, yeah, you kind of can, but I dare you to try to do what we do better than we do it. Like I'm willing to give up some yards here and there on some first down carries to Chuba Hubbard and move the chains, because I'm saying that run game's going to stop itself. Someone's going to hold. I'll have some penetration one play. I'll have a little TFL. I can get you into a 3rd and long. I'll have some fun.
All right, let's talk about prediction time then. Some quick numbers for you, looking at the team rankings going into kickoff on Sunday for the Carolina offense. It has not been pretty. Now, I will say these numbers have been a lot better since they benched Bryce Young, who was playing horribly, and they went to Andy Dalton, who's made them a professional operation. This is the number 21 ranked offense in yards per play. They are 9th running the football, about 4.74 per pop, and they are 28th throwing the football. Again, a little bit misleading. They're a tad better than that. But they don't scare you a whole lot. There is also this. Deontay Johnson, the former Pittsburgh Steeler who came over via trade this offseason, is the one playmaker in the passing game who can get them some explosives and some chunks. He is banged up right now. We talked to Joe Person, who covers the team earlier today. He's not convinced he's going to play. He actually speculated this could be an Amari Cooper situation where by this time next week he's traded. He actually comped him to Devontae Adams and said, maybe you just hold him out of games altogether, a la Adams, and he's not as hurt as we think because they're just waiting to trade him. I don't know what's what there, but I know that if Deontay Johnson does not play, there's not a single player in that passing game that worries me to go get 15, 18, 20 at a time.
Yeah, I like Xavier Legette, but he hasn't done
nothing.
He hasn't done it yet.
He's got a couple touchdowns in the red zone, 10 and in.
He's right now a complimentary piece, and there's nothing to compliment.
Yeah, 2 years from now, I could see him being a good little receiver.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. Oh, I remember him. I'd like to have him. That's as far as that goes. Nobody terrifies you at this point, right? I mean, their best weapons: Chuba Hubbard, Deontay Johnson, a PPR maven. From his time in Pittsburgh, hadn't had a ton of catches, but there's been some explosion in there. He's a little bit like Terry McLaurin, right? 29 catches, 340 yards. McLaurin is around 355, 360 or so. Similar totals. But if Johnson's banged up, can't go, or is limited, etc., again, it just sort of says they don't have that many options. It's some smoke, some mirrors, maybe a great script to start the game. But this is one of those. Washington's been down. With the other team walks down the field and scores first. See Arizona. I'm not worried about it, honestly. I feel like there's a tweak coming. I think they'll be okay. If Carolina has some success early, let's get up and down. Let's have a track meet.
All right, let's make our predictions for the game here on Grant and Danny. And then I want to get a couple people in-house to give us their predictions for Sunday. Go on the record with what they're envisioning for Washington before we say goodbye from Leesburg, where everyone's been so fun to hang out with. Start with you, Danny. Final prediction for the game.
Carolina will come in to Washington and shock absolutely nobody by catching these hands. Washington is going to take them all the way out back. Where do I go? Do I go to the first shed? No. There's a second shed. You got to go behind the second shed to the third shed. That's the whooping shed. You go out behind there. I got a collection of power tools. You bend over this sawhorse. I'm going to show you each and every one in action. Receive this beating. You're going to get destroyed. Thanks for coming by. Enjoy your plane trip of silence when you go home. Washington 33, Carolina, and empty calories 20. This is a beatdown. Washington rolls. Good teams beat bad teams. This is a bad team. Don't get confused. They stink. We don't.
You feel good about the Commanders?
Feel good about it.
All right. I've got Washington coming out throwing the football. I think Jaden Daniels throws for 300 yards for the first time in his career. I think Terry McLaurin goes for 100 yards for the third time this season.
Little Terry.
I think we see De'Ami Brown, the rare cameo, that 37-yard chunk play, that
So
explosive.
let me see. Every however many weeks it is, right?
It's like
He
a
sees
groundhog.
shadow. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like he sees his like presence or something, and so there fall came. It's
Yeah,
fall time,
it's
I guess,
fall. Yeah, it's
because
fall.
he saw his shadow. I also have Austin Eckler getting back into the end zone Tuesday when we talk to Austin at 5:00 on this show. We'll be talking to him about a touchdown, and I'm going to go one more bold prediction: the Commanders score a defensive or special teams touchdown this weekend. I think a non-offensive touchdown, which is why I have the local 53 hanging 37 on the Carolina Panthers in a 37-23 victory. That is a 2-touchdown win as Darryl Green gets his jersey retired. The confidence feels good, I got to say.
That 28 gets raised up, and it's going to be superseded by the point total for the home 53.
That's right.
Hell yeah.
All right, Clary is wandering around, I believe. I don't know where he is right now. Send him over this way. He'll have the mic. We will get some of the folks in-house to make their predictions for Sunday.
He looks like just he's at a party right now, mingling with friends.
I don't know what he's.
Can you see him?
He's like having a conversation with someone. I don't know. Clary, get on up here. It's your turn. You're up.
He's so confused.
He doesn't really know what's
Yeah, it's
up.
okay. Just a radio show, buddy. Sorry. Sorry to bug you. Live on the radio.
He has no idea.
Seriously, we're trying to get you to come over here. Thanks,
We're
Frank.
talking about it.
Thank you,
He's
pal.
still making the rounds. All right, so Clary's got the mic. Here we go. Oh, right there, that's him. All right, so what's your name? Where are you from? Mark in Ashburn?
Yeah.
All right,
And
Mark, step away from the speaker a little bit. Let's go that way.
Yeah, away from the speaker.
There we go.
There we go.
Let's hear your prediction.
I predict everything you said, except I think B-Rob's going to have a big game.
Ooh, B-Rob back
If
from
he
injury?
has a big game and makes a difference, it's going to really open things up for him, because he hasn't really hit his stride yet this year. I don't think.
All right, so give me a final score.
I'd say 31-20.
The confidence, ladies and gentlemen.
31-20.
I want everyone to acknowledge in 2024, the year of our Lord, we've all got the Commanders dominating someone on a Friday.
Just a
Think
casual
about
home
that.
cover. No big deal.
Like just casually.
They always do it.
You're going to like this guy.
All right.
He's rocking a Redskins jersey,
Uh-huh.
a T-shirt, and a Redskins hat, just
I
like
see
you
it.
like.
Why not?
We love it.
Why not? Are we really going Commanders, Danny?
We are certainly not. I don't even say the
Thank
word.
you. Thank you. So,
He's Commander Danny, though. You know that about him.
no, he's not.
Thank you. That's right. That's right. You shake the tail when you walk.
So, can the D stop Hubbard?
That's the big question. But even if he has a big game, will that get them where they need to go against Washington's offense?
No, sir.
I don't see it.
I think Daniels will 3 TDs, B-Rob 90 yards,
Casual.
Eckler 670 total, McLaurin with 8 catches.
Let me get my FanDuel app open. He's got this thing down.
Over.
1 TD, but it's only going to be about 34-20.
Finals, you said what?
34-20.
Another 2-touchdown win.
Right?
Another. I mean, this is just a pep rally. We're just ready to just stomp holes in the Carolina Panthers.
Let's get a couple senior captains up here to talk to you guys.
This is a field trip Friday, right? Friday field trip.
Pep rally
field
Friday.
trip Friday.
Field trip Friday.
Yep. It's a pep rally Friday right now. Everyone's just got them winning by 2 touchdowns. Everyone's having a good time.
We're going to be Bangville by way more than that.
Sir, what's your name? Where are you from?
Jonathan from Ashburn. Hail to the Redskins.
Jonathan, thank you.
Here we are, 38-17 Skins.
Woodshed.
Love that.
Woodshed.
38-17. Just a 3-touchdown win. I think you got another one here, Clary. All right, what's your name? Where are you from?
Oh, my bad. My name is Alec from Leesburg.
Alex in Leesburg.
I think we're sleeping on the defense. I think they might put up 10 points. I agree. McCaffrey will get his first touchdown. Well, he hasn't scored yet, right?
He has not.
I think he'll get his first touchdown. Daniels will have a game. I think it'll be 38-10.
38-10.
I I could do this
Oh,
segment
can you
for an
imagine?
hour. I've been waiting to do this segment for 10 years. For 10 years, Danny and I have been like, if they're really good, if everything goes great and everything goes perfectly for them and the other team makes a lot of mistakes, maybe they'll only lose by 4.
All right, like in previous years,
Yeah.
if Carolina gets bad pizza like Jordan got before the Utah game and they all get food poisoning and their bus is late and they can't warm up and there's no hot water, could they win by a point if there's a missed extra point?
There is a possibility. Now, feel free to boo me in a second when I make this point.
Oh, no.
You're allowed to boo me.
Oh, no.
There's a path to a really embarrassing segment we've got to do on Monday where we were like, remember how confident we all
Yeah.
were?
It's called Eating Crow with Grant and Danny.
Yeah, that might be tough. Fear not, we're not going to find anyone or make you call in and, say what you had predicted. But I think they are above the letdown. I think they are not only well coached right now, but they seem to me to have a quarterback that plays at a level and an offense that will move the ball against this Panthers defense in this matchup enough to be above the what happened. Unless they turn the ball over 3 or 4 times, it's just hard for me to imagine them not scoring a bunch of points.
Yeah, I mean, they're even if it's clunky at the start, even if they're choppy or there's a penalty or something, right? We've seen them still against the Giants. That's as bad as for not non-week 1 division, right? Week 1, I don't want to say I throw it out, but I count it a lot less than the other games because weird stuff happens around the league in week 1. Remember, in week 1, the Saints were the best team in the NFL. They now look like they can't even manage to get out of the huddle. So since week 1, even though Washington wasn't great against the Giants, they still moved the ball at will, still were in the red zone every time, still never punted against the Giants defense that we now know is good. That Giants defense is good, not just okay and frisky, but good. Even if they're scuffling early, 5 of the first 6 plays against Cleveland went for nothing or negative. Didn't matter because you've got something secret, you got something special in Jaden Daniels to make something out of nothing, a lot out of very little. So to me, it's like I don't want to say they're sloppy proof because it's football, dude. Stuff happens, right? You take your eye off a shotgun snap, and next thing you know, everything is chaos. So you can get down by multiple scores, a kickoff return, something weird. But to me, you're not going to stop them for 60 minutes. Nobody has.
We got some thank yous we got to say. We should not have started our field trip series here. This is going to be tough to top, I will just say.
What a spot.
Our guy Colt, the entire crew out here at Spanky Shenanigans. All of you guys, Leesburg, showing out. We appreciate that. Thank you very much. And for everybody listening all over the DMV, it has been a blast of a day as we get ready for the Darryl Green celebration this weekend and the Commanders and the Panthers. Darius, fade out your normal Friday exit music. Here's my vision for how we'll end these field trip days. Okay? Darius back in studio is going to play the old fight song.
Okay. Now, do I have to fight for the Commanders here? What am I doing?
You can fight for whoever you want.
Do I do that?
If
No?
you know it, sing along with us in-house. Clara, you can get the mic out so people can hear around the DMV. Oh, is it already gone? All right, cool. Pat's ready to head out. He's like,
Yeah, he's packed it
the
up,
whole
Pat,
radio
yeah.
show's still going? No. We've already packed it
I've
up.
got enough of that microphone business.
Sing it if you got it, ladies and gentlemen. The fight song will play us out. What does play us out mean?
What does it mean to play us out? Wherever it's written on the teleprompter, it's not right. We'll do it live.
Thank you
We'll
for
do it
hanging with us
live.
on G&D. Darius, hit the music.